All right. All right. Testing, testing, testing. All right. There, I can hear myself. Mute. Hey, folks, what's going on? Alex, what's happening? Anything hot before I actually drop the link? Leo zodiac sign. Leo, I think I did it, but Leos are they're if they're the natural alphas, they're the leaders. They're the people that like to show off. They're the people that have to like to be out front. Hey Donnell, thanks for the donation. But Leos like to be out front. They're the showmen. They like to be first. So um, Leos are the prima donnas of the zodiac sign. So if you get a Leo in the bunch, they're the life of the party. Um, they can't be the loudest in the bunch. They're the people that like the most of attention. That's how come they have the sign of the lion, the roar. Leos and Aries clash. I had a I had two friends. They were females. They had one was an Aries, the other one was Leo, and they clashed all the time um, because they're both naturally aggressive. They're fire signs and they're naturally aggressive signs. And Leos just happen to be a little bit more, how can I say, upfront and aggressive than Aries. But like you take Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant's a Leo, so he's a natural showman. He's naturally a little bit more mentally aggressive. Um, he wants to be first. They want to be the best, or if they're not the best, they want to pretend like they're the best. But that's a Leo. If you get a Leo that's an alpha, um, Leos want to prove that they're the best in everything. That's how Leos roll. And Leos will brag, like just like Kobe. You know, Kobe used to flash. Used to flash. Hey, thanks, young Grizzly. What's going on, man? I thought you'd be working, man. You're not working. how's your uh, how's your Bitcoin doing, man? What are you into? How's your Bitcoin doing? Or you what kind of Bitcoin? What kind of crypto are you buying right now? What do you think? What do you think about that flash crash in Ethereum? Oh, let me get back to Leo because he was asking me about Leo. Um, I don't know if it's true for you, but well, like I said, all Leos like to be out front. Leos like to prove that they're the best. Um, if they can focus it into something positive, like say if you're a CEO or something like that, you naturally attract people to you. You know, because always the one out front. You're always the one. Leo might be the one that gets the girls, but they're the ones that go out and they gather the girls. So they'll talk the girls into coming to the party, and it might not get them all, but they'll talk to them all and they'll attract them all. But like I said, that's how Leos roll. I mean, that's just a sketch. And then it depends on what their particular talent is. But wherever their talent is, you'll whatever wherever they're at, you'll know the Leo. Leos aren't quiet. You know, whereas Virgos might be quiet and shy. Cancers might be a little quiet and shy. Tauruses might be quiet. Leos are not that. I've never seen a quiet Leo. Me personally, I've never seen a quiet Leo. Oh, you're a CEO? Yeah, that makes sense. Leos are very competitive. So if you see a little guy that's like 5'2", man, and he's taking on somebody that's 6'5", and he just simply will not give up, that's a Leo. Thanks, Doc. Thanks, Taz. Your brother's a quiet Leo. That's rare, SP Latino. That's we did Scorpios last week. Like I said, depends on whether you're male or female. Scorpios are emotional. Um, on their positive sides, they're really emotional. Um, a little bit freaky sexually. If they're a man, they're a little bit. They have a little bit of simp in them because they're caring. They will cry. Okay, but I like Scorpios are cool, but Scorpios are really family oriented. You know, they take those big old claws and they grasp onto something that they really love, and they will hang on to it. And if you piss them off, they will sting you because they're emotional like that. They are vindictive, but it's like Scorpio men. If they're in family oriented, they're a little bit of a simp in them because they're really emotional about their family, about their women, and they'll do anything for. You know, like a Scorpio will do anything for you. You know, they're really Scorpios are really giving. You know, but like I say, if you cross them, you'll get that stinger in a hurry. Not really. I can't tell. I'd have to see you personally. I said if you're family oriented, and like I said, this is a broad brush because it depends on your what your moon sign is. It depends on what your rising sign is. There's a lot of different things, but I would suggest that Scorpios are emotional because they're a water sign, and they can be vindictive if you cross them. Because my mother's a Scorpio. My grandmother was a Scorpio, you know, when she was living. My daughter's a Scorpio. My best friend's a Scorpio. Not if a Scorpio's been hurt, okay, by a wife and been divorced or something like been really stung, then that's when the stinger comes out. Then they'll be angry. It just depends. But Scorpio, any water sign is emotional. Pisces, Scorpios, Cancers. Cancers are really emotional. Thanks, Jonathan. You guys want the link, or you still got questions? Ah, flat earther. I don't get you guys, man. Flat earthers, I really don't. I don't get y'all. But you know, I don't. Anybody that's a flat earther, you know, I don't. Anybody's belief, if that's what you want to believe, I'm cool with it. You know, but when you try to get into proof, because it's really a flat earth is really easy to prove. You go to the edge. If you can see the edge and you can look off into space where ain't no more earth, then I can believe it. You take me a picture, go right to the edge of the earth. Go to the edge and take a picture. Look down right where the edge is. If you can do that, I'm convinced. Other than that, you ain't got to go off 100,000 miles into space. You go right to where you think the edge is. You look off. You take a picture. Done. That's like I'm flat earthers. Got to have all these conspiracy theories. You know, they had to prevent you from going to the edge, prevent you from taking a picture. Okay. I was just looking at the Red Bull free fall, and you can clearly see the disc, clearly see the curvature, everything that they said there wasn't. You can clearly see when he's coming off with that GoPro on his helmet. It's not that hard. You know, everybody said, well, it's CGI. I said, well, was CGI the edge of the earth? and get back to me. Either the earth is flat or it isn't. If it either has an edge or it isn't. Thanks, Life Entity. Y'all want to talk? I'm gonna drop the link. Any like I said, it's real easy to prove. You don't have to tell anything. If flat earthers believe that the earth is flat, you go to the where you think the edge is. You know, if you take an expedition or fly over, take an airplane, fly over it, and you can actually see the edge if there's an edge. This day, hey Char, what's going on? Thanks, Char. Appreciate it. I don't know. Like I said, women can be more hard headed than men. I wish I could get all the hard headed women in the women's channel on the hangout one, all at once and just get it over with. A lot of them, they'll argue until they realize, oh shit, this is being recorded and people are going to hear me. Like Jacqueline. Jacqueline was going to continue arguing until she realized it's recorded and she's going to have to listen to the playback. Yeah. Hey, Black Wizard. What's going on? All right. There's the link. If you guys want to talk. What do you guys think about more automation? There he is. Where you at, man? You at work?
In this sucker first, like Captain James T. Kirk in the comment section. That dude's always first in there.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I think it's actually you just like making your first comment.
Oh no, not me, man. uh,
So about like coins right now, I got a customer that works in the financial sector,
mm-hmm.
and they're not a hedge fund; they're a hedged investor.
Okay.
Of course, I can't say who it is.
No, you don't have
but
to.
Yeah, one thing he was saying is like that precipitous drop, that dagger, if you will, in that chart.
Yeah.
He said that probably looks like somebody getting into the market with some type of maybe algorithm or testing the market to see how a big sell-off would affect it. Mm-hmm. So it's a sign of big players, possible market manipulation coming in.
Yeah, yeah, that's the only thing about, especially with the financial sector not doing as well as it possibly could. You have the big boys looking for money, so if they smell it. If they smell money, they're going to jump in.
And that was a large sell-off. Like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and it was a flash crash, so
it was crazy. I couldn't believe it.
Oh, yeah, you've nenever seen it before because you guys aren't traders. I was thinking about just doing like a daily chart on, say a particular just a crypto and just looking at just take a crypto look at the chart and draw some lines and just like take 10 minutes to like put it up and once a day because so many people are interested in it. I don't want people to get burned.
I mean, I'd like to see that. I mean, just from you starting your stream until
Mm-hmm.
now,
Mm-hmm.
Ethereum has dropped probably about $17 on Coinbase.
Yeah, that's
And
what.
I was like looking at buying it like right now.
Yeah, that's what I say. Be careful. Um,
Right.
that's what I say. Give me about three to follow, so I can follow the chart.
As far as coins,
Yeah,
oh, I'd say the major ones. So Bitcoin, Ethereum,
and
and
which
Litecoin.
and Litecoin. Okay.
Yeah, and those are probably the biggest ones. Those are top four. In that, you would mix Ripple,
Okay.
which has I think it's the third largest market cap.
Yeah.
And all
When
of
I
them.
when I see a frenzy like this, man, they're gonna eventually get big enough. You're gonna get bigger players in, and they got way more traders, and they got way more assets to actually um, put froth in this market, man. And the little guys can get crushed in a heartbeat. That's why I said be careful with your money. don't don't go all in.
Well, I was even talking to my cousin about it, and we just like started going through some stuff. I sent him the links that you sent me.
Hmm.
Even that same investor, he was just like, I sent him the two links that you had,
Uh-huh.
or the videos you put out there.
Uh-huh.
And when I was talking to him about it, I was just going over the chart, and I said, "Hey, listen, man, there's going to be a price correction. I mean, you're seeing a freaking parabolic rise; it's going crazy, and then
Hmm.
there's going to be a hard drop. But then
Hmm.
with the drop, it rarely goes below what it was, say, a month ago in the case that I was looking at.
Uh,
So,
yeah. Well, yeah.
it was looking pretty
Well,
good.
like I said, like I said, the chart I gave you, the chart I showed you with he did a pretty good job about showing you where the correction might go. And I said, just look at just me eyeball it. I said, you can get about at least the first Fibonacci correction, which is like a 30% drop, and
Mm,
I think that's what you got in Bitcoin, like a 30% drop.
I'm not sure,
Because
30%, but when do you
because you were at three, so you should have gone down to like 21. Well, like okay, from the
Oh, I see what you. Okay,
from the
then
cup
okay.
to the top of like 2,000, so it should have got at least a $700 or $800 drop at least.
Right, right,
So that was the
right.
minimum, and I think it made that. I think it went below that.
Yeah, and then even when it did that, it
Hmm.
rose up a little bit and stayed at about 2100
Yeah,
for a good period of time, and then now it's back up to
yeah, it's stabilized.
2500.
Yeah, it's
And then
stabilized.
before that though, it was 1800
Yeah, that was his buy target, 17, 1800.
buy target. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a good term to know.
In other words,
Yeah,
that would have been a 60. Okay, because you measure from the rise to the top is 2,000. So a 60% or 66% drop would have been right about there, and then stabilized. So he did get down to its target.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because like right now I'm looking at it. This is probably a decent time to buy Ethereum. From me seeing that it dropped just like that within a couple minutes, I'm almost waiting for it to maybe do 290, 280 at this point.
Hmm.
Because right now it's even 302.
They said
So
they said they said there's a lack of buyers. So in other words, the market's still kind of thin.
Well, yeah, I
Ethereum
mean,
is, yeah.
it's not.
You have some money in it, but you don't have a lot of buyers in the side. So the market's thin. So you get a flash crash like that when you have a thin market. In other words, just
Right, because it's only a small amount of people.
just a smaller, yeah. Whereas compared to Bitcoin.
Right, right. Yeah, I mean, something like that. It could have been scare, but this guy, he take his word for it. Pays me, so it's good. But he like when he said it, he's like, yeah, I've seen something like that before, and it could have been somebody just testing out an algorithm to see how they can manipulate the market. And I was just like, wow, that's kind of crazy, but
Yeah, because the
that shows that
market's
its popularity.
yeah, it shows that it's thin. Because
Hmm.
I used to trade what was it? Was it pork bellies? Pork bellies, and pork bellies was a thin market. Pork bellies is what they make bacon out of.
Right.
Okay, somebody has the feed on. Let's Be Frank. You got the feed on? Yeah. Okay, somebody. Okay, I'm gonna mute. Let's Be Frank. You got the feed on? Yeah. It could be young. Okay.
But yeah, I was thinking popularity only because now you're starting to see these big players that are probably trying to get in to lay a foundation for all the others coming in afterwards.
Yeah.
Would that be wrong to say that, or it's still just not enough to be considered popular?
Jonathan Morgan, I don't know, bro. I don't think you're blocked. Okay, if you get a 403 error, you might probably have to clear your browser and try it again.
Sometimes what you can do is open it in a private browsing session, if that works. You probably just have to log in with your account, though, of course. And then there won't be any cache to really have to clear.
Okay. You hear that, Jonathan? Go ahead. Walk him through it.
Probably the best way to open up a private browsing session is just to press Control-Shift-N on your keyboard, and that'll automatically open up a incognito browser for you. And then, of course, go to YouTube, and then you should have to sign in. If you save your password, it should have it in its password. What's it called? The in-browser password manager. But that's probably the best way to get around, having to clear the cache, just by opening up an incognito browser which has no cache or has nothing cached in it, and then when you close it, automatically clears it. Not your history, but your cache, please.
Well, Jonathan, it has to be on your end because everybody, you got about 5 people in already, so. And I know I haven't blocked you or ejected you. If I ejected you, then it would be something else. But yeah, when I traded pork bellies, and that was common to get a flash crash like that. You see a certain contract, and you get this big drop, and then a big rise up again, because the market is thin. There's not enough buyers and sellers on the inside. There's not enough liquidity. Yeah,
it crashed exchanges pretty much, in a sense, because a lot of exchanges either shut their sessions down or they just couldn't handle the load. Like Coinbase, you couldn't do anything for, I think, maybe damn near a whole day.
Yeah.
But I'm on a 4-month cycle with mine right now. Like, I'm not really doing anything. I'm buying probably for the next 4 months.
Okay.
And I'll probably sell at the end of that, depending on how everything looks.
Yeah. When I see a flash crash, that means it's a thin market, because it doesn't take very much to make a major move, and you get a cascade effect, because if you're selling and there's not enough buyers, what happens is that you get that big dip, and the reverse will happen if you're buying and there's no sellers. The price will keep going up and up and up and up and up. And then it'll come back. Enough sellers will come and it'll settle back down.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so
I want to get more into the charts and stuff. I can study all that stuff.
Yeah, I think you would be. Your personality would fit well with charts.
Yeah, I was talking to my cousin about it. He's just like, "Yo, you're saying some shit that like some of these other guys are saying." I'm like, "Well, I listen to this guy online, BGS, and then I've been looking at other sources." How to learn all this stuff, but if you just, like you said, if you read the chart, it tells a story, and it's or it connects to stories in a sense, and it tells its own story.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the charts is buying and selling according to time, and if you know how to read a chart, an anomaly will say, okay, something happened on this particular day. You go back and research the history, and you said, okay, this is why this happened, and this is why that happened. And that kind of stuff. So you get a feel by looking at the chart.
Master teacher.
Yes, sir.
before I continue, I want to say Aibobo to everybody in the chat room.
Mm-hmm.
Me and brother Mike have been building like a motherfucker back and forth on that WhatsApp. So,
Some real fucked
this is,
up shit, man.
you
Some
know,
shit that gets you thinking. Sorry.
this is my testament to all the good that you've been dropping. Also,
Uh-huh.
before I continue, I want to let you know that I actually had an alert for the Ancestry DNA. So it
Okay.
dropped from 99 to 79. I jumped on that and I actually submitted my viral, I want to say early this week, or
Okay.
about maybe another month.
Okay.
I'm gonna say at least 85 original man and
Mm-hmm.
50% otherwise, but I'm shooting for a 90-10, if
You,
not more. But
you're Haitian, man, so you're probably in the 90s, because I'm
you know,
88.
you know, that's what I'm hoping for. But I told my mother, man, I said I'm in too deep in this conscious shit right now. So if I'm under 70%, I'm not gonna let anybody know anything at all. But
Yeah.
I'll keep it posted on the Immoral page.
Yeah, you Haitians kicked white people out real early, so there wasn't a whole lot of time to mix. So you guys should be
Exactly.
really, really close to being in the mid 90s at least, I would say.
I told him if he's probably 51% white, he's gonna have to fuck himself back
My
into
question.
the bloodline.
We're gonna start calling him Latino, man, if he's got
Yeah.
50%. Calling him mulatto Haitian, huh?
Yeah, exactly. It's like no wonder you talk so proper. Some fucked up shit like that.
Swiper, no swiping. Swiping.
Yeah. I'll be fucking
But
with Wilsonia, man.
No.
yeah, master teacher, about those charts, painting the story. That's actually on how I actually make my purchases when it comes to silver. Obviously, the live silver, not the ETFs.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed, I want to say between the 23rd and the 25th of December last year, that there
Mm-hmm.
was an absolute drop. I want to say it might have been a 2-year drop, Mike, if I'm not mistaken. And when I
Mm-hmm.
did the research, it was the day that it was announced that there was a probability that the Fed might increase the long-term or short-term interest rates,
Mm-hmm.
and that actually, it dropped to I want to say 1591 an ounce.
Mm.
So ever
Okay.
since then, I've been, that's the reason why I put it up on the Imore page, the investing.com app. I
Mm-hmm.
like it. It's a good app, and I just been checking it since. So now silver's at 1667
Yeah.
now at
Mm.
this.
You know why? Because people are jumping into the cryptos.
Yep.
Good.
That's where the money is.
I,
Hold on a
I didn't
second.
even get to make it this weekend, man. I wanted to so bad.
Hold on. Okay, you guys. I'll be right back. My grandson's knocking on the door. You guys, go ahead. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay, I'll be right back.
You, you,
Yeah,
you
well,
know,
I
I was
missed, man. I
asking
missed it.
myself. I was asking myself, what's a better investment? At least to start off, would it be Ethereum or Ripple? If I'm not mistaken, wasn't it? Isn't Ripple that was created by the banking sector? If I'm not mistaken,
Created four, if
or
anything.
so it's
If you
not.
go to their site, I think it's like ripple.com, and I mean, you guys put me onto it, and I like it. The only place you can really get it right now that I'm seeing as far as decent exchange is Kraken, and but to get into Kraken, I forgot why I haven't really done anything. I might start buying some Ripple. I might buy like maybe $100 to $300 worth, and then cross my fingers, hope maybe it'll go to like $1 a coin because it's at 31 cents or something like that now. So $1, hmm?
And that's
Okay.
Ripple.
Yeah. If you go to I think it's like coin. If you go to coinmarketcap.com,
Mm-hmm.
they'll tell you like the market cap for like all the coins. It's like 890 that they actually track. Pretty much all coins right now are showing a negative 24-hour change. I'm like looking at their website, Actually, except for Numeraire. Oh wow, that's different. So, well, not all the coins, but a lot of the major ones. So.
Now, what's the coin that Solo TV was talking about? Was that BitLight or Litecoin or Light something?
I haven't. I don't
He made a
know. I'm not
show not
familiar with
too
the
long
stream.
ago.
Ooh, that's ugly. Yeah, that Ripple
Probably
chart. The Ripple chart is ugly.
right.
That's ugly. But it looks like it looks like it hit a double bottom. Looks like it settled a little bit. It had a spike. You had a lot of buyers jumping in. What we call suckers jumping in, and it looks like you got big players in because suckers jumped in and your big players hit them. And now
So
it's down.
every
And
dollar
almost the.
3.7 Ripple. Continue, brother. I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead.
No, I'm just what you're mentioning. I'm just looking at the conversion rate in real time. Ripple is 3.71. I think I saw the special drawing rights is that doesn't have anything.
Now,
I'm seeing it like.
Special drawing rights is the IMF, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Special drawing rights.
Special drawing rights. I've got a question. You guys can check the chance.
Okay, special drawing rights is something that was invented by Lyndon B. Johnson in the mid '60s for the IMF. He wanted a basket of currencies because basically France and a couple of other countries hitting his gold. They were depleting the gold supply, so they didn't want the United States dollar to continue to be the standard bearer because they were the ones that were guarantors of trade and they were getting their gold hit. They had I would say like 50% of their gold had already been hit. Okay, been drawn down because of the dollar. And Lyndon B. Johnson wanted to kind of stop that slide, so he wanted to spread the risk. So he said, instead of the dollar being a standard bearer, why don't we have a basket of currencies, and to actually represent instead of the dollar, have the SDR, special drawing rights, and have that as the currency of choice. So in other words, you have a basket of currencies, and they call that special drawing rights. And actually, that idea sat until the Chinese brought it back up, and then the IMF, right after the 2008 crash, that's when the idea came back up, and the IMF actually started trading the SDR.
Yeah, I was watching a video on that the other day, or actually last night, and the guy was Kenneth Story, 14 Signs of Global Currency Reset, and he was talking about the SDR and everything like that, and the fact that the currency of choice is going to start to become the Chinese yuan, because since the Chinese have pretty much all the, I think, what do you call them, not the bill of sale, but they have the something of invoices.
The balance of payments.
Balance of payments. Thank you, sir. Since they have the balance of payments, now they're saying we want everything in Chinese yuan. So they're forcing companies to pay they're forcing companies to pay them back in their currency. And this is starting to happen even in like oil markets and stuff like that. They're like forcing people to, because they're becoming a larger consumer of oil and gas. Yeah.
In other words. Go ahead. In other words, they're gonna make yuan a reserve currency, or trying to. China's been fighting it for a while, but I think they're ready to assume the reserve currency status and stuff that goes along with it. Go ahead. Let's be frank. You gotta speak up, though.
Okay. All right. Today I was this ties into the video that you made a couple of days ago about the from Ian Masters. About the Syria deals. And I was reading an article today on Yahoo how Trump was meeting or had some type of meeting today with the Chinese premier.
Oh, G20.
Right.
Group 20, yeah.
And they were discussing America's participation in infrastructure projects for the Silk Road.
Oh, Silk Road project, yeah.
And that brought me back to that video that you put out for Ian Masters, where you had later on came back and said that America shooting the plane in Syria and all this other stuff may be a negotiation tactic.
Yeah.
And I went on YouTube and I looked at a guy called Pepe Escobar.
Oh, Pepe Escobar. Yeah,
How he spoke
my old Asia Times Online
right,
columnist. Yeah.
and so I used to read him, and he was saying how this is basically a battle for the new world order per se,
Yeah.
and how Iran is like the southern belly
Yeah.
of this.
Yeah.
And so, and he also said in a Asia Time article on Iran that if America was to initiate a war with Iran, that it would be akin to like America has never been in a war against a country with such a comprehensive national power than like the Nazi Germany back in World War II that they fought, and that America will come out weaker in the end.
No, well, the thing is, there's something called the Shanghai Cooperative, right? That Iran is part of and has been part of since 2005. There is a defense treaty with China and Russia that if the United States attacked Iran directly like that, Chinese and Russia will be obliged to get into it.
Right. So, and remember when you, I guess someone had asked what, that's an echo here.
I think there might be Young Grizzly. He's probably got a speaker on.
All right, but who like for example, does Russia has a direct stake in Syria? And I would say yes because well, number one, it's the Silk Road project. Number one. Number two, Syria's less than 1,000 miles from southern Russia.
Yeah.
And they want to prevent the U.S. from building. Well, the U.S. and was it Saudi Arabia from putting that pipeline in to go against their gas stream. That's the South Stream, I think.
Okay, it's really because we talked about this a long time ago. It's really, really simple. In fact, I think
quickly the Asia.
No. Well, that's part of it. But I'm saying is it's really, really simple. Okay, it goes back to Libya. Okay, basically Chinese with the Russians were basically coming in doing contracts in Africa and Latin America, right? And Libya was one of the last ones that's like sign on with contracts with Russia and China, right? Basically kicking the Europeans out and signing on with Russia and China. Okay. Russia, because they didn't particularly like Gaddafi, Russia and China allowed the no-fly zone and allowed basically the Europeans to come in and take out Gaddafi. Okay. So everybody else, all the other partners got nervous because, okay, you signed contracts with them. They believed that you would help them out. And when it came down to protecting them, you turn your backs on them. So how come we should believe you over the Americans? Why would she sign up with you and have our country destroyed just like Libya did? So when the next country that came up was Syria, right?
Yeah.
So you already let it happen once. Are you going to let it happen again, knowing that your partners are looking at you?
Right.
You're not. You're going to go to the map.
And then this is
one at a time.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm done.
Yeah, like this is something that Assad saw from his father. This is the second time around. I mean, BGS, you probably young enough. I don't know if you remember the first Syrian civil war with Bashar al-Assad's father. Went to he went to war with the rebel group inside his country. So this is something that Bashar al-Assad seen as a child. He went through this is like, second time around.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and the Russians
Yeah, but the
were.
thing is, without help,
Oh yeah, the
without help.
Russians were helping his father out with
Yeah, well,
that
I'm
conflict.
talking about without NATO help and American help, these rebels wouldn't even be a thought. He'd have crushed
Oh
them.
yeah, definitely, definitely. It's a proxy war, right?
It's a
It's
proxy war.
you know,
It's still a proxy war.
So hasn't America and the West shot themselves in the foot in a way by dissing Qatar? Because now they're just going to try to protect themselves from Saudi Arabia by going towards more Russia and China and Iran.
What it means is that the United States is losing its grip on the world, and that's something that Angela Merkel said, that they couldn't trust America. In other words, they said they can't depend on America like they used to, because the United States is losing its grip on the world that they've had for like 80 years.
So should we expect in the next 5 years or so to have, for example, commodities to be switched to being priced in, say, SDR or renminbi?
It's really difficult to tell because you have the slippage of the dollar. You have the rise of the renminbi. You have the cryptos, which I think China is more is leaning towards more, because they don't want to make the same mistakes that the U.S. did. Because if you're the reserve currency, that means they'll start draining your gold, draining your assets, because you got to back all those all that currency around. Okay. So I think the Chinese want to avoid being the reserve currency. They would like it to be something else. So if
Well,
it's a crypto like Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever it is that's kind of based on a basket of currencies like the SDRs or something like that, price controlled by the SDRs. I think they would love to see something like that. The only thing wrong with cryptos is not that you can't print anymore. The thing is they don't have any anchor to kind of constrain their price.
well,
Because
that kind of makes sense. Just connecting dots here, that you see that a lot of the mining power and resources, or mining power really, is in China and or Asian countries. Just putting that in there. I don't know if it's a
yeah.
good dot
No,
to
yeah,
connect, but
it's just one of those. It's one of those pieces that you have to have in your hand and put it down on the board and wait for other pieces to drop in. Nothing, no, like I'm saying, nothing comes all at once. Nothing
Mhm.
comes all at once. You keep looking at your your puzzle board, and when you see pieces, oh, okay, there's another one. Where does it go? Well, that drops right here. That gives you, as you drop in more pieces, the picture gets clearer and clearer and clearer.
Okay,
Right.
I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
So, if aren't these arbitrary decisions that Donald Trump is making, and the Republican Party at large is making? So, if they're making this and they're basically understanding that they are basically allowing the dismantling of the transatlantic union, which is basically white control. Like, why isn't anybody really doing anything about it? Like, why are they allowing him to do this? Because doesn't like Angela Merkel understand that if we get another president, that those like Hillary Clinton would make these same decisions?
Well, we don't know, because you're constrained by a player is always constrained by the board. There's only so many moves. There's only so many moves left. Okay, Syria was their last major move. That's how come they're still sticking to it.
So
Well,
you're saying other things are dictating what he's able to do, really, which has kind of always been the case.
Well, any president is always limited to what he can do, and I think
Right.
this move in Syria is not dictated by him. He's because he doesn't know enough. So, but he
Yes,
has three
General.
generals that are the three generals are right now because he doesn't know enough.
okay, that's let me be more clear. I was talking more when it comes to like just wanting to be fight for global control, like in things like the Paris Accords for like global warming. Like now, it's not about I don't believe in global warming. This is about global influence, and it's like Republicans don't understand that. It's like you see what I'm saying? Does
Yeah,
that make sense?
but the Republicans aren't running his or influencing his choices. That's the problem that they're having with him.
Yeah,
He's a rogue.
yeah, so he's making rogue choices as an East. See, this is something I'm gonna keep saying, and I'm gonna keep saying because I think this is very important to understand the mindset of Trump. Trump is full-blooded Eastern European in a country that is a Western European white ran country. You
Hmm.
know, when we talk about white supremacy, we're not talking about Russians or the Slavs or the Ukrainians or like the former Soviet bloc. We're talking about Western Europeans. When you look at the history of the United States and how it was built, there are no Russians involved in the Americas like that. Not other than the Soviet Union. I'm talking about like early colonial, that type of stuff. So people like white people, it's like they see a white man, but they don't see there is a reason that Western Europeans have always had this kind of tic tac with with Eastern Europeans, because Eastern Europeans will merge in the Asia with China and create these blocks. Versus Western Europeans wouldn't necessarily do that and try to take over the world.
Yeah, because it's not in their culture. Yeah,
Oh,
the Eastern Europeans are what we call the middle Europeans. They sit on that cusp. Germany is part of that. But basically, the Eastern Europeans are actually led by Germany more than anybody else.
so they don't see themselves as, I mean, yes, obviously they see themselves as white, but in the sense of what the way the United States looks at it, they see themselves as just as different from Western Europeans as like maybe Europeans might see themselves as different than Jews.
No, they
Um,
mix in. They mix in
So
as
they
far as
mix
what I
in, but I'm
see.
saying is okay. Poles are different from Germans. The Germans are different from English. English are different from French, Spanish, that kind of stuff. In other words, they're different groups of people.
well, I
But
mean within
they
the
all
white
live in the
bloc
white
stuff.
community. They all live, well, at least in Illinois, they live amongst other white
Well,
people.
I'm talking about outside the United States
Yeah,
because the United States
Oh,
is very unique in how we look at that. The rest
yeah.
of the world is not like that as strong. So basically, my point is, I feel like this is how I look at white people as like serfs. So you got the way the white code, and I've really kind of formulated this after I got involved with the channel. The way white people work is white people work on a hierarchical class. This is, you know, who actually really clued in on this and talked about this, Professor Black Truth, in which he
Hmm.
Don't
said,
most people work that way
huh?
though? Don't most people work on a hierarchical class? Like,
No,
this is the
not like
leader.
that. Let me explain though. Basically, the way Professor Black Truth said it was he said that white people basically took their Middle Ages, medieval way of doing things, where you had like the aristocrats, and they basically exported that across the planet, so where the serfs became black people. And white people got to move up. This is why poor whites have a certain issue when they see black people doing better than them. My point is that's also a weakness. Even though, that's why they understand a pecking.
did you read one of BGS's books that he mentioned,
No, I have.
the Lucifer Principle?
I
The
have.
Lucifer Principle. Yeah, you might want to read that. It might open your eyes a little bit.
About what?
It's one of them, huh?
About what?
That's about human nature, or
Yeah.
basically nature, period, and how it affects humans. Because we, at the end of the day, we're part of the animal kingdom, and a lot of the same attributes and habits that the animals have, we do have. Even though it's kind of
Yeah.
harder to observe because of our culture. It's
Well,
kind
I'm
of
not.
Right. Yeah. Like, I mean, a lot of, so like what you're saying, as far as pecking order and things
yeah.
like that, the
Yeah.
thing is, our higher, or quote, air quotes, higher human intellect causes us to not stay in our lane or get out of that pecking order.
Hmm.
But nature dictates that if you do not respect that pecking order, you will die, or you have the risk of dying, and
Yeah.
in some cases, it is absolute.
Well,
So like that's why I said that, because it's like, it sounds like something that everybody really does. Also, we have to take two shots because you said his name twice.
I'm not. I'm not saying.
And no water. I gotta eat
I'm
like
not.
M&Ms or something.
Here's the thing. See, and
Right.
this is something that we got to stop doing. I am not saying that all humans don't have it. It's kind of like saying, do people practice politics? Yes or no? Well,
Hmm.
yes, they do, but what type of politics they're practicing is going to dictate attitudes and behaviors. White people do it differently than black people. It's not
Yeah.
all a similar pecking order. White people, black people are more egalitarian. where the strongest rise up versus white people are not. White people like to say they're that way, but you can look at how they do their companies and how their
But what do
companies.
they look at as strength, though? Like their view on strength is different.
Okay.
But they always rise. They always put strength at the top, or the strongest at the top.
Strongest will rise up, and they always have.
Right.
So,
but yeah, but like blacks would probably do it physically or something like that. Is what you're saying, maybe?
They used to do it physically until I remember I used to tell you guys about amateur weapons. We'll quickly talk about amateur weapons. Okay, you can't. In other words, you can no longer.
The gun is a religion.
The gun as a religion, because that freed the serfs, or we used to call the serfs on the land from their masters, from their landowner masters.
It's the great equalizer.
It was a great equal. That's what they call it, a great equalizer. In other words, you can't hire a skilled army to come in and basically keep your serfs in line, keep your people in line, because they have amateur weapons. They can actually fight back more effectively than you can. And if you don't train your serfs or your common people to actually fight, then you're going to have another country that is going to come in and wipe you out. Napoleon did that. Okay, Napoleon basically.
I just want people to understand that there's nuances. To say it's the same to me is an oversimplification, because it's not. White people do things very differently than what Africans do things.
And what I'm saying is each region is going to have its own nuances, and if you're going to
kind of like dialects.
Well, it's kind of like dialects. You have to go back into the history of that area. Trump is, he's basically, Trump is a Prussian. Okay, he's come from Prussian extraction. That's royalty, but it's also authoritarian. So you can tell that Trump has an authoritarian bent, like it's my way or the highway.
Yeah.
And he's not. Trump is not a liberal. You can tell that.
And he likes how Putin does things to a certain. I mean, he knows he can't do all that. Even the way he's handling this Russian probe, like what Trump really wants to do is get rid of anybody that's probing him, but he knows he can't do that.
I don't know if I don't know if he doesn't know that. I think he's.
Well, he might. He's fine, but it's like he's kind of going to the fire, and it's getting hotter and hotter. But he's trying to probe for weaknesses in it. But the Republicans are telling him, we're going to back you, but we can't back you if you're just doing flagrant stuff like that.
Well,
that flagrant.
Well, if you're a populist, he's a populist, and people that are downtrodden, they want a strong man. Just like the Russians were downtrodden, and they put in Putin because Putin's a strong man. He's an authoritarian. Authoritarians get things done.
Yeah, they was talking about a lot of that in that book.
Well, I'm saying that's all. I mean, whether he does or he doesn't, the thing is that he has that attitude that I'm going to get things done. I'm going to do things my way. I'm going to get things done in a hurry, and I'm going to run over anybody that gets in my way. And people are attracted to that because they don't have time to wait and negotiate. They want to get things done now, and people tend to gravitate to people like that.
Well, big question.
One at a time.
Well, Big Jess,
after he's done.
Okay, I'll be real quick. On that question, being a strong man, he's a populist. Therefore, he's the head of state, the face of the state, of the people that put him there. And since the law enforcement is the arm of the state, will that same type of like strongman philosophy apply to the law enforcement as to why they've been given the right to just run?
No, they're not, because you have a strongman, an authoritarian, in a liberal country. Okay, this country is too liberal for that. There's too many checks and balances. That's why you have the courts that are refusing to follow his edicts. You have the FBI basically telling him that we're not going to do what you say. We're not going to shut down an investigation just on your say so. You got Congress fighting back. You got all the press pushing back on them. This is a liberal country. You have an authoritarian president. Now you're seeing the difference between a true conservative, which Trump is, and a liberal country, well, a liberal society that's fighting back.
Okay, well, what I'm trying to do is seeing how that will connect to how the state is allowing the law enforcement to pretty much shoot people with the backing of the state just because they're scared.
What I'm saying is that happened under That happened under all your liberal presidents. That's been going on for years. That hasn't changed. The only difference is that you getting it on camera. They will pull the reason that they're gonna the reason that the state by state are actually going after these cops. Might not be prosecuting them, but they're firing them. Is because they're forcing people to mix. So if you keep gunning down citizens, especially on camera, people are going to get upset, and it's going to make you unsafe. It's going to make the cops unsafe. So eventually, they're going to have to work this out.
Right, because that's what I'm saying. Because, like, say the electronic media and the social media, how when brothers first got on social media, no one knew that X number of years later we'd be here in this point, brothers online discussing, getting caught up on game and all this stuff. And so my thing is, by people actually seeing this, what's going on, eventually that's going to have a similar type of effect.
We can hear you.
Can I jump in on that one?
Go ahead, Dr. Jones.
Gentlemen, what's happening? So I wanted to talk about this because I spent a long time I worked for the largest sheriff's office in my state, so I kind of have an insider's point of view. So if we're talking about Philando Castile, what happened to him, and why the jury let that cop go free, it's not a Trump thing. It's just basically how the laws are written. Basically, you know, every time an officer puts up a "in fear of my life" defense, the jury is instructed to consider, you know, basically, do you believe this officer's life was at risk? So all the other evidence that was presented really is kind of meaningless because of the ways the laws are written. And you have two major Supreme Court decisions that basically said that the police are basically free to kill at will if, quote unquote, they feel that their life is in danger. So it's not a Trump thing, although, I mean, there are things he could do. He could propose to change the law. He could propose to, you know, do some aggressive Department of Justice type stuff. But I mean, you basically have legislatures and courts across the country that sign off on these kind of laws. So unless that gets changed, then this is what you're going to see.
Good doctor, do you think it was wrong for him to do? Like, do you think the officer was wrong in that case?
Legally, he was not wrong. The jury had no choice but to find him not guilty. Now, morally, hell yeah, it was wrong. And that officer.
No, I understand that, and I want to get in.
Let him, Edward.
So I mean, the officer was clearly scared and clearly poorly trained, and part of the issue is that the police are looking for anybody that can fill a uniform out. They're not looking for down mind and body. They're looking for bodies that they can throw in a uniform and put out there on the street.
I have a question for you.
Let him finish. Okay.
I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question. I have a question for him, real quick.
Okay.
Since you worked in law enforcement, do you feel like they need to actually have a better psychic evaluation of these people mentally before they give them a badge? Because it seems like they're looking for the most incompetent person that will just follow orders. Any person that thinks outside the box pretty much doesn't become an officer unless you can stay in line, and follow orders and do what you're told without thinking, sort of like a soldier.
Yeah, I mean.
Can I add something to that?
Let him answer, and then you can add. Then Edward wants to say something. Then you Grizzly.
All right. There's a story that was in the New York Times just the other day where departments are looking for damn near anybody. So in terms of the there used to be pretty strict psychological testing that happened before somebody could be accepted. And police departments in the old days would, they would decline a lot of people. It was tough to become a cop, compared to what it is today. But I mean, the pressure, see, my whole thing is, I believe that the police are responding to political pressure. In other words, they're trying to be proactive. They're trying to do quote unquote community policing. They're trying to be out there in the community, but that's the exact wrong-headed approach. They should not be making contact with the people. They should not be patrolling. They should only be there to take the phone call. Then you get your interaction with the police. That's just my opinion.
To add to it, I don't know who just said that. Not doctor, but the gentleman before.
Jamie. Yeah.
Jamie. Yeah, I hear him every week and I just forget his name. But my cousin, I think it was like 5 years ago, maybe, or within the last 5 years, he kept on trying to apply, and he came out of the armed services, did multiple tours in Iraq, and I believe he's going back or he's taking another tour somewhere else, and he kept on getting denied. And I think it's true what Dr. Jones is saying, that there's a lot of strict psych evaluation, because he kept on failing the psych evaluation. And I would think he's a person of decent thought process, mental stability, and everything like that. And that's all I got to say on that. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but the cop, from when I looked at the situation and heard the recordings, is that it's a felony stop. Okay, if it's a full felony stop, and the guy was a suspect, why are the cops approaching the car? That's the first thing I saw, because it's a felony stop. The guy may be armed, especially in a concealed carry state. If the guy's dangerous, you wouldn't approach the car. You have the guy, like I said, you embarrass the hell out of the guy and the occupants in the car, but saying is they would still be alive. You get them out, have them walk backwards, you handcuff them, you frisk them, and then you take their information. If you believe it's a felony stop, you don't approach it like it's a traffic stop. And that's where the guy was wrong. You were already scared.
Yeah, I mean, the guy really already had his hand or finger almost on the gun as soon as he said something, or it was just it was so quick. I watched it over and over again. And I was like, yo, that's a little bit too quick. And it looks like he threw the ID and everything back in there, almost like trying to put his hand on the guy. So he can, I don't know. It was kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Sorry, Edward.
No. You all are good, because I know how I am. So y'all are good. Here's the thing. I understand, with respect to the doctor, and I've dealt with people. I had people that let me off of stuff they had no business letting me off of. White cops. And I can give you 4 or 5 examples. Not no felony crap or anything like that. Moving by stuff like that. Like not having insurance because I was young and dumb and stupid stuff. So I'm not, going to act like, all white cops are bad or anything like that, but I'm not on that. But, in fact, I'm going to keep it real with you. If you hear me talk about the police, a lot of people might try to throw a coon card on me. Because, again, I'm very measured in what I say. But with that said, at the end of the day, I don't care about these psych evaluations that people want to talk about. Guess what? These cops aren't doing this to white folks. They're not doing this.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Not like that.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, you got to watch a Ben Shapiro video. He goes off on this stuff, and especially goes into the numbers. And you'd be very surprised that it's actually quite different, or it's actually quite different than the social narrative or the moral, emotional narrative.
I'll say it this way. So you got videos just like Philando Castile and the Ferguson incident, and if you do, okay, then
there was a guy that was dating. Actually, he was out with his ex-wife, right? And they were drunk. And this cop chased this cop. It was in California. The cop chased him, right? And basically the guy was drunk, and he rolled his car. He rolled the van, right? The woman got ejected. She was dead. So the cop rolls up to the car. He turns on the light, and then you can see the guy and the driver trying to climb out of the window because the car was on his side, right? The cop pulled out his gun. He put 3 bullets in him. The guy falls back into the car, and he checks the guy to see if he's dead.
So I got to for the doctor.
They got body cam video of that?
The dash cam showed it.
I have no.
He just whipped out the gun, put three shots in him, as the guy was trying to struggle out of the side of the window. And
okay.
Yeah.
I got a question for BGS and the doctor now. If it's going with that, I don't have enough to put my foot down on that one way or the other. So if going on that, is it that the media is just choosing not to showcase that shit? Because if it happens to white
Yeah.
people, if it happens to white people,
Yeah, but that's the point. They like to show it to black people to make us feel like we got to stay in line. Like it's to get us emotional. Like if they would show that about white people would actually get out there and change the laws. We just get mad and riot. We don't know how to actually organize. Like, see, this is what like Yvette and them talk about. We got to get political. They're talking about stuff like that. If you want to actually change the laws, we need more. We need more organization. We can't just be out there acting like individuals if we want to actually change the system in the way we needed to.
But we
Hey,
already.
I want to get in that. Go ahead, though.
Go ahead, real quick.
Here's the thing about Yvette. I'm gonna say it just like this, and I would say this right to her face. The problem. Oh shit. The problem is black women running the show, and I would tell her if you all fuck back, then maybe some shit will happen. And then another thing, because what she would come at me and say is she would say, well, look at all these men in the Congressional Black Caucus and blah, blah, blah. Those men are put there by black women. And you eliminate the people that are elected by black women and the simps, because that's why they simp out, because the black women put them there so they enforce the will of what black women want. That's where all this forgive bullshit comes from. So she's not really serious about that, because if she was, then she would speak to what really needs to be done, but her mind would never go to that angle. And that's why I don't respect a lot of what she says, because she really is not serious about really doing it. She's just talking, kind of like Polite. But anyway, I'm off with that.
Man, brother Polite getting caught with trannies. His words are relevant.
brother Polite is
a hotep hustler, like you like to say.
Hotep hustler, man, because he's in LA and basically he's been put on notice by the conscious community. He's a hotep hustler.
Yvette and Tone aren't. They're just selling a different narrative. They're like the political Derrick Jacksons.
Yeah, that's one bad thing about being in the spotlight, being able to fuck whoever you want to. I mean, you got transvestites out there that will trick you, and they look just like women. you
fucking
fuck
all
around
over plenty
and
of
fuck
fish.
on
What happens if you just fuck it?
Yeah.
Hey, Dr. Jones.
He's still here to ask your question.
Hey, what's the rules of engagement for most cops when they pull you over before they can escalate force?
Well, it depends on the state, and every department has its own policies. But just like Master Teacher was saying earlier, if it's a felony stop, you're supposed to, escalate it to a higher level quicker in terms of what you're supposed to do. But here's the problem. This is why I'm not a big fan of, because I hear this a lot, we need better training, we need better policies. The real issue, and Ed alluded to this, the laws have to be changed. The use of force laws have to be changed, because right now it is, as we all can see, it's extremely difficult to convict, because you have to prove that the officer, like in the case of the Castillo case, you have to prove that the officer was willfully, culpable negligence or something. Yeah. First of all, what does that mean to the average person? And second of all, basically, if the jury bought, which they did, if they buy that he's really in fear for his life, then that's an automatic acquittal. So hopefully to answer your question somewhat, because it really depends, but generally speaking, it's supposed to be, it's like a force continuum. So if I swing on you, you can swing on me. If I pull out a baton, you can put a baton out on me. If I pull out a knife, you get to start using more lethal force.
Yeah, and they always talk about the balance between between cop safety and public safety, and basically err on the side of cop safety, because you want people to actually go out there and do the job
and go home.
Yeah.
It's sort of like that. It's sort of like that stand your ground.
One at a time. I think it was who was that first?
Yeah, that's probably.
Follow up.
I just want to say a quick statement. It's sort of like that stand your ground law, where white people, like in the South, they can actually stand behind that for any reason to shoot a black man. They could be like, "Oh, I stood my ground. I fear for my life," and it's like the jury always acquits them on that. That's basically the what Zimmerman stood behind, and a lot of them other people in like Texas.
Yeah, they modified it real quick. Okay, because black people are arming themselves up, and they started shooting white folks for the same reason. They modified it real quick. Yeah, they modified it real quick.
A black woman even shot the bullet in the air as a warning, and they tried to put her in jail.
You know what? Because I investigated that. There was the the thing is
she left and came back.
The thing is, she was already under a restraining order for being violent toward him. The judge and basically before the trial, the judge says, okay, the DA said, if you don't make any more contact with him, you stay away from him, we're gonna give you so many years probation and whatnot. In other words, you won't have to do any time or anything like that. Okay. She violated the restraining order because she went out and she went to his door and assaulted him. She did that twice. Wow. And she did that twice.
Never heard that shit.
And then I said, okay, we're going to give you 6 months in jail, and then we're going to give you, I think it was 3 years probation.
That's what I get for speaking up for assistance.
Then her lawyer didn't take the deal. She said, the lawyer said, I'm going to use a stand your ground. We use your stand your ground law. And the DA kept saying that it doesn't apply to you. It's not going to apply to you.
Well,
because you went to, once you went to the garage to the car and you retreated.
Right, and then you came back.
In other words, you came back with the gun. In other words, you went to your car into the garage, came back with the gun. In other words, you could have easily gotten in the car, lifted up the garage door, and left. You didn't do that. You came back with the gun into the car, and in fact, he held up both his sons and said, "You're gonna shoot me with my sons in my arms," and she shot anyway. So that automatically she killed everything.
Man, that's typical. That's a typical black woman. Didn't some black woman just stab some dude 42 times and got away with it?
Ooh, I don't remember that one.
Man, they gave O'Shea. I swear, I keep saying this. Well, I've been saying this. I'm gonna say it. O'Shea's on some like Grand Slam level shit with the last few videos too. Because them two videos where they all gave. Did you see that crap?
Which video is that? Like, what are the titles?
It just came. It's today. It's just before this hangout. It's
the Colin Kaepernick one.
No.
He had Sasha Ray on, and Sasha Ray left like a little girl crying.
Oh, Jap.
Yeah. But American Male wanted to get in. Hold on a second. American Male didn't get in, and we kind of bypassed him. So jump in, bro.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, can the citizens, I'm talking to Dr. Jones, can the citizens write the rules of engagement, or do we have to change laws to do that?
That's a good question. And I was going to bring this up too. If you guys ever heard of jury nullification, that's another issue. So when you are a juror, the judge and the people involved instruct you to look at the law in a certain way, and they really drill into that. No, you're supposed to only look at this aspect of the law and nothing else. Now, in theory, a jury could do is called jury nullification, because technically you're supposed to be judging the facts and the law. Now, in the case of Mr. Castile, it would be tough, because that would be like you would basically be convicting him anyway, right? So the law might say, let him go, but the jury might say, no, we choose to convict, and they can do that. But it's a lot less likely that's going to succeed, because the officer could have appealed. So to get to the use of force laws, it requires, I would imagine, legislatures to change that. The individual departments can have their policies, but you really want the legislature to say, when it comes to the police, this is when they're authorized to use deadly force, because you're not going to find any of those protections. Even the Supreme Court has had 2 decisions which basically give them the license to kill at will. So the legislatures have to change it.
Like all of this is legal. make this quick statement. This is, to me, this is just designed to make stuff so. This is like what Wall Street did. When we're gonna make stuff so complicated, we're going to say what I say it is, just because we're gonna make the stuff so convoluted that you can't really get down to what it is. And I see what you're trying to say, and it's admirable. But at the end of the day, it comes down to I'm white and I say so. That's how I.
But isn't the ambiguity of the law there because you have to leave things up to interpretation? Like you have to have, you can't do that.
Well, you need precedent.
But no, but that's the interpretation. But that's not like the I'm white because I'm say so is the interpretation. But it's not really the law because it can be interpreted any which way. It just keeps on leaning towards.
It's just whoever has the power, which is when you look at the prosecutor, the DAs, the legislators, and then that's when you start. That's when what's called was saying about Yvette. That's called, to me, that's called white supremacy at that point. Which you don't have these people in these positions, and when you do, they go along with what the white people say.
Well, it is what it is. The thing is, how can we make it better? If you know that. You know, if that's how come a lot of black people don't carry guns. Okay, exactly what happened to Philando Castile. That's how come a lot of black people don't carry them.
Yeah, like unless I'm asked, I don't like. I remember taking a course and they were like, "Listen, unless you're asked, you don't really have to tell them."
It depends on the state.
Yeah, they had in some states, it's like you don't have to tell them.
Question I want to ask Dr. Jones. In Minnesota that you know of, was he required to tell them that he had a firearm?
I'm not sure. And I know that varies from state to state. I had to look that up, to be honest.
They had, oh, sorry.
I mean, I you know, because I do carry, and when they ask me, I tell them. I mean, if I get stopped, I tell them. And thus far, knock on wood, I'm still alive, and I've been pulled over a few times, but it really does vary. I'm not sure if he was required to tell them or not, but I mean, you're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't, because if they
done outside,
you know, it just, I mean, that the fact that cop he was afraid.
Yeah.
I mean, he shouldn't have been out there at all to begin with.
Yeah.
What about that cop who did the friendly fire? Did you hear about that? Like the actual black cop that got killed or shot over, and called it friendly fire? Because he wasn't like that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, that's happened more than once. So that's why I just come down to simplifying it, you know, because a lot of these cops get away with that. The only time that somebody's actually gotten in trouble for this that I've seen, and this is not a cop, was the white dude. Remember this happened around the Zimmerman trial, when it was an old white guy who just straight executed the black kids because they were playing hip hop. That's the only time they've actually convicted somebody. Other than that, I haven't really
that was in northern Florida or central Florida.
And I was surprised.
I wasn't.
I mean,
and he was drunk, I believe, too.
In fact, there was another stand your ground trial where it wasn't even a trial, where there was a black dude had, you know, a couple of racists actually picked a fight with him. They actually punched him, and he brandished the gun, and they backed off, and then they came back in after him again, and he shot one of those guys to death.
I believe that was in Florida in a Waffle House.
In a Waffle House.
Yeah.
So it does. So
it was another guy that.
Yeah,
it was another guy that knocked on somebody's door for help, or was it a female that knocked on?
That was a woman that did that, and she got shot.
Yeah, there was a guy too that was in. Was it in Michigan where that woman knocked on the door for help?
I'm not sure.
And shot. I think that was in Michigan.
They convicted that person, I believe, too.
Yeah, it was Michigan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was a guy I think it was in North Carolina. Was it North Carolina? Where he knocked on a couple of doors and then he walked away and the cops came back and
Charlotte is always on some bullshit. Like all that shit happens in Charlotte, by the way. You know, that's why I live in Raleigh. Because I'm not saying the cops don't do nothing out here. There's been like one case, but for the most part, the biggest thing that happened out here was a white guy executed some Muslims in Chapel Hill, and they were university students. They got the white. It took them a second. They actually got because he just killed it was women too, so they was like a hate crime, but that happened in Chapel Hill, in which I actually just drove from there literally while talking to you all. But a lot of that bullshit that happens in Charlotte because they're trying to crowd control black people in Charlotte because they're trying to push black people to the outskirts of the city. Yeah, so that's where a lot of that shit comes from. Because Charlotte is actually a big model as far as how most of these cities are going to be, like what BGS talks to. The white people,
LA, Los Angeles, and Atlanta were the first. But LA was the first.
But white people live in the core, and that's where you want to be. By the way, that thing where it was a club where the black women got, they said they couldn't get in because they said it was a private club, and they were sharing it on social media because it wasn't, and the white woman behind them said it wasn't. Like that was in the middle of Charlotte. So yeah, but that all that bullshit's in Charlotte.
Yeah, that's why I said Gentrified. Everybody should go see Gentrified. You know, I wish he would release it on DVD.
He needs to hurry the hell up because I paid for that shit. I mean, I'm being cool, but I ain't gonna talk shit about Tommy and Nick Takes.
Well,
I tried to date him, but damn.
Do I take a swig at this point?
Go ahead. Oh,
Hey,
what do you?
I mean, I thought it was just Derek Jackson. You just mentioned any YouTuber.
I'm drinking a stout.
Oh, drinking a stout.
But you know what? That's one thing too that gets on my goddamn nerves about black conservatives. Real talk is when we talk about this tactical stuff, you know, you need people like Dr. Jones who can actually, you know, say, okay, is this just white supremacy? What's the tactical stuff? How far into the bullshit am I? You know, and because he can break down tactically, you know, from the law what needs to be done. But a lot of conservatives will just be like, well, it's the law. It has nothing to do with the fact white people are changing shit and all of that.
Let me, if you don't.
Yeah, I see a lot of hooping and hollering and screaming, but it's good to hear Dr. Jones's side because he's talking from the inside and giving me some type of, because you hear a lot of that stuff where they actually do that, where they try to say jurors, hey, this is what you have to look at, and then these guys get off, and then people are like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, well, and I wanted to talk about that too, because there is a lot of law enforcement worship that goes on. It was amazing. And it's really disturbing because, I mean, there will come a time when these laws, as poorly written as there are, you know, right now it's being used against us pretty effectively, but the day is going to come when that gets turned on them. And they're going to be like,
when they were straight spying on them all day, every day, they did it under the guise of terrorism. I get it, it's New York. But that power, the thing that gets on my nerves is, you know, this is the thing. Black people don't have a problem. We really had a problem with law enforcement. We got black people that are in our family, that are in law enforcement. When we talk to them like any other person, we don't be, oh, well, you a cop, blah, blah. Nobody does that.
Because you can't, because there's a balance. Okay, you can't live in urban environments without police. You just can't.
Yeah, we understand that.
So there has to be a balance, and black people are going to have to stop, get out of the streets, and start going down to their city hall. I mean, it's real easy because New York and Atlanta solved it really, really quickly. Okay.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to say. I was gonna say that.
Really quickly. All they did was say, okay, we're gonna go right after your banks and collapse your banks if you don't do something and stop this heavy-handed law enforcement. And all of a sudden, kaboom! Everything happened because it's about money.
Well, how much is that really a long-term solution?
Oh yeah,
it's a good old-fashioned bank run.
Yeah.
Well, 70% of
Let's be frank is speaking right now. Go ahead. Let's be frank.
Well, let me propose something that's more long-term and more permanent per se. Your money ain't supposed to be in there anyway. Okay. I said your money isn't supposed to be in there anyway. Like you guys were saying in your last hangout on the BGS Women's channel, how that brother was speaking about changing the culture, all right, and how it's going to have to start with X number of brothers, and they have to get their code together and look for their female counterparts. But you can't have a new community without cooperative women.
Okay. You can't change. You can't change the culture,
right?
But you can modify it to your and fit within it to your needs, because there's way too much influence. There's way too much money out there, and basically you have to live. In other words, unless you're going to find an isolated place and to start like the Amish or even
Greenland.
No, you can. No, you don't have to go to Greenland. There's plenty of spots in the middle of the country where you can start a community.
That is true.
For cheap.
Well,
Well,
it really doesn't take that much. I mean, land prices.
One at a time.
Well, this is like one of the things where, this is where I get like Dr. Jones, where there's a lot of technical things there's considerations that have to be done. It's a reason it just hasn't been done. It's a reason for that. It's not that, it's just lack of will to do it. It's that, like, for instance, nobody wants to deal with the fact that we have a very low amount of cooperative women, and our ability to influence our women is very low, because they're going on autopilot when it comes to black women. Are the most influenced, in my opinion, by pop culture of any other group of women, because they don't have the other social layers other groups have. They don't have the shit white women have, where they could throw your ass in the hood, like in the low poverty, and women don't want that. They don't have the other thing other groups have. So they're the most.
No, I mean, we do.
One at a time. Let him finish.
I want to say
30 seconds, Edward. Yeah.
Our women will most of our women will be perfectly fine being in the projects as long as they can get a check. So what are you going to?
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
Is somebody jerking off with a chain on?
if you're doing something in the background, either mute yourself or stop. So I think
honestly, I think somebody was playing Madden earlier, which is funny.
Or maybe he's playing the drinking game and he's rattling his ice.
Yeah. I think we had a Madden game earlier.
Finish that with real quick so that Young Grizzly can get in.
Yeah, how do you legally control your women? That's my question.
You can't, but like what I see with our women is and even our men too as well, like just the black American social structure, is that there's just immaturity, and what you're seeing is social immaturity.
I wanted to point out.
No, what did you say?
One at a time. Edward. Let Mike finish. Let's be frank, and then Dr. Jones wants to get in, because we know. To put a pin in it, write down a note or two, because I know you'll jump in. So go ahead, finish up, Mike.
Edward got an oxygen tank over there, man. I always say that.
Edward don't need no oxygen, man. Edward got lung capacity.
That's his mutant ability.
Go ahead, finish up, Mike.
Could be a lawyer.
All right, yeah. So I think what it is just social immaturity, or just cultural immaturity, and that is a big factor. And you see it in a lot of things where you start to talk to people about investments, land, whatever, so on and so forth. There's only a few of us that actually are really cognizant of it, or just conscious of it, really. And it's a part of everyday life and what we do and things like that. But what you're seeing is a lot of, and they're not wrong, but you're seeing a lot of people belly aching and whining and crying, kind of like a baby that wants to be fed. And it's understandable. You want to voice your opinion, but sometimes they're just voicing their opinion into the Grand Canyon, as opposed to at their local municipality, city hall meetings, things like that, PTA meetings even. Then that's it.
Okay, who's next? It was, let's be frank. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. This is how I see it. I look at it like this. I mean, I know this is an Edmore site, Some of us
let it fly, man. Let it fly. Don't worry about that. Let it fly.
Some of us Edmore, Mid-Toe, S/DM. Yeah. Whatever flavor of candy you are, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But I look at it like this. It's time for a change. No matter how you guys, whatever you follow, the key is to get networked and organized among yourselves.
Yes.
We're here to deprogram ourselves, and then for those brothers who seek, as Obsidian would say, that companion, whether it's wife, long term, whatever it is, I mean, it just ain't cutting it here. So we make our own decisions of which way we want to go. And all these things that we've spoken about, getting shot, changing laws, it's all based on community, an organized, intact community where the men are organized.
And the women have nothing to do with it.
And right, that's us. And so I understand what you say, BJS, how we didn't have a choice in how we got here.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, and that being the case, there's some things that I believe that we still have in terms of freedom of association, organizing, that they can't control. They can't control where I put my money. They can't control where I put my phallus.
Yeah.
Or they can't control the internet either.
Okay.
Well, to some degree they can, but yeah.
And they're trying to more openly too.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Jones.
Especially with the whole net neutrality and everything like that.
Dr. Jones is next.
Now, I wanted just to offer a bright spot. So we mentioned, someone talked about, making it hurt in the pocketbook. So actually what's happening is that with all these particular shootings, there have been so many civil suits, which is going to be coming up next in the case of Mr. Castillo. There might be 2 civil suits coming up, but so many departments are having to pay out so much money that the insurers that actually cover the city for liability are also starting to pressure police departments across the country to make changes, because these insurers are not going to be paying out these deep pocket settlements, right? And believe me, I was in the capacity where I was writing checks for a lot of those particular settlements, and they're not cheap. Wow. So a lot of cities are self-insured, but many of your smaller towns, like the town that Officer Yanez worked at, they have private insurers, and so they're going to be coughing up a lot of money. So I mean, there's more than one way to skin a cat, and I definitely agree with the brother. Let's be frank, and I also agree with Edward. It makes it really hard to lobby and do these other things when we don't have a solid community of women behind us. But there are other ways to make it hurt. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah.
Now here's I want to add on this. I want to add on something real quick.
One at a time, Jamie.
Imagine if they started to actually connect police performance to their pensions and say, for every time you mess up, we're going to take 10% of your pension. Don't you think that would actually nip all that misconduct in the bud?
Somewhat.
I think that would help.
Somewhat. I think they would come back and say claim duress of some sort.
Oh, if a guy's afraid that he's not going to come home, he's not worried about his pension.
Exactly. And then even if they say something,
go ahead, finish, Mike, real quick.
Even if they say something, then they can always come back and say that's kind of unjust, and I'm sure some court would say, yeah, that is kind of messed up, and then that would add more stress to the actual working environment of the officer. I also have something else, but I can do it after.
Edward, go ahead. Edward hadn't spoken in a while. I know he's chomping at the bit. Go ahead, Edward. He's got a full air of lungs, full lungs of air.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Drooling on his mic over there.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Edward. Wait a minute. He's silent.
He's quiet.
He's quiet.
Did we make fun of him too much?
No, he probably don't he drive Uber?
Yeah, he probably
got a fare.
Yeah.
But so I'm gonna jump in and I'm gonna take Edward's spot.
Okay.
Kuliji, he said this earlier. Who isn't for themself at this point, and that brings up a point for me. Not to refute his claim, but do you think individualism at this point, like kind of something like not Obsidian, but Obsidian. That Obsidian would say like individualism is probably the best bet, or leaning towards being the best bet.
What do you mean by that?
To work in this society, work in this government, work with the changes that are coming.
It's already
like that.
Individualistic.
Yeah, I mean, no, you can't.
But more so,
if you want change, it has to be collective, because you have way too many people. If people start doing it individualistically, then it's going to really, really throw a big monkey. We already have. That's what you're having right now. The problem with a liberal society is that you have so many voices and so many different factions going at each other. Is that it's very difficult to get things done, and that's something that President Obama actually said. Authoritarian society is singular, so when they decide on doing something, right or wrong, it gets done. Okay. Trump has that mindset. He has an authoritarian mindset. Okay, I said it. I'm going to do it. It's going to get done, and everybody get out of my way.
Yeah, like.
And when I say
one at a time, Jamie first, and then Mike.
Yeah, I think a good analogy to use here would be what Robert De Niro said in Untouchables. If we want to get this done, we got to treat it like baseball. Like when we're in the field together, we got to basically hustle as one team. But when you're in certain situations, like when you're at bat, you can shine individually. So there's certain times where we could be individuals and shine, but when it comes down to being actually organized, we got to come together and know how to get the job done and hustle as one team.
Yeah. Okay, now Mike.
Yeah, and I mean, Facile, he said individualism is an illusion. I do understand that. But like individual decisions, things that you can do to better yourself and better your own situation is kind of what I'm saying. Like, should we sometimes, like, or in a case, divest from the court of popular opinion, like wanting social changes and just work on ourselves? Is kind of what I'm getting at.
I agree.
Does that make any sense?
It's called personal accountability.
Well, personal accountability is one thing, but you still got to work within a group because you live within a group. Human beings do not live by themselves, so you can work. You can work individually. You can work with the environment that you're in. Okay, like what you're doing, Mike. You're not working outside of the environment. You're working with the environment, just like anything.
Yeah, I work with it, but it's just I do things also to make myself better.
Yeah,
but I don't know, how would you classify that? Would that be individualism, or is that just you're just working for yourself?
It's individualism, but I'm saying that human beings work on that. Okay, they work on individualism, but also within the group.
Because it's individualism that serves the group to a certain extent. Here's my thing, and I'm just say this, I'm gonna back off. Black people, particularly black men, this is something that personally annoyed me in the black manosphere. We got to stop thinking like it goes 100% one side or 100% another side. When I hear a lot of people talk, obviously this is not BJ's, but a lot of people talk, it's all like, it's either completely this way or completely that way. Like, for instance, with the thing about the paying for pussy shit, it's either you're an absolute simp or there's this mythical thing where you're not giving no money, no time, no energy for women at all. There is no thing for the nuances, and that's what Mike is talking about.
He said, let me check my POF.
He got a good point.
You gotta remember, this is recorded, and people will complain that I'm letting you guys talk over him. So even though you guys have comments, kind of hold them down a little bit. Go ahead, Edward.
So as far as Mike is concerned, I agree. Mike needs to take care. Jason Black says it all the time. You got to help yourself first before you help somebody else. And that's what Mike is doing. He's in position to help people, like I think your nephew and stuff like that, because what he has done for himself. And that is an individual piece. You're only as strong as your weakest man. And the problem with a lot of black people is when they start talking collective, most black people don't know what it is to work as a collective, to be honest. They want to be leader. They don't want to show their work. They don't understand the value they bring to the collective, which justifies their ability to speak. Everybody wants an opinion, but everybody's opinion don't matter. And in black society, everybody's opinion does matter. So I just want to put that out there.
Everybody take a swig.
You said Jason Black.
Your opinion matters as much as you're bringing something to the table. And if you're not, then shut the fuck up.
The thing is that when I think of what I said to O'Shea, the last hangout I was in with him, is that black people are way too idealistic and less pragmatic. You got to like Dr. Jones and pragmatic people. Okay, that's how come things get done.
You know what black people in America like independent truck drivers. They want to just get on their truck, make as much money as they can, get out my way, don't get in my way, and that's that.
They do that because they're lazy. They're too lazy to do the work of the collective, and they see it as too big of a task. So they say, "I'm gonna be independent."
I think some
one at a time.
It's like they don't trust. Like a black person doesn't trust another black person. They feel like everybody's out to get them. I mean, it's a lot of different stuff.
Most black people ain't even tried enough to really say that shit to keep it 100.
Okay, let's be frank. Jump in.
That wasn't me.
Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to jump in.
Oh,
go ahead, American.
I mean, one thing that I see.
Hold on. American Male wants to jump in.
No, what I actually see is a lot of black people follow, false prophets, and they're going off the
Mm-hmm.
cliff. And then somebody says, "Okay, let's stop going this way." It was like, well, you want to go my way, then I'm not gonna fuck with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest, like, I've been looking at this. If I really just didn't care and I wanted to make a lot of money, you know who gets the most money out of black people? A preacher,
Preacher.
a
Yep.
Christian preacher. Like, I'd
Yeah.
go be a preacher, right? I'd
Yeah.
be a
And
millionaire.
rob 'em blind.
Like even Edward talked to Chomp to the bits. Man, he could get on a pulpit, man. He makes so much money.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Derek Jackson.
He'll do a
was
sermon.
Because-
He'll do
yeah,
a 2-hour
because-
sermon in 30 minutes.
Because black
Yeah,
people
be-
looking for what? Emotion, right? That's the whole thing. Black
Mhm.
people looking for emotion.
And they want to feel good.
Like if I gave people emotion with what I had, what I know, I have a lot more followers. But I'm not giving emotion. I'm giving pragmatic information.
Yeah, with your
Right.
intelligence, you could easily be a Derek Jackson and rake in the dough.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He could.
Yeah, another person that he has another person that has a lot of knowledge that I can't really listen to too much, so I don't like I used to, is the Reluctant Nabi.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
but his delivery and his speech is sometimes hard to follow, and then
Yeah.
of course the subject matter, people don't want to hear it because it's a hard truth. Now,
but it's
but it doesn't take away from what he actually says. He says
No.
really hard-hitting shit that's backed by biblical scriptures, and he shows his intelligence and knowledge of the scripture, which is great. And I haven't listened to him in a while, but I got to get back on him and listen to him.
Myron Golden.
You know what would help the Reluctant Nabi if he actually would script what he wants to talk about.
Mhm.
Because I think that's kind of what hurts him a little bit. If he would actually write down what he wants to say, I think that would help his channel out a lot.
Right.
You know a dude that Reluctant Nabi needs to listen to that speaks to that vernacular? Myron Golden. Myron Golden speaks the same kind of stuff, except it's not as hard hitting, but it's Christian stuff. It's mainly about business. And the way he delivers it, black women swoon over. You should see the group that I'm in. He has this little marketing product and basically I love selling it to black women because they love that dude. Like, it's so easy to sell. I make like $20 a pop off of it out of $27, and I've already at like $700.
Yeah.
Well,
He said it's like selling that Mary Kay.
Oh no, it's easier because you selling emotion.
Yeah, selling emotion. Black women love emotion.
Black women holding the church down.
Of course.
I was going to ask, like, what do you think the future of religion in America is going to be? The black Christians in the next 50 years, 30 years, 20 years?
It's going to be more of a blend of Gnosticism, I think, because everybody's leaning that way. Because the Christian church has gone corporate. So unless the Christian church goes back to its roots, it's probably dead. Like the Catholic Church, basically, which is a Christian church, it's the same way.
Dying out.
Go ahead.
Too many child molesters for that Catholic church.
Well, that and they're actually corporate. They're in there to make money instead of serving
a lot of the churches are. I mean, a lot of the followers are kind of like they're losing a lot of followers and then a lot
because they focus on entertainment and emotion rather than actually doing the work. Go. Let's be frank. Want to jump in?
What I see is that. See, I guess in general, more women go to church than men. It's always been that way, I guess, even when I was a kid. But it's even more so now. And looking at the brothers in the manosphere and in the conversations, what I believe is that there may be a need for an all-male church.
Well, there's needs for all male spaces, and the reason, like for instance, like with the church.
Well, one at a time. Let Edward speak, and then you can jump in.
The purpose of the church for men, let's taking God out of it. The purpose of the church for men was to connect with other like-minded men to get business done. And the problem is, just like how we got simps running the Congressional Black Caucus elected by black women, we've got simps like T.D. Jakes running the black church. No, it's the same. It's I'm not trying to make it all about the women, but in every sector that you look at, maybe bar the Nation of Islam, it's the same core problem to get in our way of doing the culture creation and what Carl was trying to talk about. So, for instance, in the black church, I should be talking about stuff like tax code. What a property are you building? You know, these black women want to talk about they need kids because they some of these single mothers. How can we create a daycare for them? How can we help them with homeschool so the ones that want to do that can do that? The Catholic Church does a lot of this if you look at local churches. How can we penalize them by offering them incentive to come our way? You see, we can't do that because we'll have to rip these dudes down and the black women will protect them. You saw what they did. What was the dude? Eddie Long. Black women protected Eddie Long.
Yeah. Yeah.
So are you saying that?
Go ahead, Mike.
Are you saying that they focus more on social services than financial services, in a sense?
Oh, of course.
That's a problem.
They don't do like shit.
Social
real talk. This is what I would say. A guy you need to follow is Dr. Kevin Crosby. He's a look. I know people don't like Boyce Watkins, but he works with Boyce Watkins. Kevin Crosby single-handedly used his church to reactivate a failed HBCU. I believe it's in Kentucky, and now Boyce Watkins is going to start the Boyce Watkins Institute in that HBCU. It's accredited and everything now when it lost its accreditation. That is the type of stuff that I can respect. And also, he's an actual doctor, so he has a job outside the church. So my point is, that's an example, and he runs it. And if you look at the business behind it, it's real business. It's ministries doing real things, not this fucking hotel or Christian hustle poverty pimping shit.
Yeah, I mean, we have about 3 super churches out here in Los Angeles, black super churches that have like Crenshaw Christian. They got senior citizen buildings, apartment buildings. They got shopping malls. They have money in black banks. They revitalize a big portion of black.
There's some good ones.
So it can be done,
and that's what a church should be doing. The church should actually be having like feeding the homeless, like sometime, or feeding poor, actually having homework centers. But a lot of these churches don't do that. They're just there to produce revenue.
Yeah. The church was the original crowdfunders during the Black Wall Street.
The churches are the ones that where people gathered for a revolt, for slave revolt.
The original church is always for when you pay tithes to the church. Basically, that's a tax on the people because the church or the priesthood was responsible for feeding the poor, taking care of the poor, educating the poor, all this stuff. The Catholic Church from its very beginning did that. So the tithe was not to pay a preacher so he could have a boat or car.
Right. Well, that's not what DGS. That's not what you're paying for. You're paying to go to heaven. That's what the prosperity gospel says.
You're paying for so that the social services can be done through the church and be organized through the church. You're not paying to go to heaven.
No, I was being sarcastic. That's what they say, though.
Oh, yeah.
The black church was a powerful force. I mean,
you're paying for forgiveness.
Well, hold on there. Solar, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's still. I mean, the origins of the black church, man, were. I mean, you had slave revolts. I mean, you had people that were trying to get lynched and they were hiding in the church. I mean, it had some.
Without the church, you wouldn't have civil rights.
But what they're doing is they're doing the same thing black women are doing. Is they're trading on this past, black women were the rock. Yeah, 30 years ago, now they ain't shit. The church, they were the rock. Yeah, 30 years ago, now it's a hustle box sucking money out of the community.
Yeah, I would say go back to my channel and look up From Instruments to Institution. Carol Quigley did a very good chapter on instrument to institution in his book, The Evolution of Civilizations, how social instruments like church or like police or like something like that go from an instrument that serves people to an institution that serves itself. And that's what the church has gone to. They're corporate. They're a money-making center. They're not really there to help people anymore. Who is next?
Well, what I find interesting. Go ahead, Ms. Garvey. Go ahead. Garvey, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jones. Dr. Jones.
All right. Sorry about that. I was just going to say, one thing for me, the black church does not teach actual theology.
No.
It's cool and all for the social programs and the material things, but the church originally was a custodian of what I like to call of male headship. So basically, all of your symbolism, all of your time-honored tradition, you know, the seasons of the year, the equinoxes, all these kind of things were encoded in the various, you know, the various feasts of the church and the doctrine of the church. And, you know, it was a place where people dealt with family and spiritual issues, the living and the dead. And you really don't have that anymore in your typical black church. For me, for example, I deal with the Ethiopian Tweedo and the Coptic Orthodox mainly. And that is very much alive. And there's a tremendous difference. So, I mean, the church is about God, allegedly. So social programs aside, I think that's the biggest issue.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. I mean, if you do an audit on the church, like in theology and business, I mean, these a lot of these motherfuckers should get shot. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, I agree. Because a lot of
I know that's bad to say, but I'm so serious.
Yeah.
A lot of those people getting shot and all that. The church should.
Now I'm talking about the men
The
too.
church should have the power, and that's why I look at. I look at religion. I look at power, and I'm like, I know if these churches pretty much were about anything, they could stand together, man, and stop all of that violence in Chicago, and it's not. They're not doing nothing. And
well, right? The system uses the church now to interface with black people. That's why Donald Trump is always, when you talk to somebody black, it's always that's what it is.
Slavery. Now. You could watch that movie with Nate Parker, and it shows how they use the pastor, shady pastor to get everybody on board and program.
Most of our politicians.
Yeah,
that's
how the and Planned Parenthood, they went to the churches, the pastors.
Yeah, that's how they get their donations by doing what they're told. They said if you push our agenda, we'll fund your church. And churches are nonprofits, so when it comes to them, they want the more money because they ain't got to pay taxes. So the more money they get, the more money they can put in their pockets, and they could drive the Maybachs and Beamers and Bentleys.
Mm-hmm. And by the way Jews and other groups, Muslims, use their Islamic centers or Jewish temples. I was just driving by Duke, and they've got a Jewish center. Is they use that tax money as a way to kind of manipulate. Like if you listen to Angry Man try to check me on that when it comes to immigrants getting tax benefits. That's how they restack their tax benefits, and that's actually a way for black people to pull their money independent of the system and restack it through the church. But because we got these poverty hustlers that suck up the money, and these dumb females that let them do it because they be fucking the pastor most of the time. They don't that's why I love that scene, because that is so indicative of a lot of what goes on in the church. And at the end of the day, what is whorehouse rules, even in the church.
Yeah.
New hoes turn into old hoes.
Man, and look, that's what Minister Jack would say. He said, "Look, a lot of these reform hoes want to go to church and get that second chance, so they want to sit in the church and act like they're reformed when they was old hoes from 18 to 30. So
there's
now they in church now talking about
born again pussy.
Hell no.
I don't know about religion, but
you get paid.
When I was 19, I used to go to the church with a group of guys that. We was all players. We would go just basically to get chicks.
But guess what? You get paid to tell how much money do you think? Think about it. Oh my God, this just hit me. Think about how much money BGS has got in the super chat. Think about how much money you see people be giving in the super chat to these various YouTubers we follow. How much money you think women are allowed to tell them, you got born again pussy, thou art not loose?
That was
snapback. That dude in New York, he be snapping.
Man, they ain't never gonna have that.
Be on fire.
I want a man that knows God.
No more.
I want a man that knows God. If you want this pussy, you're gonna have to give some money to the pastor, which is the pimp.
Yeah.
He said last week you let that nigga hit in 2 days. Now you want me to wait 3 weeks. He said, "Shit, don't try to get your life right on my watch."
I wish Russell Wilson would have heard that, man.
There's a lot of homosexuals in the church.
Always has been. Always has been.
Yeah. House rules.
Yeah.
Babylon.
Yeah, like I said, pussy in the pews. Pussy in the pews.
That chick in the female hangout, Miss J, she didn't like that shit. That's because you got people calling us bastard baby. Yeah, you mentioned Jason
if
Black.
You look at the Bible that you worship, you are.
Man, them bitches was getting too emotional for that live hangout they had earlier.
They not used to being around no guys that ain't simps.
Oh, Sansa Ray. Oh, Sansa Ray. Yeah. No Shade's got to stop giving that bitch lifelines, man.
Man, I think he does that on purpose.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
I do believe he showcases her like a zoo animal, saying, "This is the black female." Look at how.
He said, "Look at Sansa Ray, the gazelle."
She gets upset when we give her a dose of realness. Watch how she leaves pissed off.
I don't know why she just doesn't use her sexuality, because she can make way more money doing that. Because she's not, she got a nice body. She's not a bad looking woman, but she's got aggressive exterior. It's not.
She
look used to me nowadays.
I done watched a few of her videos, man. She was in the whorehouse.
Look, Trevor Noah. I love what Trevor Noah said. Trevor Noah said 90% of these chicks, if they didn't have a vagina, dudes wouldn't give a fuck about them. Sansa Ray fits that so much.
Yeah. Well, that's unfortunately that. But
BGS exposed that.
I'm an intellectual, bitch.
BGS exposed that, like even.
My penis is more intellectual than she is.
You exposed that in one of your hangouts. It was a young lady calling in, and she was like, "Well, she has a child, and she's talking to a man, and you talked about purpose, having a purpose. What is his purpose for you, so on and so forth." And she was like, "Well, my reproductive rights." But she kind of, when she said it, it's like she knew that it wasn't worth shit. Because you can get it from anybody.
Yeah.
And that's the crazy thing. It's like,
oh yeah, she did ask that. I said, she said my reproductive capacity. I said, there's 2.4 billion women that can fill that capacity.
Was that you heard me first?
Right.
No, that wasn't her. That was I think it was Candace.
Women hangout.
Yeah, it was on my women's hangout. That was Candace Collins. She was asking me about that. I'm saying is okay. She's talking about her reproductive capacity. I said you can't use that, because if it was just that, I said there's about 2 or 3 billion women that can fill that capacity.
And we about to automate that shit soon too.
Yeah, man. Women are not happy about that.
And we can start another.
She quickly realized
one at a time.
Jamie
first.
Yeah. She quickly realized that her value wasn't even as high as she thought it was. But and I'm just going off of the way her voice sounded.
Right. I got the same thing. If BGS probably didn't talk to her, probably nobody would have even exposed that.
Right.
Well, like I said, I tell these women, I talk to them like I talk to my daughter. I'm a man, so I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm going to give you a dose of reality like you need. Because if you wanted to be sugar-coated and your hand padded and all that kind of stuff, you would go talk to your female.
Females, women send other women off, and they laugh at them when they ain't around like their friends.
Yeah,
they will literally send chicks off, and then laugh about them.
Knowing they about to go off the cliff. Look at that bitch. I've seen it. White women are real bad about that.
Yeah.
White women are
they'll watch the fire burn.
Hey, I almost put, BGS, I got to give you a thing, because I know you was on that tight leash, but you let it loose a couple times a little bit, because I was about to bring Miss J to fucking court. She was about to answer for all the stuff she said on the last hangout.
I know.
I was starting to bring back the other stuff. I was like,
I know, but what I'm saying, that's why I'm saying, if you can come to the male hangout and join us, but you got to know, I'm not going to have the leash, okay? I said,
Rihanna's cool. Rihanna was cool. I liked her.
Hashtag no filter.
At 18 years old, 18-year-old have more damn sense than the rest of them.
And they was so shy. It was like 54 women watching, or people. I don't know how many people watching women.
And probably mostly
like,
men, and it's also
really
new.
Wanted it on. It's like they like real. Like,
well, the Haitian, the girl of Haitian descent, I like. Obviously, Char Willie. Come on, she's got an honorary doctorate in Manosphere, and the UK girl,
Bronze Beauty, you're talking about, I think.
Bronze Beauty. Oh yeah, she's good in the chat. Is that her?
She's the Haitian one. Yeah, she was talking as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if she's in this chat, but she was on the Hangout.
Yeah, I always saw her in the chat. She's like you understand. You got women like Nibby. Like it was funny on that other Hangout, like the one that just happened, which I'm downloading right now. Nibby, Nibby agreed with what was saying. She may not like the tact that it was said, but she said, "I understand exactly what you're saying. That's common sense." And then the other girl literally could not process that. And I said, "See, that's the problem."
Jimmy is a piece of work.
Jimmy's like Rose. Jimmy is not the worst, but because this is what Jimmy was doing. Jimmy was taking A, her own personal experience, and B, the exceptional experiences, and she was trying to make the exceptions a rule. Let's not talk about 72% single motherhood. Let's talk about the 28% that are married and they act like that's the rule.
She does what Wonder Woman does. She's a deflector.
Okay, one at a time.
I got a black Wonder Woman. About all this. Like, people can see this all over the world. They can see this in freaking outer space. These chicks talking all this stuff, and you know what I'm saying? And they got to look at the replay and be embarrassed by it. You know?
That's the replay. What I hope that women do look at the replay and say, even if they don't want to admit that they're wrong, change their behavior. But admitting that you're wrong and keep doing the same thing doesn't do any good. But even if you keep quiet and you change your behavior, because Miss J, she didn't come back the next Hangout as fiery as she did the first time, because it's kind of moderated a little bit. She didn't come up with the same talking points.
Is that the one that was talking about like social media and all this other stuff?
Yeah, and then I saw on the internet. Exactly.
Was she the one talking about she was thinking about getting pregnant?
No,
having a baby.
I don't think that was her. No, she was talking about she wasn't thinking about getting pregnant.
Oh, who was the one thinking about getting pregnant?
She was talking about my circle of friends. We didn't do this, so on and so forth. Yeah. It's just like
lies.
You said lies.
I was thinking, man, I could probably help her with that.
He was like she'd make a wonderful single mother.
Hey Solar.
Come on, man. Damn over them.
Hey Solar, you be imprinting women, man, and she sounds like she can't take being imprint. She's never been imprinted. So
she'll stab you 42 times. She'll stab your ass 42 times and do that stand your ground law.
Might be the one.
Yeah, because even with her, when she was talking, she was saying some stuff, and I'm like, it's like BGS started reveal imprinting and everything like that, and she's like, well, nobody ever taught me this.
Yeah,
like, I didn't get taught that in school, and it's just like, she didn't know, like, it's like she didn't know that women actually had lust, and it's just like, are you serious? Are you just that deluded? Like, y'all really don't.
But then she turned around and said that when I was, okay, I was talking to her, and she was like, yeah, I'm not going to say nothing to my mom, which I'm not saying to slap your mom or cuss your mom out, but I'm like, I'm not going to say nothing to my mom because what my mom did for me. I'm like, your mom maintained you like I would maintain a pet. She fed you, she gave you a roof. And a lot of people got to stop acting like that's enough. That's my like, that's not enough. And I understand if you're in a destitute situation like back in the day when white supremacy was killing, black people. I get that, BGS. But I'm talking about now, from 1975 on, that's bullshit. You're not going to just say that to me and say that was enough. Like, this information, because this is information. So this ain't like it's economics where it's like, oh, how did they know? These women knew. And they chose not to pass that information down to their daughters. And then
they kids pick it up.
Well, you know what it is in the black community. These black mothers look at their daughters as competition as soon as they hit 15, 16, because they start to reach puberty, and they start to see that the men that used to desire them now desire their daughter. So they're not going to teach them the game.
Yeah.
And they look at their sons like sex partners.
Yeah, women don't like to expose their weaknesses. And I'm gonna tell you, dick and balls is one of the biggest ones.
No, I hear you, but I hear you. But here's the thing. This is the thing I was trying to tell Rose. When you Spider-Man, when look, I'm gonna get stupid. With great power comes great response. With great power comes great responsibility. What that means is person that has the most power has the most responsibility. So you can't say I want 80% of the power, but only 20% of the responsibility. That's bullshit. And the custodial parent has the more control. They would never allow a black man that has custody, full custody, to say the shit Rose was trying to say. No, they wouldn't. Man. They would take the kids in a heartbeat. Guardian ad litem's, most of them are black women, and I
they already did a study and said when kids are raised with the fathers, they actually turn out better than if they were raised with the mothers.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's true.
You know why that is? Because a man knows that. Okay, a man will never say I'm the mother and the father. The man said, "Let me give my aunts this about
exactly."
Or some other women to give her some game on this stuff if they don't know. They don't just say, "Well, I'm the mother and the father."
Yeah, like even with my nephew, like I don't act like his father. Like he's actually called me dad, like, or he's actually told people like, I'll hear his friends comment, "Hey, ain't that your dad?" And like it makes me feel bad, but I never really act like I'm his dad. I never let him forget that he has a dad. But then I also don't talk badly about his dad, even though I don't fucking like the guy. You know, like, because of the fact that he's just out of the kid's life. But it's like, you have to, if you're going to raise somebody, if you start infusing a lot of that anger, it's just like, holy shit, like, it's really going to fuck him up.
Mike, his dad go come up to you when you're done with him, like, and he's like graduated, maybe college, and say, you know what, you did a good job, dog.
Yeah,
I'm gonna slap the living fucking shit out of him too.
Mike doesn't body slamming.
I'm knocking the shit out of him. Like, let him fly over from fucking England.
Be like, you know what? We did a good job. We did a good job. You know, I made him. You took.
I would choke the shit out of him.
He wouldn't get within the striking distance of you, Mike. You know.
Hell, he wouldn't cross the fucking state line. I catch his ass as soon as he get off the airplane. I'll kick the shit out of him on the tarmac.
Yeah, you are Stone Cold, ain't stay in your ground law.
He said hit him with the Stone Cold.
Go ahead, hit him.
Exactly. Walk off with a fucking beer in my hand.
But yeah, man, it's that last. Like, I like what you're doing with the female hangouts. I listened to it afterwards, and I ain't gonna lie, I was like, yeah, man, I was hitting some good points with that, man. Yo, but the best part was the best part was after the hangout, because that's when the girl from the UK was talking more, because she came on late. And I mean, she, you know, it was just amazing to see the dynamic, like the type of question he was asking. I mean, she, you know, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, you can deal with black women like this outside this fucking country, or the ones that come here and they got they act right. Yeah, they may go a little bit left, but they don't be going completely all black, full black woman. Not necessarily.
Yeah, they don't try to fight. They don't try to fight the gender roles. Like, they want men to be traditional, be providers, protectors, but yet most of these women can't even cook dinner.
That's the reason why
a lot of them
need to stop choosing these bitches, man.
That's true.
That's obvious. Yeah.
I said single motherhood is cultural HIV. That's how you need to see it. But I say that because when you have AIDS, you have no immune system. When you have no immune system, you are open up to everything. That's what culture is, and that's why you see these gay ass effeminate men. They're either moist, gay, want to be a transsexual. You got these women that want to be studs, want to be men. They don't know what they doing. They cracked out. They don't know why. Society's saying niggas ain't shit, so they say, okay, I go with that. That's why you have that. That's why I was talking about this replicating itself. And women are just like, well, I don't know what happened. Like Rose, well, what about the daddy? I know I fucked my kid up. I'm kissing my kids on the lips. What about the daddy? I'm like, you don't take your UK red coat.
She's been sticking to that, man, for like a whole year. She's been.
I checked Rose in the comment section. I went and gave her like 3 paragraphs of different comments, like checking her on out 3 different angles. She ain't gonna read it, but I don't give a damn.
Yeah. He's a type of publication, dog. He doesn't just type a comment. I mean, like types of goddamn dissertation. That shit's getting public.
You know why I do that? Because I have a Logitech Bluetooth keyboard. So I'm in my car and I'm waiting for whatever I'm doing. I sit here and I say, let me put this keyboard on my lap and deal with these motherfuckers. And I'm like,
you know,
I'm not doing that on my phone.
Listen,
I'm not doing that on my phone.
You need an extra data plan to read one of Edward's comments. You need a whole nother data plan.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying.
You ain't
that shit. There's a download, bro.
Man. Yeah,
I gotta be on Wi-Fi to look at his shit.
Him and Black Wizard, man. They Black Wizard is the ultimate. He rewriting essays, man. He with bullet points and all kinds of stuff. Come on, man. Don't write a book in my comments.
Hey, with links and indices and table of contents.
Here's the black women you need to follow: April Mason, Olivia Alexa, Red Nicole. Here's their YouTube channel. Don't listen to me. Hear it from them. Olivia's all right, but she follows Derrick Jackson. She's on the suspect list.
How many shots is that in one sentence? That was like, what, 5 shots right there?
April Mason, though. April Mason for a 40-year-old woman. My God.
I like April Mason. April Mason's been through all badges of black male fuckery, and she still likes black men. So it proves that you can take it and survive.
Yeah, and it doesn't hurt she's attractive as well.
And she's not telling her side. That's the only problem.
Yeah, she's kind of somewhat quasi disingenuous.
Yeah,
she ain't fully submissive.
Nah, she knows what she's done. She's just 40. She's just in her 40s, and she got right. Basically, she got a logical mind now because she was on some wild shit when she was young.
Yeah, and I feel she comes out of the church too. She came in on that church shit when it comes to see, people don't know there's a church market, like a speaking circuit and all that stuff. Like she came out of that, and so she was on that, and but if you look at earlier videos from her, she was masked, and that's the thing about Ro. Because I'm Facebook friends with Ro Cutno, and she said she don't like April. She said April's masculine as hell. But the problem with Ro is Ro has this kind of bourgeois shit that just pisses black women off. So if I care about getting through to black women, I'm not gonna put a black woman in front that I know, that light-skinned Creole bitch, of course she's married. Talk about slavery is different in New Orleans than it was from Britain. I'm like, black women are not gonna listen to this shit, and she don't want to hear that, but oh well. Jason Black checked the shit out of her though, man. I felt bad, man. I was like, damn, dude, why you had to do that? He brought her into the group, and he pretty much set her ass out in the group and kicked her ass out when he was done. He was all talking about she from Paris, man. Get the fuck out of here, and kicked her out. I was like, damn.
I can't feel my face. I've been drinking so goddamn much.
You gonna make my ass go to rehab.
That TMI group. I'm a part of that group, and I'm gonna tell you, you got a whole bunch of people that's like me and worse. When we bring if somebody's in there and they cool, we talk about looking up their Facebook profile, be like, I knew it. Oh, you and just the kids. Where the daddy at? Oh, shit. We be beating up, man. It ain't just the dudes. When dudes be coming in that conservative assimilation and shit, but Jason Black don't play that. Like, Gentrify is a great documentary, and by the way, that's one thing I want to see in the black churches too. There's a church down the street that's like, them new churches where they'll be taking over like where grocery stores used to be and stuff like that, and turn them into churches. Yeah, they got like a mega screen. And I'm like, man, these churches can start showing these damn documentaries and shit and making some money.
When I first was on YouTube, like 2008, I did a video of like the signs of your neighborhood turning into a ghetto, and that's one.
Oh, that's a good one.
You see churches popping up everywhere. Cause I lived. That is so good. I lived in.
Or even they'll turn their house into a church. You'll see a lot of houses converted to churches.
When you see that, it's a problem.
Or a drive-through on the side of somebody's house.
Yeah, because I'm not just shitting on Christians, but religious. A lot of these little fly-by-night mosques, churches, whatever, they really religious hustles, and it's like
the whole church want to be the church.
All these little, religious centers popping up. That's time to move right there, man.
Okay, we got new people. We got new people in. you guys want to bring in something new into the
Yeah.
argument? Go
The
ahead.
hoteps are the black women what the church is to Miss Ann.
Yeah, that's true.
The what? Say it again. The hoteps.
The hoteps are to black women what the church is to Miss Ann. They want to be the church, but they talk shit about the church.
Yeah.
Oh, they the new Miss Ann. The new.
Yeah.
No, they trying to be the church.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, the
Christian
hoteps are
church.
trying to. In other words, the hoteps, the hoteps are the black women, and the church is Miss Ann. So in other words, the hoteps are trying to be Miss Ann. That's what he's trying to say. The establishment. Yeah.
And the church is the established pecking order in the black community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got Big in, and we got Malik in. You guys want to jump in?
You know what? Is that Big J Triple X?
Nah.
So
Big J.
So is Sansa Ray big?
Can you
Because
hear
I
me?
hear this
Yeah, we can hear you.
terminology, big booty
Alright.
Brenda. Is Sansa Ray like big booty Brenda? or-
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. She be Big Booty Brenda. Yeah.
I don't
used to
think
be a sheep.
her ass is she's exactly that.
Yeah.
Converted.
She's a
She's a converted
picture.
Allow me
converted
to
butt
interject.
model.
Master BGS.
Yes.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Do you know this issue that's going on between Obsidian and ARC?
Yeah. So what he's made it public. They had a disagreement with Obsidian made a video talking about what's his name?
Who way he talking about?
O'Shea.
No.
O'Shea?
Obsidian made it. No, but Obsidian made a video. He was talking about the dude that went off and killed those women. What was his name?
Elliot Rogers.
Elliot Rogers. And he was saying, and basically he was saying that he was making a comment about Elliot Rogers and how that fit into beta males and whatnot. And Alan Roger Curry disagreed with him, and they went back and forth. So they had a part in other ways, and it was something private, but Obsidian made it public. And then
O'Shea.
No good controversies go unused with O'Shea.
Yeah, but O'Shea fired him from the Negro Manosphere.
O'Shea fired him is because that he didn't turn his columns in on time. He missed 2 columns.
O'Shea act like the white man. No, I'm playing.
Hey, well, he did best business.
O'Shea fired.
Yeah, I know that. I was just joking.
Who did he fire?
Yeah, he fired him. Yeah,
He fired who? ARC or Obsidian?
Obsidian.
And speaking of business, Negroes act like when you work for them that they your cousin or they your brother.
Yeah.
And it's like they don't differentiate business from work or work from business, and it's like
that's that pecking order stuff.
Yeah, no, it's that I'm black, you black, we all cool. No, we gotta make money.
That's actually what's really kind of hard about black businesses and why people when people come up with the whole idea, I guess, of black businesses, black people working together. It's like, do you really understand? And when you start running a business, you're like, I don't care who it is, just get the job done. If it's a black person, okay, he's just black and he got the job done. So I think, that's the way I look at it, and I've seen others look at it the same way. But I've seen where if they don't keep it professional, or if they are not conscious of keeping it professional, they will regress to that.
They take it personal
mentality. I don't have to do that right now. I'll do it tomorrow real quick, man. But you good? And then shit like that.
Yo, the thing is with that, say if you're supposed to be at the job site at 7:30, 8 o'clock, they showing up at 11, 10:30, 11, 12 o'clock talking about, I had a hard night at the club, yo, but we'll get this job done today. It's like, yo, if we got a contract and we on schedule, we actually got to do this. We got a contract. We got to finish this on time if we want to get more business.
Yeah.
But they don't look at it like that.
Because they're not responsible for it. You are.
And that's why they got a lot of black conservatives talking about niggas ain't got IQ. That's where that shit be coming from.
They just got it for white folks. They go to they go work for white folks. They don't have no problem.
Yeah, that's cool to me.
Well, it's not that. If you ask them how many points did Michael Jordan score, they'll be able to tell you. But if you tell them if you put x squared plus b squared on the paper and say, can you do this calculation, they'd be like, nah, I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, shit.
And not so much they don't have the intelligence to do that, because some people just don't. But also, Yeah,
It's the
I
value
know you.
system.
I know. I know it's an analogy, but sometimes it's like they don't even want to try to. Like, all right, I say, hey, go ahead and do this, and then they're like, well, how do I do that? And it's like, well, I don't. I may not know. I know how, and maybe you should find out the same way I do. Fucking Google. Like,
Well, the reason
some
men,
people just really will just rest on someone else. Sorry.
well, men are like like the black men that are like that are like hoes. And the reason why I say that is because in the peacock,
Right.
the male peacock is the one that's the most colorful because that's the one that needs to attract the
What?
women. And a lot of black men are like that. They validate themselves by the pussy they can get, not by actually building anything,
Right.
because that's
Their
how
worth
they
is
were
disconnected to
raised.
someone's genitals.
Yeah.
Right.
That's how they were raised.
Yeah. Because your mother or the females that are around you put more value on your sexual attraction than they do your
Mhm.
intellectual capacity. Yeah.
Right.
So those are that's a form of that's I mean that's like they're worse than simps. And even if they can get pussy for free, like Jack would say, they worse because what they're doing is they're replicating this bullshit, and then they're like, "I made this mess. What are you gonna do about it?" Because the dudes that don't care and don't got no money, you can't really go after them because most of the money they are making, they making under the table, or the bitches are imprinted. So they not really going after them like that because they know they can't find another imprinted dick that easy.
Yeah, and I don't like to bring up the Bible a lot, but I like this what it says, where it says the reason why they try to have sex after marriage is because this is my opinion. They knew women didn't know the difference between love and lust. They think they're in love, but it's actually lust because they're imprinted.
Yeah. Yeah. I try to tell Miss J that.
Miss J is insecure as shit. Like, really, I held back. I really was, because I was trying to, that's why I kept saying sorry. But real talk, the thing, look, most of the women on there actually are great. And I'm going to just say that straight up. And I love where that's going. But you got, like, as usual, you always got, like, two that want to change the gravity. Did you notice? Not in the hangout you just had, but the last hangout, as soon as her ass got off the phone, the consciousness of the conversation just immediately elevated.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because look, that imprinting
Social
There's a lot of fallacies.
that
Social
imprinting
media.
basically is the answer to why a lot of these women stay in abusive relationships is because they're imprinted and they don't want to they don't want to actually face that fact. They're like, why can't I leave this dude that beats me up every night? It's because you're imprinted.
Yo,
Yeah.
she
Well,
tried.
and that's the worst thing about women is that they will not admit the fact that their little head controls them too.
Yeah.
Like their clit controls them too. Like, and that's the shit that kills me.
Yo, I had
It's just
that
like-
bullet in the gun when Miss J tried to bring up domestic violence, but I said, damn it, I gotta respect BGS's rules. I can't take that one. But the other one I was gonna say too, the other because I want to get on. I'm not gonna be getting on all the time like that because I know it's them, but I don't want to be, barred from there. So,
They left them
what I want
hanging
to
though.
do,
They left them hanging.
but check this out. Check this out. Another point to the little head thing is this: women look at attention like men look at credit. They rather have bad credit than no credit. Women would rather have bad attention than no attention.
That's true. Good,
So that's why they stay in those relationships like that too. Because if they know they can't do better or they do worse, then they'll stay.
Yeah. Yep.
Man.
Go ahead. Let's be frank. Were you trying to get in?
I'll beat your ass, but you won't get this dick. Okay.
Yeah.
True story.
Yo, and the sad thing about some of these women is how they be putting their kid's name on like the phone bill or like the electric bill. So by the time they're 18, their kids already got bad credit.
Right. And they didn't do it to boost the credit either.
Yeah, they're not doing it for a good reason. They're doing it and they're doing it just to ruin it.
What I want, this is what I wish. I wish I could have a police officer on payroll. So if a black police officer, so if I needed a chick jacked the fuck up, I could just call him. He said, "Yo, it's gonna be $500. All right, if I pay you, jack her ass up good, and you have to put her in jail." I'll
like a rent-a-thugette service.
Man, go call Lady of Rage. She's probably hiring right now. She ain't doing nothing.
How we gonna get her to take her to jail? Well, she'll say some stupid shit to you to justify. You just like Dr. Johnson can justify some legalese to put her ass in there overnight.
Said Baby D. Said call her Baby. Go get Baby D.
Oh, every man should have a Sharkeisha, man, because real talk. I have this. Is it more? Is it immoral if I want to beat a woman's ass to just get a female to do it? Am I cool now if I do that?
Avoid them.
You're hiring a hitman.
Hey, look at it for you.
Don't even deal with them. Trust
Yeah.
me. Leave them bitches where they are.
That's what happened to Kat Stacks, man, when she was playing with too many of these R&B and rappers, man. Chris Brown, they got some chicks that beat her ass.
Man, Cat Stacks is crazy. She is out here trying to expose everybody, but then she on World Star butt ass naked and shit, showing the kitty cat.
They don't care. I mean, after Amber Rose have done it, I mean, these tragic mulattoes, man.
If they don't follow you around,
she also got locked up. She also got locked up.
There's a lot of Instagram models that's been locked up, man. I brought up that thing with Game, man. Game was trying to do a reality show, and he was trying to get a couple of models. He got this one chick, man. This chick looks gorgeous, but her ass has been locked up for crazy shit. You know, when a chick like that is getting locked up, you already know she done did some off the chain shit. And Game ended up suing the network and winning because they the ones that kind of picked her, and he blamed it on them, and he got some money out of it.
Is that why Al Sharpton is doing workouts so he can stay?
Man.
Oh yeah,
Yo, is that really Al Sharpton taking them selfies, or I thought they was is that him for real?
Yeah, that's that nigga.
money.
The Dark Knight. You either die a hero
he
or
gotta
live long
stay
enough.
fresh. You gotta stay fresh for the sugar baby.
Man, that nigga's legs look like a piece of celery.
Hey, that's the Dark Knight. You either die a hero or live long enough to become a villain.
Hey, listen,
Joker is the best character out of all that because like the stuff he be saying about society is so true.
Joker's
the only sane one in the whole in the
Joker's
entire
an evil MGTOW.
City.
Joker's a MGTOW.
He's a black pillar. Yeah.
I don't care about money. I just want to see it all burn.
That's a black pill MGTOW.
Master BGS.
Yes, sir.
You know, this actually reminds me of what me and Mike were speaking earlier this week. You know, I was stating that.
Sir, I don't know if they're ready for the secret conversation.
I understood why General Zod was the way he is, and we're talking in respective to our community in the United States. I understand why he was the way he was. I understand why Victor Freeze. I wish Angry Man was here. I understand why Victor Freeze did what he did. So it almost comes down to the question: are these guys? I mean, they are the antagonists, but are these really the villains of it? I mean, let's be honest. There was a quote that I remember listening from The Simpsons, and I've always remembered it. It was when Lisa went to university and she had a crush on her professor, and the professor was talking in an introduction, and he asked the question. It was a rhetorical. He said, "Did the Zulu discover penicillin?" Nobody knows because we didn't ask. So all of this makes, you know, it's we need a Sith order, but obviously we need to have a family structure and a sub-society that's going to support it, that's going to allow it to flourish. And you know, it's, you know, ever since you said that if we're serious about keeping the bloodline pure, we're going to have to really consider about leaving America. I've been thinking about this every single day of every single week of every single month, and that's absolutely true. But you know, we don't need any more good guys. We need more bad guys. But
you know,
feminism is the Sith order of women.
No,
they literally
He said,
no, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying. I just want to point that out.
It's not in his context. You know?
Why not, Wilson?
The Sith order. When I say the Sith order, I'm not.
No, you're talking about the pecking order. I understand.
No, sir, brother. Listen. It's innocent. Clarify.
Wait. No.
When I mean the Sith order,
this is good.
When I mean the Sith order,
what the fuck is happening? A whole other conversation.
I'm not referring to, for example, their end goals or their moralities, if there were any morality, which there wasn't at all, if we even put it in a dichotomy. what I'm referring to is the means in which they got to
Oh,
their
okay, I got you.
regardless of what it was. You are talking about an organization that spans through time, and however immoral it may seem to a person, it had enough structure to reverberate through time. And in addition to that, we have to look at and this is what the prophet was goddamn saying. May peace be upon him. He said there is such thing as a black science, a black engineer, a black physics. Look, the Death Star. Look at the Death Star. I mean, you're talking about a group that has an inherent thought in which whatever they want to bring to fruition, they're going to use the brightest stars, no pun intended, and the smartest kids, and
Okay.
then
Hold on for a second, Sonia. Got a couple of people that actually want to get in on the conversation. So if some of you guys have been on for a while, kind of rotate out.
I got it.
Okay.
I got something after Wilsonian, because this was like a pretty hot topic.
No, what I'm saying is if you're not speaking or have anything on the board that you want to talk about, so have a couple of people drop off so people can get in. But go ahead, continue with Sonia.
That was basically it. But as I've said before, we're beating a dead horse into target, because obviously you need to have regardless whether it's a patriarchy or a matriarchy, you need to have some type of system that's going to allow that to flourish. Because we look at Halo, we look at any other sci-fi group, it seems like there seems to be one particular race that might be a race of warriors, but didn't have the aptitude, if you will, on a societal base, on a larger base, to coalesce into something that could have utilized their warrior attributes, for example, but on a larger scale. But it seems as of now that's not even us. I've said this before. I don't read The Economist, Bloomberg, or any other financial outlet because I'm a smart person. I read it or I watch it because I'm searching for black people and I don't find it. And it doesn't happen today. I understand that everybody gets a turn. What I'm hoping is I don't want when the game finally ends, it ends at the same time we got our second go around. If we're going to have one last go around, at least let me make it a minute left before the game finishes, as opposed to having possession as soon as the regulation clock goes out. But it doesn't. It doesn't happen in a day, and that really grinds my gears.
Okay. Well, you want to add something to that, Mike?
Yeah, like when we were talking about this whole idea. What is that? Sorry, something distracted me. When we were talking about this whole idea, I mentioned that the Sith Order, or I think it was Governor Palpatine or Chancellor Palpatine, he brought peace to the galaxy, or he brought an order to the galaxy. And even though people didn't like it, there was an order. There wasn't massive wars, killing, so on and so forth, so people can live on in a pseudo sort of peace or freedom, in a sense. Which it's kind of like, even though it's fucked up, something like that's already happening. You've already had where a country came in, rose to power, started to take over, and they fought the wars, and oppression actually comes out after that. Like you will see where people seem to be or will complain that they're oppressed, but on a whole or en masse, a lot of people are happier than not.
Right, I want to touch on that. When you talk about sci-fis and different races and everything, it's the same nature that why you have business. There has to be a great discomfort for anything to pop off. Relating back to Star Wars, every time the Jedi Order get in power, what always destroys them is that they get arrogant. They get complacent in their position and get arrogant and just make bad decisions like Yoda did in the Clone Wars. Just very stupid decisions that happen. So in order to have that, when you have like you trying to mount up a team, whatever, you have to give people who are not comfortable with their current situation to do anything before you can get them to do it. Before you can get them to listen, they have to be already in a place of discomfort.
Yeah, but what you just said, that arrogance is basically the downfall of almost everything. Like that's the downfall of every empire. It's the downfall of every great business, because a lot of businesses that fail, if you look at what they had in common, they had that arrogance, like, oh, we're always going to be on top. We don't need to innovate. We don't need to reinvent ourselves. And the reason why a lot of empires fall is because they're arrogant. What do? They try to stretch out too far. And next thing you know it, they stretch their armies too far, and then they get invaded from the inside. So it's like a lot of that arrogance is what is the downfall of every person, man, every empire, every great business.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I'm actually pretty new to this. I was one of my old Navy buddies. I'm Cerulean Gray, by the way. New to your chat room. One of my old Navy buddies hit me up out of nowhere, and he asked me, he said, "Hey, man, are you BGS Itmore on YouTube?" And I'm like, "I'm not on YouTube." And so I had to spend like the last week kind of going through your videos and reviewing your material. And as a social scientist, I must say I'm thoroughly impressed. I haven't heard this this level of black intelligence probably in about 15 to 20 years. And so I'm glad to be a part of your channel now. I'm subscribed.
Oh, thank you.
And yeah, so what I went to weigh in on, because I know you guys are using a lot of the sci-fi references. But what the reality is that for the last maybe 50 or 60 years, you've been politically, socially, and economically maneuvered into a position of perpetual helplessness, where all your political power has been basically isolated by what I call the black feminist autocrats.
Yes,
and
exactly right.
And so what has happened is, and it goes a little bit deeper than arrogant. What has happened is that the black feminist sector has conditioned black women to have this air of what I call hubris, which is far more deeper than arrogance. It's to the point to where you're living on a lie that is unsubstantiated, and what you think you actually have power when you actually don't.
Right.
And what has happened is they have used the educational system to basically elevate her, when but what she's traded in return is most of her social capital. That social capital that is important, especially to black families. Like I really can't identify with a lot of people, because when I was growing up, I was raised with a single father. My father's 76 years old. He comes up from that era. I was raised with a single father. I wasn't raised with a mother. I have 4 sisters. All my sisters are pretty successful, have meaningful relationships, and so forth and so on. You know what I mean? So to speak to the importance of a father to a family, the father is really the glue, and the black feminist sector has isolated the social and political power. And what they do is, when they take their benefits that they get from white daddy, they go and run with the ball. They run with the ball, and they lock the black man out of those political avenues. That's why you see with black women far overrepresented in the government. Matter of fact, most of the educated black women, that's most of the jobs they can only really take. And black men in the political atmosphere, you see them being outnumbered by black men more than like 1 to 6.
Yeah, because basically the black women are riding on the back of the white feminists. So the white feminists have power, have appropriated power from white males, and they're using black females as to be as a scapegoat for minority class. In other words, they're taking
power, their whiteness, and they're taking the minority or the protected status from black females and grouping them all
Right.
together, and they're actually taking most of the power. And now white feminists are getting ready to do is cast off these black females. That's what they're upset about. But they stepped over the black males to do that. You know,
Yeah, because
Right.
they didn't understand what.
They erased their own foundation.
yeah. Go ahead.
Right, but I
Go, Cerulean, go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
See, one thing. Have you ever heard the term of ideological subversion?
Yeah.
When ideological subversion happens, is a government body or any kind of political body wants to kind of engineer the mindset, the mental framework of the masses. They need to imprint this idea onto the masses to get them to buy into. And I find this, and even in education, it's kind of what kind of forced me to drop out of getting a PhD in clinical psychology. And even in education, I found that even though I was accepted to the master's program in sociology, that there was like 10 black women for every one black male that gets accepted.
Yep.
And what this does is that it gives them this false conception that they're simply smarter when they're actually not.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and their policies put in place for them to even get there.
I mean, there is a natural nexus to this, and I think G1 did a good job of talking about the Mohawk Conference. It's actually a form that was set up for black people where, and in fact, T. Hassan Johnson talks about the exact same thing. Coming out of slavery, the best jobs were basically people that had manual skills, and those were the men. So in other words, it didn't behoove a black male to actually go beyond 8th grade because he was going to get a manual skill anyway, trade anyway. So anything beyond 8th grade didn't do him any good. But black women couldn't do that. So black women as a group had to get more education than the black male. So that trend has continued. It actually is ingrained in us culturally. But I also talk about the myth of white womanhood, where the black mother's actually cleaning the house and basically wet nursing the white babies and stuff like that. She would tell her daughter not to be like me, be like Miss Ann. And they have been chasing Miss Ann for forever. And what the black feminists and basically 60 of the black feminists actually revealed the slightly low-key hatred that black females have for their men. They do not want to be tied to their men, and you see that. You see it over and over again. So when the white feminists gave them a way out and a way to detach themselves from their men, they took it.
Oh yeah,
it backfired on them. But go ahead, Cerulean.
And I noticed this other thing that's constantly been happening is I watched a video on gynocracy and when I was
that's a classic.
Yeah, see when I was in school, I did a lot of research on gynocracy and how it influences mating options and mating potentials, and what black women do, right? Especially I'm talking about the black feminist autocrats. What they do is they use the masses of these black women as a shield to fall off responsibility, and then you get these females that just basically pro bono protect that autocracy at the top, and browbeat the black man into this idea that you've basically been worthless.
Yeah.
When in fact, going all the way back, my grandfather was a World War II veteran. He's long since died. My father and my uncle both were drafted in Vietnam. You ask those men what made them want to join the military, right? Even me being a military veteran myself, and the consensus back then to today, I mean, it's still the same. You ask a lot of black veterans, you wanted to prove yourself worthy.
Yeah.
You wanted to prove yourself worthy. and they weren't getting the respect that they deserved in the black community. Like,
No.
Oh
and
man,
then whenever it gets flipped on its head after they come from the war, there's an interesting movie,
Dead Presidents. I was gonna say that. I was thinking that right in my head when Bull came home, caught his wife cheating on him with the player.
Yeah, Jody.
Yep.
Yeah.
With the pimp.
That's how come you have a civil rights movement, the assimilation movement anyway, because the black veterans coming on from World War II are getting hung in their uniforms.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but go Cerulean.
Absolutely. But yeah, so when they've isolated this political power, the next stage, which is part of the Eisenhower plan, which was to assimilate us all, and people don't understand what's going on with these these extrajudicial killings of black men, which are really just like kind of thinning the black herd.
Pacification, yeah.
And most of that has been enabled through the consensus of what black feminists have been doing in politics for the last 60 to 70 years. They're all down with the program. And what the new hustle is that you see these black feminists come up, they pretend that they're marching for black
Lives Matter.
Men.
Yeah.
Black Lives Matter being a prime example, right? There's an interesting thing about Black Lives Matter. If you remember, whenever they got like $100 million from the Soros Fund Management,
yeah,
they still haven't buried one black male that has been a victim of extrajudicial killings.
Well, you know what Black Lives Matter is, right?
A lesbian organization.
No, it's actually a
LGBT movement.
Okay, it's in other words, to get political power, you have to have a movement behind you. You just can't pop out one day and say I'm a political leader. You, especially in the black community, you're going to have basically you have to make your bones, as they say in the mafia. You got to have to make your bones some kind of way. So you need a movement or some kind of political movement where you actually are on the ground, on the streets, protesting something, or say that you're protesting something to get your political capital. And the old civil rights movement, like civil rights era, people are dying out. They got to have that's going to leave a vacuum. They have to have black movement people actually come in and take their place. So if you don't want them to grow up organically and you don't know what you're going to get, a mixed bag, it's cheaper to actually fund them and grow them yourself. And I think they're growing. These are like the Empire's clones, rather than gathering an army.
The First Order.
Yeah, basically Black Lives Matter are political clones of Soros and the white folks. If that makes sense.
Excuse me, brothers.
Kevin.
Yeah, brother BGS. Yeah, I was told at one time, since you mentioned Black Lives Matter, I was told it's actually funded and was started by a white dude.
It's Soros, yeah.
Yeah. So see, I wouldn't trust Black Lives Matter.
Nobody does. They shouldn't.
Their manifesto tells you what they're all about, and it's literally they publish a manifesto that tells that they are an LGBT movement. They're not about black men.
We're trying to queer the movement.
What's on in? What do you say?
I said, if you read the as the brother was saying, if you read, I believe under the About Us on the website, you'll see typical feminist, rhetoric or terminology.
Yeah.
You'll see cisgendered, you'll see this, you'll see that.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, Cerulean had it. Basically, he was basically in a female-dominated atmosphere because of his degree or what he was trying to go for. So he saw this firsthand with black feminists and white feminists. So basically, Black Lives Matter is appealing to the power structure of white feminists and black feminists. That's which is the political power has political power in the United States and Washington D.C. So
that's a damn shame.
Yeah.
The last time I was in college, trying to get college credits, my teacher, I was taking a sociologist course. I think a philosophy course, and my teacher was a transvestite female, and she didn't want nobody arguing with her. I said, fuck this shit, man. I can't take this no more. I dropped out.
Yeah, well, that's because you're a male, you're a masculine male, and you do not follow it. Go ahead,
Well,
Cerulean.
yeah,
I know we
yeah.
interrupted you.
Even in the college level, people think that this this educational holocaust on black males is just something that happens K through 12, and it's actually it's in the upper education arena at this point.
I heard it gets worse. I heard for
It gets way worse.
T.S.I. Johnson, because he's basically in that field. He says the same thing. It gets worse. Man, he had to fight tooth and nail to get something in some kind of male program for boys. I mean, tooth and nail, still fighting.
Well, we already seen that universities, especially state-funded universities, are compromised with leftist ideology, well, socialist ideology, I should say.
Well, really, it's feminist-dominated ideology, and I wouldn't even say feminist ideology. They were actually put in by Republicans. It's actually more conservative than you actually think it is. It's fake. It's fake. It's really fake sociology.
So basically, brother, these so-called black movements that are rising up are really physically and mentally manipulation by the white government to, I guess, to try to re-enslave us.
It's actually because I talk about this a long time, and maybe she really
assimilation.
It's more about suppressing males, because after Vietnam, you had a lot of young males that were protesting, and you had to suppress their power. So how do you do that? You take stuff away, give it to the food. Basically, who indoctrinates the children? It's not the males that indoctrinate the children. It's the females.
Right.
So you get the females or the mothers to indoctrinate the children from 1 through 5, put them in a feminist education system, K through 12, and basically you finish up your indoctrination when you're in the university, because you can bounce people out of university. So basically, if you look at more than, that's why I always say look at more than Title IX. Everything in more than Title IX, you can look at all the policies that they set forth have already come to fruition by the time 2012. If you read that, and then you read The End of Men and read The Richer Sex, you can see exactly where it started, what they proposed, and what their end game was, because they thought their end game had finally happened in 2012 after like 40 years of Title IX. But the thing is, what they found out, that women weren't happy with their roles. They had finally vanquished male power, but women weren't happy with their roles. They wanted male power because they didn't want to take the responsibility of being breadwinners. But go ahead, Cerulean.
Yeah, matter of fact, we can go back to an article. It was in the 1902 Florida Magazine. It's no longer in publication. 1902 Florida Magazine, there was an article called "The Converted Abolitionist." It was written by a man named Comer L. Peake. And it starts out, it says, "Slavery is dead." And then it turns around on the next line, says, "Long live slavery. As the Negro was the manual slave to his southern masters, he shall now be the political slave to his emancipators." And then it goes on to describe how they were going to use the women to be the political masters, okay, over the black male, to control this black problem. Okay, fast forward to 1972, the creation of Miss Magazine. And I'll tell you something interesting about Miss Magazine. Is co-founded by Dorothy Pittman Hughes and Gloria Magazines. Miss Magazines was funded by the Ford Foundation. In that Ford Foundation, a lot of what was going on was, there was a man named Maurice Wertheim, who was part of the Jewish Federation for Philanthropy, and he donated all this money to get the Miss Magazine published. Interesting thing about Maurice Wertheim, as a young man, George Soros worked for Maurice Wertheim before he started the Open Fund Society. Now, Miss Magazine is actually wholly controlled by the Soros Management Fund, and through the Miss, which he controls, which is called the Miss Foundation for Women. And the first publication that they created, 1972 spring, it on the cover of that magazine, and you can look this up, that it shows that it has an interview in there, Gloria Steinem and this woman that are trying to teach women how to raise their children without gender roles.
Mm-hmm.
So this has been a long ongoing plan, and because we've had these black feminist autocrats in political power, the whole of the black community has basically been blinded when we could have actually created a countermeasure against these plans, during the 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
When you playing chess, what piece do you target first?
The queen.
You always target the queen.
Exactly.
No, you always target the queen.
Exactly.
Target the queen. I say that quite a bit often, is that if anybody is looking at the chessboard with any honesty, the queen has long been captured. I mean, the queen was captured back, 1860s.
Yeah.
There was an interesting part in this movie. If you ever seen Goodbye Uncle Tom,
Yeah, I saw that.
where the abolitionist is sitting at the table, and he's seemingly disgusted with the institution of slavery, and these Southern women are trying to justify the institution of slavery to him, and he says, "Well, just because you free them doesn't mean they have to stop working for you."
Yeah.
That
was the movie that I was mentioning to you, Edward, about a week or two ago, but I didn't know the name of it. It was called Goodbye Uncle Tom. And the tripped out thing about that movie is, like, I think it was kind of like a comedy. When I first watched it, I could not watch it. I had to turn it off, and I had to watch it again like a week later. And when I put it on for my mother, she basically could not watch it at all. She said, "Oh, I cannot take this. It's just too graphic." I mean, it makes Roots look like Disneyland.
What movie is that? Say that again.
Goodbye Uncle Tom.
Oh, Goodbye Uncle Tom, yeah.
So they've disabled us from creating countermeasures which could have prevented the social dynamic we're living in now. And we're really at a disadvantage, because all that's left on the board are the pawns and the knights that are left trying to create.
If you look at the chessboard, as far as if you're on the black side, the white side, I mean, it's basically like, I mean, you don't have no queen. Life. Yeah, you don't have no queen. You just kind of got some pawns, maybe a bishop and one knight. And then really, you don't have no rooks. Like, it's really dire.
Yeah, you're trying to beat, because they absorb them all. Okay, like they're trying to do with the classic men, or what we call the geeks or the nerds. In fact, Professor Black Truth was saying the same thing with the geek culture or nerd culture. They're trying to absorb them into the white collective, and basically what the black women are doing, because of their dominant ideology, their gynocracy, they're pushing these men out of the black community, and they're being absorbed by the white collective. In other words, the best and your brightest are actually being rejected and actually absorbed by other people, and black women don't see that.
One at a time. Who's first? Women been doing that to the nerds since school, and that's what they don't understand. It's like if they've been ever since like 7th grade been trying to get with you, and you rejected them, and all of a sudden once you see a little bit of success and now you want them, they're not going to want you, because they're going to say, "Where was the support when I was just this regular guy and I wanted you?" So it's like natural for them to look outside their race.
Oh no, it goes far deeper than that. You go back during Reconstruction all the way up to around the early 60s. That was the golden age of invention and the black arts. I mean, jazz, you had most of your inventions that we use as a luxury today were invented during that time. Okay, so with the argument that's constantly going on throughout the community is, this idea of, can you be pro-black while being white? And that's why I respect BGS's point of view on it is that you have to look at a body of work. And you have to remember that black male intelligence back during the, coming out of Reconstruction, black male intelligence and labor coming from Reconstruction all the way up through the 60s, that was a type of social capital that was invaluable to white society. You see? Whereas black women were actually less educated during that time than black males. That's why you had more black men inventing things than you had black women inventing things. And whenever this feminist idealism took hold, it flipped everything on its head. But you got less inventions. All of your intellectual properties were now in the hands of white multinational corporations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I always joke about this with my friend. I always say the greatest invention the white man ever created was the patent and the trademark, because they know a lot of people don't know how to maneuver those atmospheres. So say if you come out with let's take Nicki Minaj, for instance. She failed to trademark her name. So what did one of these dudes do? They trademarked their name and started making high heels, and she's mad. She's like, how can this person make money off my name? It's because you failed to trademark your name.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And so
and like looking at that, it's very hard to do. Like the paperwork that you have to put in, and I'm actually going to start going through that process pretty soon. And I talked to somebody that actually patented an idea that is even being referenced by EA and Microsoft. And he's like, just to even go after them would cost me how much ever money. And it can go one of two ways. They can fight it in court until I lose all my money, or they can just throw me a bone. And it's like, if you look at patents and everything, it's very hard to do. And it's very daunting, so people don't want to do it, which is just really kind of like, I'm about to get into that probably in another year or so.
It's better to be first and get your patent out, get it patented.
Exactly.
So at least you'll get the bone.
Yeah, and that's what you say, like they have patent pending on a lot of these technologies.
Yeah.
And what my friend put me onto was that when it says patent pending, it doesn't mean that like it's actually in play. It means that it's still going through the patent process, but they put in the paperwork for it. Whether it'll go through or not is a different story.
Yeah. Look at the brother who did the Super Soaker. He just got hit.
Ronnie Johnson.
Yeah.
They have to pay more money.
It actually kind of goes a little deeper than that, because a lot of those things will be irrelevant, I would say, in the next 10 to 20 years. Because if you look at the direction the market is going on technology, everything looks like it's moving in the direction of open source.
Yeah, because the Chinese are going to copy it anyway. There's nothing you can do about it.
Right.
So it's
even cars.
Right.
Yeah, even like car manufacturers are going crazy over like, do you really own the car? Is there a license to the vehicle? Even if you pay the car outright, there's some things you just still can't do to the car, and they will not allow you to do.
The reverse engineering the software. It's just you have a software license. So do you own the physical car, but you don't own the intellectual.
You don't own the software, right?
The software that's inside of it. Yeah.
And the people are like, "Are you serious?" Yeah.
Yeah. In other words, we can't modify it. You can't legally modify it and sell it to somebody else.
Yeah, you can't make a Sam's Choice version of the product.
Oh, in other words, say if you say back in the day, what they used to do is that say if you had basically a car that wouldn't perform up to standard, right? It has a high performance engine, but you needed to make a modification for it to go faster, right? They used to sell chips. In other words, you say, okay, I have a Mustang, but a 502 Mustang, but I wanted to go X amount of miles faster. You would actually get a chip and replace the brain of the computer to actually make it go faster. They want to prevent that. In other words, you can't modify it and sell it on the open market as with our software.
Oh, sell the modification.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they want to make it hard for you to be able to work on your own car now. So they try to make it too complicated. So now you got to take it to the dealership so they can hit you in the head.
Yeah, they've been doing that for about 20 years.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, I know about that. I recently bought a 2006 Buick LaCrosse. And when I went to get my first oil change, I just bought the car like last year, May. I went for oil change. They told me I need to get this replaced on the wheel or the spoke or something, which would cost like over $1,000. I was like, wait a minute, I just bought this car already. So I took it to a place where I took my old car that my dad found, and I had the state inspection done, and everything was fine. They're saying, because I showed them the estimate and the receipts that the dealer showed me, and they said, no, that's not true. Ain't nothing wrong with with those parts, everything's fine. So they try to gouge you for money.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I had a conversation today at the barbershop, like on the topic of subject that y'all were talking about, the trademarking and protecting your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
A guy who's a musician, he played something off his phone for the barber. It's something he produced, and it's basically, I found out it's from an old gospel song. The chorus, like, I don't know what you come to do. I first heard about 2020 Tony in the movie House Party 2.
Okay, yeah.
But he told me that they started out as a gospel group at first, but I didn't know that. And then when they got signed, they started doing non-gospel. But he said that particular song, that particular chorus, is actually made by a person a long time ago, of course, But
there's no copyright on it.
Right, yeah, because he said that the term he used, he said it's public domain now because the original artist he couldn't find on Google, so it's public domain. Because if he were to produce it and record it, but have to pay royalties, he doesn't have to do that if it's public domain now.
When it comes to music, there's all kind of loopholes and stuff.
Yeah, they be raping them artists. Like that's why. That's
even the
why
artists do it.
One at a time.
Guns N' Roses had Axl. Axl wanted to redo all their songs so he can get a check, but not the rest of the band. When they came back and did that award performance.
Well, look at Puffy. Like that's why they be trying to get that publishing because they know how important that publishing is. Without that publishing, you don't own nothing. It's like somebody owning your masters.
Mm-hmm.
That's the funny thing about Puffy. Who here saw the Tupac movie already?
I haven't seen it yet.
I saw it on the premiere. And the thing is, I heard I don't know if this is true. I heard Puffy produced it or executive produced it, but the character himself wasn't in the movie unless it was like maybe a split and a half second shot. When Notorious B.I.G. reprised his role. The actor Jamal Willard. I didn't see him in the movie. The thing is, people have told me some dark things about Puffy, as far as publishing and music and everything. They're saying
Biggie in debt.
Yeah. They're saying he had a Notorious killed, which I found very disturbing and very kind of shocking, or ironic.
Well, because Puffy, if you listen to like some of old Biggie's interviews and stuff, he was gonna leave Puffy and do his own thing. He was gonna start this thing called the Commission that was gonna have Jay-Z, I believe Cameron, and Junior, the Locks and all that. And he owed Puffy because if I was listening to his old bodyguard and his old bodyguard was talking to him, he was like, yo, you owe money, don't you? He was like, damn, how you know about that? Like, he owed a lot of people money. Biggie wasn't eating like Biggie was eating, but he also had to pay a lot of niggas out of pocket, and that was costing him. And also, when some people are worth more dead than alive, that's when you gotta start looking over your shoulder. Like Tupac was worth more dead than alive. Michael Jackson's worth more dead than alive.
Prince,
so that's when,
Prince.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I know what you're saying. Him and Puffy. At least the movie portrayed them as best friends. The thing is now.
Oh, they was far from it. Far from it.
Now in the Tupac movie.
Well, like you said, who produced the movie?
Yeah, Puffy. That's what I heard. I didn't see a credit because I didn't stay along for all the credits. But I heard.
You know what they say? They say the winners write history, right? So of course it's imperative for Puffy to make it seem like him and Biggie were best friends, so that way he can continue to live off Big's legacy.
Yeah,
and the thing is, in the movie, when Tupac went to jail on that rape charge, in that scene where Puff talked to him saying, "I just signed a new deal with Clive, saying I'm getting this amount of millions, and like he's getting 20 million, or basically Puffy's getting more money than Biggie. So if Puffy's getting more money than Biggie, how in the world is Biggie going to owe him money or a lot of people money?" Now,
contract.
It's called advance. It's called when I sign you to the label, I give you an advance.
Yeah.
If I charge you a super high interest rate that I know you're never going to pay back, you're going to be in debt to me forever. I might sign you to a 9-deal album, sort of like what LL signed to Def Jam. He had to do 6 albums before they would let him out his deal. But they actually have to accept the albums. So you can do 6 albums and they could accept 3 and then reject the other 3 and make you keep writing. So that's how they keep you in debt forever. Like, the industry is shady.
Puffy used to get his artists in debts by basically he used to get on the videos and he'll charge them for using his car.
Mm-hmm.
could charge him for making an appearance.
Yeah.
So by the time the video shot and the album is released, he got to pay him a lot of money because he was in all these appearances and he charged his artists. So
Yeah, look at the
start
lives.
off in debt.
So Jamie, so how did LL Cool J get away from Def Jam eventually?
Well, it's because he actually fulfilled his contract obligation and did the albums that he was supposed to do. And after he fulfilled that contract, you could become a free agent, and then you can sign to whoever you want to sign to. That's why, if you notice, Tupac was trying to produce all them albums, trying to get out that deal he was under, because he knew he was basically restrained. He didn't want to be with Death Row as long as he was. That's why he was dropping albums like 3 albums in a year, basically.
Yeah,
he was constantly working, trying to get out that contract.
Yeah, here's the thing: in the movie at the end, when Suge bailed him out of jail with all his money and signed him to Death Row, when he fulfilled his albums, Death Row or Suge Knight showed him a book of numbers, and apparently I don't know how accurate it is, but said apparently he owed a lot of money. And I'm like, okay, so what's this? I mean, he fulfilled those albums, and those albums sold millions. So how is it he owed Tupac this money?
It's because Tupac was one of those artists. Like every time he would complain about the money, Suge would get him a car. So as soon as he got that car, now he owes Suge more money. So it's sort of like what Cadillac Records used to do when they went to the guy and was like, "Yo, you owe us all these money." He said, "That car you drive," he said, "that money I owe you, you're driving it."
Well, the key word the gentleman said was contract. It's all about what's in your contract. Because if what gets artists is they don't take the time to really understand that the agreement, kind of like what we do with cell phones, with Apple and everything. We don't read the contract, we just agree. You see terms of services, you say, you just go ahead and get to the next.
You guys hold up for a second.
That's why I have prepaid.
Can you guys hold up for a second? Mike, can you run them through how to bring up a separate browser again, because they're having problems with the link?
Yeah, I'll do it in the chat.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I want to say was, before I came on the panel and I was watching it, the audio went dead. I don't know why. So I missed some stuff on some of the topics.
Okay, you guys listen to the replay.
I don't know if you can fix that, but the audio's dead. And it's still dead now.
For me or for you on your end? Because
no, I mean, like if you're outside, if now the Hangout and you're actually watching it on YouTube, all of a sudden the audio
from the Hangout goes dead. Now I don't think I can fix it on my end.
Yeah,
YouTube. That's YouTube. That's YouTube.
Yeah, the audio's found here, but on
that's
YouTube,
probably YouTube.
Oh, yes, but you know what?
Yes.
As much as what you're talking about, these topics, maybe YouTube did that on purpose.
Of course,
it could be, but we'll have to see if it dropped out on the replay, because I have to listen to the replay, because I can't monitor it here because I'm live, but I'll mute my mic and I'll listen.
I got you.
And to stay on topic with the music, look at what Birdman's doing with Lil Wayne right now. How much does he owe Lil Wayne? Lil Wayne ain't never gonna see any of that paper.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, back on Tupac and Death Row, it seemed like Suge was so dirty and evil. I mean, they betrayed him, beating up people too, and killing people, because that's how it was. They had a scene where he says, "Hey man, let's go ahead and chop it up," and he took him in the room, puts his arm around like he's being nice, protect him, and then they beat him up. Then he did that to Tupac later, and what it is, he didn't give Tupac a car. He offered him Tupac a branch. He wanted to expand Death Row, and wanted to offer
Death Row East.
Yeah. That's what it is. Yep, they showed that Death Row East. Yeah, and just weeks before he was killed, they showed him on MTV about saying, "No, we'll bring a government here that'll feed everybody in New York, and get rid of Bad Boy and all this kind of stuff." It seemed like Puffy Bad Boy, he was like the Suge Knight of the East Coast then. I mean, if he had Biggie killed, and then somebody who I know who works at Walmart said that Puffy did the songs basically confessing he had Biggie killed. I never heard it, or I can't find it, but
I never heard that song, but it wouldn't put it past me. Like I used to think Puffy had something to do with it, But I also used to think a couple other people had something like the way they used to rap about it. Like you got to listen to the lyrics. You're like, yo, these. It's kind of ironic that they're rapping like this now. It's sort of like Nas. Like nobody knew Nas and Biggie had beef till Nas came that song talking about who you thought kicking the door was for. But that's my heart. You're still tripping off the Biggie. Like nobody knew him and Nas had beef until Nas said it. It's like, why didn't you bring this up when Big was alive?
That's true. And the funny thing is, there's a actor in there, a character that's portraying Nas, I believe. I'm thinking Nas's people are the ones that had Tupac jump at Quad Studios, because apparently Nas and Tupac were good friends. And Nas would like offer his hospitality and money and the clubs and everything like that. And all of a sudden, this is how Tupac was set up with the girl who cried wolf and had him charged with the rape. So
yeah, well, it could have been Mobb Deep too. If you ever heard "Drop a Gem," Mobb Deep, like that whole song was about Tupac. After Tupac died, they took his name out of it.
Oh shit! Okay.
I want to add in. I have no proof of this, but I want to add in Jay-Z.
Yeah, Jay-Z. Yo, I was gonna say Jay-Z, but I didn't want to sound like some conspiracy theorist. But listen to the lines when in that Hard Knock Life, he says, "So I stretched the game out, X your name out, put Jigga on top, and drop albums nonstop for you." And whose lyrics does Jay-Z constantly steal?
Big. Well, he steals from everybody, but
it's Biggie.
So Jay-Z might have something to do with that too, huh?
Yeah, because Jay-Z had a lot to gain from it. If Biggie was alive, Jay-Z would not be where he's at now.
Exactly.
A lot of rappers say the dope game is
because you look at
very similar to the rap game.
Yeah, I'm sorry, fellas. I can't really relate. I'm sorry. This is Cerulean Gray. I can't really relate because I haven't kept up with music since probably the 90s, early 2000s.
Well, nothing's really changed, to be honest with you.
Yeah, nothing's really changed. Basically, now it's all crap because nothing was good as far as back in the days of old school in the 90s. Nothing was good.
Yeah, see, my thing is this is only way I feel that black folks should really entertain like hip hop anymore is if you're going to reclaim it. You know what I mean?
Exactly. None of that Young Thug shit.
If you're not going to reclaim it, I'd say just leave it alone because it's going to be a dead art in the next 10, 15 years.
Oh, hip hop is already dead. Like there, and everybody wants to get into this genre. It's like,
no, what I mean by dead is completely dead, absorbed, owned, like the way of rock and roll. You know, that level of dead.
I don't know,
because hip hop, like what hip hop used to be about was it was actually about bringing a message and trying to actually like actually give you knowledge.
Yeah, it's politicized.
With the lyrical, like with actually like with nice beats, like Poor Righteous Teachers, KRS-One in the beginning, Rakim. Now when you got these Young Thugs and all them talking about Molly Percocets, it's like they're trying to create these drug addicts, and it's like a lot of this mumble rap. It's like you could tell it went way corporate now. So now
they used to
BGS was saying in a hangout one time that really a lot. I apologize. But really, a lot of that stuff that you hear in music is just a reflection of what's going on in the street. And I personally feel that, yes, it will die as it is now, but I think it will start to see a revival in independent music where people, because you have things like SoundCloud and
that's what I mean by reclaiming.
Yeah. You know what?
Even in Bandcamp, I think it's going to be great.
You know what? I think a model they should really follow is what LeVar Ball is doing with his kids. You know, breaking outside of that and making your own brand because
Currency's doing it.
Yeah, because you have a global market now, so you don't actually need to you don't have to need the local structures anymore. You have all these avenues there to build your own brand as long as you have a name.
To be honest,
so many places that are like platforms.
Yeah,
like
we're talking on that
one at a time.
Well, to be honest with you, Dame Dash was on that. Dame Dash was on that exact path until he had the legal battle with Jay-Z because
I'm glad you brought that up
because he was saying, you know, he kept those corporate cats at length and they wanted to do deals with him, but Jay-Z was going around and actually sitting down with them and everything.
Because Jay-Z wanted to be in that circle, but look, like there was basically was Suge Knight, Dame Dash, Irv Gotti, Jay Prince,
There you go.
and they was all trying to start basically a black publishing label, right? And basically, who went behind their backs and actually got them all set up? Like from what Dame Dash was saying, it was Jay-Z. Jay-Z was going back to the powers that be, telling them like, "Yo, these people are trying to do this,"
Right.
and then all of a sudden, Irv Gotti gets raided. Jay Prince gets raided. They raided all their offices at one time, and then Dame Dash has basically been blackballed from the industry. And Jay-Z rose to this multi-billionaire status, and everybody thinks he got there through hard work. Jay-Z, like if you study Jay-Z, you would actually see how grimy that cat is. But a lot of times,
uses people
exactly.
Where he
I
needs
thought
to
it was
get.
50 Cent.
One at a time.
Jay-Z
one at a time.
uses
Well, 50 Cent did
One at a
snitch.
time. One at a time. You can't talk over each other.
I thought it was 50 Cent that snitched.
Yeah, 50 Cent snitched on another. He snitched on that Murder Inc. stuff. I mean, not the Murder Inc. The Supreme Team stuff. But when it came to this music stuff, it was Jay-Z who went back to these record labels. And these record labels, it's like the hip hop police go hand in hand. So it's like they started raiding these offices and starting to get these niggas bagged. So they have to spend all their money on legal fees. If you ain't got no money left to actually build on your business, your idea is done.
No, Jay-Z uses people to get to get up top.
Basically, everybody uses everybody.
Right. Everybody uses everybody. But with Jay-Z,
so Puffy used Biggie, Suge used Tupac, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
But what Jay-Z did, what he does, he corners the market. That's what he does. He anything that comes up, he kind of like acts like he's the end all be all, like the death of auto-tune thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And because like what's supposed to happen is that you be hot for like 5 years, pretty much on average for like really like breakout artists. But what Jay-Z did, he kept New York cats suppressed to where he was the only voice of New York.
You know what he does?
And the thing is, it didn't work for the South because the South isn't centralized like East Coast rap is. Like you think East Coast, you think New York. You think West Coast, you think LA. But the South is every state had a different style, like, and that's why it was more stabilized as far as like business goes for Southern rappers to break out.
Yeah, at that time, Jay-Z actually pays people not to play certain people's records. Like that's why for the longest you couldn't hear Nas on the radio because it was Jay-Z paying him not to play Nas. Just like when it came
they've been doing that forever.
Yeah, and when it came to like when he started losing his street cred, what did he do? He went to Philly and recruited Beans and them. Beans and them got him hot again. Then all of a sudden, when he got hot, what did he do? Turned his back on them, and now they're basically swimming in water by themselves. Like Beanie got that.
Can I give you a little history? All right, so paying people to not play certain music. I mean, it's an old concept. This is kind of really what illegitimized Motown, if you really look at it. Have you ever heard of an artist known as Eddie Hazel?
Oh, no.
No, sir.
Eddie Hazel is what I would consider one of the rock gods. I mean, he's up there with Jimi Hendrix. He's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But he wrote a song. He wrote a song that he did not copyright or trademark, and it was known as California Dreaming. You can look this up. You can look up that song. He was the first one to do it. Comes along the Mamas and Papas. Okay, they buy the song. They buy the song from him. They like the song. They buy the song, and now they're credited with having wrote the song. Okay, but back when Eddie Hazel wrote that song, the Mamas and Papas label was going around paying people not to play the Eddie Hazel version. Okay, that's why that's why a lot of people have never even heard of Eddie Hazel. He's one of the greatest guitarists that ever lived.
Yeah, I mean they were doing that way back in the.
It is called payola.
Yeah, payola. They've been done back in the 50s.
Right.
And in fact, I think it was in the 2000s they were talking about that where there was payola going around with I can't remember, with this big group of radio stations that got caught playing certain albums and suppressing others. So it's still going on.
That's how that dude Limp Bizkit got on for like a hot second. He basically paid a whole bunch of people to play his record.
Yeah, but saying there was a big group of radio stations. I can't remember that they had bought out a lot of these local radio stations.
Yeah, that was the payola scandal.
It was Clearwater. Clearwater was actually doing
Clearwater or
that.
Clear Signal or something.
Clear Channel.
Clear Channel. That's it. Yeah.
Hey, also, if you guys remember, at one time, you know how Bad Boy tight they used to seem? Look how they turned on Little Kim real fast.
Oh yeah,
and she went to jail. I mean, Lil Cease and all of them turned on her. I'm like, whoa, what the hell's going on?
Somebody is at a party or something.
That's big. That's big.
Yeah, somebody at family reunion in the background.
Yeah.
At the family reunion,
Mute yourself.
somebody
There's a lot going on in the background. Kind of mute yourself until you're ready to talk.
That's the dude with the blue avatar.
Okay. All right. There we go.
Yeah, but I also want to add, if you look at it now, and I noticed this, like, they every once in a while, a hip hop magazine would say the new face of New York or something like that, right? Like now, it was like the last cover I seen, it had ASAP Rocky on it, and 5 years prior to that, they had French Montana. You know,
French is trash.
Right, but before that,
French does some really good music.
Before that, it was always Jay-Z. Like they didn't no other New York rapper got any real coverage like Jay-Z did. It was only when Jay-Z was out there on vacation they'll like mention somebody, you know, and that's pretty much what got him where he's at. That he pretty much just cornered the market as far as that going, and got.
Well, and he lucked up because a lot of good MCs in his era died. If Big L would still been alive, Big L was nicer lyrically than Jay-Z. Big Pun. Yeah. So it's like he lucked.
They do like that all the time.
I personally think I don't think so. I mean, I think what happens is people get tired, and when they hear something new, it blows up. Yeah. So now you're starting to see more conscious rappers are starting to become very popular as well. They've always been there, but they're starting to rise up even more. You know, in the past you saw, you know, the NWA, then you had the New York rappers, then you had your Dirty South rappers. Now you're having like all these pill poppers and everything like that.
Yeah.
And everything in between. So I don't know what's next for music, but you know, you're going to see something different. So it's just kind of like they just had their time at the top, and somebody even said it earlier, average is 5 years.
Yeah, well, yeah, hip hop is long overdue to actually kind of cede its power to someplace else. Because it's been 40 years, man. Normally, black music kind of switches over every 20 years, and hip hop has had a very, very long run.
When I saw,
I just want to say real quick, hip hop is considered to be dead.
Yeah, it is dead now, especially now.
Yeah, so
I don't think so.
Yeah, regarding like
that. I think so.
They choose to when they release artists. Like I saw that when Chris Brown, he got into it with Rihanna, he went to jail. And next thing you know, they just dropped Drake. Like, and the next thing he blew up. Like they pick and choose when they, like, you know, position people, drop them in. So yeah, I saw.
Well, yeah, and now everybody's trying to be like a Drake of some sort, a rapper with feelings.
Yeah, Disney kid, Disney power.
Oh my God, Disney.
Yeah, right.
Disney to me is the most shady, metaphorically, sexual reference. And people have told me, even the old cartoons I used to watch with Disney, the movies, and I still watch now.
Yeah.
If you look at some of the lines, and yes, subliminal, really, that's bad. But as far as
I call it the Disney penis effect, like how everybody sees a penis or something, or something sexual in Disney.
And as far as
like, oh my God, Disney penises.
True, yeah. And
well, they show. If you ever watch the documentaries, they show how they draw the artist. They always start with a penis and balls, and then they draw the artist from that. And it's like, how could you get this from that? But they show you how they do it.
So that's how they probably got Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
I mean, Family Guy. The dude from Family Guy, basically his chin is 2 nutsacks.
Yeah.
Peter Griffin.
Simpsons, the Cleveland's, the black show they had, they're obvious. I mean, because they're kind of raunchy. No, but as far as who's blown up in the music, I don't listen to them because it doesn't sound good to me. That's all. There's only one new song I ever liked actually. That's good out now. That Bruno Mars, 24/7 24
Oh,
karat
that's
magic.
that's the simp song of the year.
Yeah.
I spend all my
Yo,
money on
Bruno Mars is like Michael Jackson and Elvis mixed in one.
Yeah,
But
and he's Hispanic, obviously.
I mean,
Now,
I
I heard
like
the
his
song
music. I
definitely
mean,
a
you know, it
sample.
doesn't
He's
affect
like
me much, but I do
Filipino
like his
Hispanic.
music.
Yeah, I heard the song.
It's
That
not that
particular
bad.
song is a sample from the Gap Band or Charlie Wilson.
I
I
mean,
try to find out
I
which
spend
one it
all
is.
my money on you, baby.
the
Yeah.
thing is
And
though,
look, as far as Jay-Z goes, hey, and he,
They give you this social security check.
yeah, look, as far as Jay-Z goes, and he's married to Beyonce, I wonder if Beyonce is just as grimy as he is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Look what she did to her whole group.
What she did
Well,
to
look,
Destiny Child.
look, she's trained by her dad. Her dad is not a nice person, so she's been
Wow.
well trained. Yeah.
he's a Q.
Destiny's Child is basically extinct now.
Yeah.
He's a Q, man, from my neck of the woods. You know, doing his in the bushes and everything. Dude's Grammy. Dude, he ain't no upscale, like, you know.
Nah, but he's a genius though. He's a marketing.
Yeah, he's smart with it though. He's slick with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's keyword slick. Yes.
Yeah, he's
Now, I've heard
marketing
as far as when y'all mentioned Motown, I heard Berry Gordy was a crook.
Oh,
You got to
hell
be gangster
yeah.
to be in the music. If you're gonna be in the music industry, you got to be a little bit of gangster.
You do.
Really got to be a gangster.
Yeah.
To be honest.
In the mainstream. See what people don't do. They don't divide mainstream from everything else. Because when you get in the mainstream, you mess with other people's money, right? You get the advance, you get all this marketing dollars put. That's somebody else's money, right?
Yeah.
And they're and when dealing with people with money, you know, it should be what you want to put out there, right? Whatever message you want to put out there with your money, that's your business. But the problem is that nobody really gives a whole lot of respect to independent artists, the artists themselves, and the consumers. You know.
They used to steal people's money before they go on stage, like a long time ago. Like Aretha Franklin, she didn't even go on stage until she got a briefcase full of money, because she was like, "You're not about to get me on here and then talk about
And
they
not
ain't got
paying.
no money. They ain't had no money, you know, after the show." So she would ask for a briefcase full of money, and she had somebody count it and everything before she walked on stage.
Never did.
And this was the 60s.
Yeah, I mean, like even artists like Currency, he's like a big, like well-known independent artist to a certain extent, or he's like kind of underground a little bit, and he releases stuff like all the time. I'm not sure if he signed a deal. I almost want to say I've heard him sign a deal before, but
who is this?
Currency.
Currency, yeah.
He's been out for a while.
You almost don't need a deal. You know,
exactly.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, the deal is mostly distribution.
Yeah,
you don't need that.
Distribution or anybody to actually set up your dates or anything like that. That can be done outsourced, basically.
Right.
Like look at Eric Stanley. He doesn't have a deal. He puts his advertising, because you're not gonna get that much money off of recordings anyway. So he advertises stuff on YouTube and Facebook and whatnot, and then he puts out his put out his dates where he's gonna be, and he has his accounts where he sells tickets through PayPal or whatnot, and he shows up. Money goes into his account. He shows up. He does the gig. Does what he does, and he goes on to the next one.
Right.
You can do. You don't actually need a deal.
Exactly, but it's the convincing.
I see it a different way, because if you really look at the music industry as it is, or how has it been, it's basically been one large pyramid scheme. And so the way, like I said, with black people, the only way you should really be entertaining like hip hop is if you're going to reclaim it, which is going into the private sector. I mean, we're sitting here talking on a multimedia platform right now, so you don't really even need publishing or a distributor or any of that. You can distribute it yourself.
Yeah.
You see,
that's pretty much what Chance
just
the
look
Rapper
at,
does.
I mean, just look at Universal Music, right? You got Interscope, you got Capitol, you got Republic, Def Jam, all under that same group. So when you see these little labels like of G Unit Records or like Bad Boy, which is they're all under the same dynamic. They gotta literally rob their artists. They literally have no choice.
Yeah,
because they're
so large.
They're getting fronted money from the Universal Music Group to produce content.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Well, look how many times Jermaine Dupri went broke, and look who his dad is.
Yeah. Well, you can do that if you put too much money in the wrong venture. You can go broke real quick.
Yeah,
Right. That's a good
like,
point. And that's
yeah, the music,
costs a lot of money every night.
the music industry is basically an illusion in a way.
Yeah.
Like, because if you notice, most of these artists are broke within like 2-3 years after they're not hot no more.
They trick off.
That's also improper investments too. Like they just
Because artists, because artists get sold on this kind of like this Amway scheme, right? Like,
You're gonna be a big star.
All you got to do is sell these products,
right?
And then the more people you bring in, which is the fans, to support that product.
You take somebody that is in utter poverty, and you give them an offer of a deal, and they the price of fame and all this. Like DMX. DMX sold more rap albums than any other rapper in history, but he was only making like 9 cents per record.
I got a personal DMX story too.
Yeah, so he didn't make no money.
Record is that's a lot of money. What do you do with it? That's a lot of
but it's
now peep game here. My boy where I'm at, he's like a promoter, so he be setting up these shows and stuff like that. So he booked DMX to come down, right? So DMX is in Yonkers. You would figure a person like DMX would be able to like bring himself down, drive, right? Like he had no car. My boy had to drive all the way to Yonkers to pick him up and then drive him back. Like they're not like a lot of these artists don't have money like you think they have.
Well, he smoked crack.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, again, it's just them tricking it off and doing stupid shit.
Well, it's like
I can't feel
one at a time.
It's like what Prince said. You can't mix business with art.
Yeah,
so a lot of these guys are just artists. That's it. They're not business minded.
Right.
But he did movies though. He did movies. You would figure you know how to invest that. Like he did movies. Like
you don't get off that crack.
They got managers. They got people that are like.
And he had a lot of kids too.
I mean, you got people that are taking care and managing your money for you, and quote unquote air quotes financial planning for you. But you're not taking ownership or accountability for your own funds. So when people talk about all these like NFL and sports players going out of the league and being dead broke after the fact, it's kind of like, well, that's because these dumb motherfuckers didn't do anything for themselves.
What is Oprah's first rule? Sign your own checks.
Yeah, right. That's why I love Jamal Mashburn. Speaking of athletes, Jamal Mashburn. Like, what did he do? He played the game, and now what's he do? Like, he bought all these car dealerships. Right? He's good. Like. A lot of these people don't know how to set themselves up for life after sports or
they don't think about it.
It's a very small percentage.
And the worst part is there's so many examples around them that's teaching them to actually take accountability and look at what they're doing, and then they just don't want to learn. And then we as men down on the other end of it will be looking at it and saying, hey, that's because they were raised by single mothers or they came out of poverty. Or they just didn't know how to manage money. And I mean, just one last quick thing. What kills me is when people, I've seen a post on the internet where somebody was like, this whole don't buy Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks coffee rhetoric that people have is so foolish. And it's like, that's not going to keep me out of poverty. And it's like, well, it's not really about it's not about just, getting getting out of poverty. It's more or less about discipline, and these people just don't have discipline, that's it.
Cerulean.
Well, when it comes to money,
Cerulean first, then you, Malik.
I was saying it goes a little.
Malik, Cerulean first, and then you.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay. So.
I was saying it goes a little deeper than that, especially when you talk about sports players and all of that. And the one element that is always left out is why are they going dead broke? Okay. Most of these brothers, they went to college. They basically got pimped by the colleges and universities that generated millions and billions of dollars for their alumni, right? Whenever they get drafted to the NFL, the NBA, or whatever, who is standing there? Who's standing there most? Like 9 out of 10 times.
Oh, come on, bro. Come on, bro.
So this is why you hear these sports players, like whenever the black community tries to hold its celebrities to standard and hold them accountable, say, hey, you need to reinvest in your communities that nurtured you. They always respond, oh, you got to stop looking for a handout. Who is that coming? Who is that coming from? Whose mentality is that?
That's true. They're Jewish managers. Who's next?
I'll take next. I say it has more to do with the skill set, because you see the same kind of thing happening. Because getting in the NBA and getting that multi-million-dollar contract is almost like a lottery, right? And so, and you see the same thing happen with people who actually win the lottery, and that they go broke within they become in a worse position financially than when they first won the lottery, because of decisions they made. They're not used to having that kind of money all at once and don't really know what to do with it. So it has to do with just having the wherewithal to say, hey, I need more information on what to do with this, And maybe,
that's why I was saying it goes deeper than that, because you have the Jewish managers on one side, then you have their mothers. Right. So
what is not taught in grammar school, high school, for most people?
No, what I'm saying is
money management.
They're raised in a generation.
Financial literacy.
Let him talk. Let him talk. Come on now.
Is that they were raised in a generation where the black feminist autocrats have basically conditioned the whole of black society, specifically black women, right, to consolidate any kind of wealth or power that they actually generate from usually their sons who get drafted into these institutions. Okay. And then they have to fulfill the roles of the man that the mom didn't have.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Malik.
I got something for this after.
That's true.
Malik wanted to.
Oh no, I was gonna say no. Basically, like you said, the same thing with music and entertainment. The lure of money and fame. You get so much money, you're buying cars, women, or you're getting in trouble and doing this. And like I said, not money management. Then, like I said, after you play the game all these years, you've had head injuries. You're developing these mental, brain, physical conditions. You commit suicide, or rage, or it could be the drugs or steroids. Like Junior Seau from the Chargers. Look what happened to him. So then
when I was in high school,
concussion. Yeah, the movie Will Smith did Concussion, which was right on, spot on.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
When I was in high school,
I'll go after Young or Jamie.
Okay. No, go ahead. So finish your talk.
When I was in high school, I knew I wanted to go into business and everything, so I took business math, and it's like a lot of people are not taught financial literacy, and the older I got, the more I understood why. Because if you don't know how to manage your money, or don't know how to invest your money wisely, or know anything about finance, you basically you're set up to basically be a financial slave.
Yeah, consumer.
A consumer your whole life.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that, and I want next on that.
Oh, go ahead.
Wherever in the pipeline.
Mike's next, and then go ahead, Mike.
Two things. One, just piggybacking off of what he just said. Even myself, like I try to teach my nephew about tangible assets, buying silver, making investments, seeing some of the things that I'm doing, even the salon venture. And he's listening. Sometimes he'll be playing PS4 and playing 2K17 basketball, and he's listening to just conversations that I'm having, and he's picking up game, like asking me, what does this word mean or whatever. And so that's very important, and these kids need to learn that, and they need to be exposed to it, and that's the problem. They just don't have much exposure. Also, getting to like the athletes, a lot of these athletes are taught certain things, like watching out for certain women. They are put through certain courses by the league itself and by some of the teams, where they have handlers, people that are actually there to teach them one or two things, just to make sure their off the court experience or actions don't affect them on the court, because that costs the owner money, because they could lose games, so on and so forth. So these players are being educated. It's just whether they're listening or not.
Yeah, well, it has
And
a lot
that's
to do
it.
with their upbringing. Who was next?
Exactly.
Who's next?
I'll take next. I just want to just say that point right there, that if you it's all has to be manufactured. You have to have consumers, in an economic system that's, from my knowledge, supposed to design to have a flow to it, where the money's supposed to just change hands within the population. You have to have more consumers than you do producers. That's just it's kind of said like a tournament style, where you have one guy who's the real winner, but there's a whole lot of contestants that have to participate in the event to make the event sustainable. So that's why I don't believe that we can rely on a government system or public a solution in the public sector when it comes to having things like financial literacy or money management skill. It has to be done on a more private base.
Oh yeah, like everybody can't save their money outside of banks. If they did, then the society and the growth that we have now would not even be sustainable.
Exactly.
Yeah, if there was no money in the banks,
there's got to be some fools.
Right.
Yeah, there's got to be some fools. We
the-
need meat.
Yeah, the United States is pretty much a banking cartel. I mean, about 60% of the wealth is basically controlled and maintained by like Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Citibank, Chase, Manhattan.
Yep.
I mean,
Bank of America.
It is what it is. So it's a banking cartel. I mean, just like in Mexico, the drug cartels run Mexico. In this country, the bankers are pretty much controlled. Like most people work directly for the banks if you really
direct or indirect.
Yeah, indirect or direct, because they have most of the wealth. So.
And plus, what do you think marketing's for? Marketing is to make you want their product. It's sort of like with BMWs, how they don't actually sell the car, they sell the lifestyle. So they're like, if you purchase this car, you're gonna live in luxury. And how high are those car payments? So basically, you're just working for a car payment. So indirectly, you're working to pay back the bank at a high interest rate. Because if you live in the hood, your interest rate's going to be higher than 17%. So instead of like, how much is a new Benz? Like, how much is a new BMW right now? If you drive it off the lot,
if it's like a 7, it'll be like 80.
Yeah.
If it's a 7 Series or 740, you're looking at 80.
So if you get it for 80 at that point, if you got 17 plus interest rate, you're probably going to be paying over $100,000 for that car.
Right, and just another point on that is a lot of people don't like buying used. So if you look at it, 5 years, which is usually the term of the loan, you're looking at by the time that car is like ready, like or at the end of that 5 years, that car is worth $30,000. So then you can get the same vehicle that was new 5 years ago, and they do maybe a whole entire body refresh, maybe every 6 to 10 years.
Yeah.
Everything else is just accent changes. So really, you can get the car from 5 years old, and it'll still look like it's new, except for 1 or 2 accent changes. And the only people that will know the difference is people that really follow that on the car. Some of the owners don't even know the freaking difference.
Yeah. That's what trading teaches you: the value of your money. Because as soon as that car gets registered and drives off the lot, it's lost like 15 to 20% of its value.
Yeah. Right. And the crazy thing is, you would think a lot of investors drive some high-end cars. Now they might do it when they're younger, but one of my customers who's like they run a hedge fund down here in Florida.
Toyota.
They'll drive something like that, right? This guy drives a Genesis.
Yeah.
Like the big Genesis, whatever. But it's the big, cheap luxury car.
Yeah.
Same thing with the guy who does, Hyundai. Another customer who does mortgages and he used to work for Wells Fargo, has a second home and all this other stuff. And he drives the day. When he sees me in my car, he's like, well, I've never had one of those. I used to have the 5s, blah, blah, blah. And he's talking about this one. And he's like, I get so much more out of this, and it's decent luxury as well.
And what people forget, to add on to that, what people forget about too with these luxury cars is they buy them, but they don't have the money to fix them up. Right. It's like they don't realize how much repairs cost. It's like a
you could
BMW
buy.
tires. You'll be looking at $600 to $800 to replace all 4 tires.
You
But
could
All
see,
buy
four?
in.
Sometimes one.
see, the thing
Yeah.
is, you have to
Some
have
cases.
you have to have an idiot factory to have that kind of product
Yep.
circulating in an economy, right? Like you
And,
go into a
and that's
person.
what athletes are for. Athletes are basically to push this lifestyle and say, "Oh, if I want to be like them, I should drive this car." So
It's
Yeah,
not
like,
they're
just
great
them.
marketing tools.
Finish,
It's not
yeah,
finish
just
your thought,
them.
Isaac. Isaac,
It's
finish
a
your thought.
whole.
Yeah, I'm just saying that you can go to any see anybody with a brainstem and ask them, would you pay $80,000 or $100,000 at the end of the loan for a $30,000 car, right?
Accurate, right?
No, like the model that the gentleman presented before. At the end of that loan,
Mm-hmm.
you're paying like what? Probably like $20,000 in interest, right? So
Right.
it's $100,000 you pay at the end, but the car is only worth $30,000. So you ask somebody, would you pay $100,000 for a $30,000 car? They'll tell you no, but yet
Yeah.
people
Right.
still take out that loan for that much.
Right.
You have to have
Because
a
it's a
system,
lifestyle. Yeah.
right? And it's all based on irrational thought to buy the car.
Yeah.
Really, it's
Let
not
me.
logical to buy a car that
I
spend that
got
much.
another
One
one
at a time.
for
One
you.
at a time.
And
I
so
got
all
another.
I'm saying is you got to have an idiot factory for that,
Okay,
and that's
we
why
heard that.
the public sector is designed the way it is to crank out idiots, and then those who the rarity, the exceptional people can rise out of that and and operate and become part of the producers who feed off of the idiots.
Yep. Who's
Yeah.
next?
Yeah, I got
Right.
something after Solar.
Wait, it's okay. So like, yeah, I mean, another thing that is kind of tripped out with the car thing. You have like an Acura. Acura is basically a Honda.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the same parts are interchangeable. So basically, for a different emblem, a different design, you basically the same thing with Lexus and Toyota. You're paying
Yep, Lexus, Toyota.
You're paying $30,000 for a car just based off of an emblem and a design.
Infiniti, Nissan.
How idiotic is that?
Well, and to piggyback off. Oh, sorry.
Branding it, but the same. That's how come I didn't mind LeVar Ball selling his sneakers for $500 because it's branding. All it is is branding. Yep.
Right.
Like like myself, I own a BMW, or I pay for a BMW, I should say, and I have a friend that or a barber friend of mine, like he owns a Charger, and when I talked to him, he was like, yeah, I got like a 17% APR. I looked at him like he was the dumbest motherfucker in the world because his payment for his is probably even more than my BMW.
Absolutely.
And I was just like, are you fucking serious? He's like, yeah, my credit ain't good. And I was like, yeah, you should have got a used fucking car. Are you crazy? Because my interest rate is 1.99%.
And Mike, check it out, right? So he's paying 17%, which let's say is about, for the lifetime of the loan, is about, let's say,
probably about like a new Charger.
10,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the idiot.
Hey, can you talk a little bit louder? I'm sorry, Solar. You sound far.
Yeah, it's like
you.
Here's the idiocracy with this, right? So 10%, 17% interest, like let's say $10,000 he's paying extra for the interest. If somebody owed him $10,000, he'd probably kill him.
Right.
But he'll give $10,000 to some like corporation or bank or whatever, just so he can drive his car. And it's just I just don't. I get it, but I don't get it.
It's because
people don't.
It's because it's emotional.
Because they can get it. Like they were saying that the automobile industry or the car loan industry is basically the new ninjas, where it used to be the housing industry. No interest, no income, no job, no assets. And they were saying that the auto loans are the new ninjas. You can't sell the houses, now we sell the cars.
Yep.
Oh, you saying ninjas like the slayers? People slaying people?
Actually, it's acronym for no income, no job, and no assets. Ninja.
Yeah, because they'll go down as low as a 480 credit score. They don't care. They'll get you approved. Yeah. They'll shop you to 20 different banks in a day and tell you they're only running your credit one time. Yep. And then you look up, you be like, God damn, how many times you run the credit? Yep. Like, yeah, I heard the horror stories.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like really bad. Like I'm going through the process right now where, you know, we have to get loans and everything to get the salon up and running. And the equipment loan fucking racket is ridiculous. For a $25,000 loan, like myself and my business partner have good credit. I have good credit with debt out there because of the venture. My business partner has good credit, but no debt out there and immature credit because he doesn't really believe in that stuff and he paid off all his stuff. But you know, they wouldn't even give us anything. So they bumped us up. Long story short, they bumped us up to 25 grand, right? And we need like 37, and I got cash, so I can make it up. So we're looking at it, and then they send me the whole payment schedule. 36 for $25,000, 36 months at $1,000 a month, and I'm like, that's 36,000 fucking dollars.
Wow.
We're looking at almost 50%.
Yeah.
We're looking at about 50% on the loan, and I'm like, I told my business partners this, and they were like, "Yeah, that's kind of crazy." And I was like, "Yeah, like that's like literally they're sticking a finger in a booty hole. Like this shit is ridiculous."
Yeah, that's loan shark material.
A loan shark will probably charge you less.
Probably so.
Yeah.
Right. And that's it. And I'm telling my business partners, I was like, "Yo, listen, this is kind of fucking crazy." And one of my business partners, he's like, "Well, you know, he has money in the bank, but he doesn't want to risk that money." And I keep on telling them because he doesn't have this in his mind. Your money is cheaper to borrow.
Yeah.
Whether you want to keep your little stash or not, you're going to be paying more. Why would you want to pay more if you have he has money to fund the entire project, but he wants to hold on to it? And I'm like, you don't make any sense right now. And I don't tell him that, but like I really want to tell him that sometimes. So I give it to him slowly.
You really should.
It's because
wait, hold on, Mike. You should, because in a way, you kind of doing what you kind of like. You know, the whole concept of a simp. It really goes beyond. It really goes beyond women, and that's what I started to realize. I mean, of course, when you at work, when you at work, you got a simp, right? Because you got to get a paycheck. Well, well, that's a whole nother story, but. I mean, it's like,
I don't know about
go ahead.
There's nothing mediocre about somebody signing my check. That person is pretty special to me in my life. I don't know about you.
Yeah, but when it comes to business, the first thing people are taught, it's always better to play with other people's money. Because if you start an LLC or a corporation, and you use that money, you could file bankruptcy or whatever for that corporation, and it doesn't affect you personally. So I can see why he's saying I'd rather use their money, but like that interest rate is ridiculous.
Well, yeah, I mean, by the time one of my loans, like, and the thing is, like, I show them the projections, because I'm the one that has to look at the money. If you see my Google spreadsheets, it's fucking crazy. I have like stuff all over the place, and I show them. It's like, yo, it's gonna cost us this much, and he's like, well, you know, why does it cost? And I was like, did you look at the spreadsheet? I got to look at it again. And I'm thinking to myself, I was like, I told you guys before we got into this, is the juice worth the squeeze? And I went into it. I told them, I said, are you willing and ready to do this? And they were like, yeah, we're doing it. And I'm thinking in my head, I was like, no, you're not, because I know what's going to happen in a couple months. And sure as shit, they're looking at it, or he's looking at it, and he's saying this, and I want to break it to him slowly, but at one day I'm just going to be like, yo, Renat, I've told you multiple times. It's going to cost. Yeah. This is how much it's going to cost.
Well, yo, man, what kind of equipment is you have to buy?
Salon equipment. So like barber chairs, stylist chairs, pedicure, spa, bowls, and all that other shit.
Yeah, actually, can I weigh in on that for a second? See, the reason why a lot of people that are trying to build their businesses or find themselves having to actually pay more is because most people that are going into business fail to understand, especially if it's a sole proprietorship, right? Fail to understand that the credit market is a consumer market. That's why you're paying more. It's a consumer retail market. That's why you're paying more. That's why they don't require you to have real assets to back up your money. It's the same thing that they did with
your unsecured loans.
Yeah, it's the same thing they did with the monetary system, right? You used to have gold to back up the money. Now you don't require gold, so they've turned money into a consumer product, which is why you go back to 1920s and 30s Germany. They said you needed a wheelbarrow full of cash to buy a loaf of bread, right? It's become a consumer product.
Yeah, although the reason they did that is because because the German bankers try to inflate their way out of the debts they owe in reparations. So they try to put it on. They made their assets worthless, so that basically the people that they own reparations to actually quit and basically cut a deal, which is actually brilliant. If you look at what they put the people through and what the plan was, that's why I said the Lords of Finance. If you read what the German bankers did during the German reparations and that inflationary period, they were trying to inflate their money so high. So basically, if you make your money worthless, you pay them back on a certain schedule, pay them back with worthless Deutschmarks. Not Deutschmarks, but German marks. No,
basically,
German marks. Yeah, German marks. You're making it
blood from a turning strategy then.
Yeah. So basically, but anyway, I know what you're saying. It's the consumer market because you're dealing with fiat currency because they forced Germany off the gold standard. Actually, took Germany's gold.
The Weimar Republic.
But that's what's happening with American business. Like the landscape of American business is really about to change. If you really look at the wave that's coming soon, you're not even going to need to go to a loan. Like here in Minnesota, I have a political re-education program that I do every 2 weeks. And I talk about the group economics, for instance, right? Where I give people the
co-ops,
like co-ops, group financing, and the idea is this: like here in Minnesota, we have anywhere between 250 to 320,000 Negroes. Nationwide, we have about 42 to 45 million Negroes. About 18% of those Negroes are under the age of 18. So the ages between the ages of 18 and say 50, you have about 27 million in your populace, right? 27 million on $1 a day translates into $10.5 billion annually, and that's liquid. That's liquid. That's not taking a loan or anything. That gives you a financial ability to finance all of the systems that you need, you know, and that's just the kind of level of re-education that I talk about in my political re-education program, and that's really the way it's going. If you look at the way a lot of like the white communities, Asian communities are operating, this is basically what they've been doing. You know, they each family pays a little to get a lot out at the end.
Yeah. Well, are you really serious? I mean, I know you propose it as a model, but are you really pushing for all black people to do that, to participate in that kind of financial?
It's almost like the Susu model, and the Susu model's been around for a while, where you all pitch in and money as far as loans and whatnot. But the thing is, when you gather all that money together, it's leverage. Individually doesn't do much good, but if you bring it all together, you have leverage.
It's like insurance.
And in fact,
you could buy industries. Like say if you seen like a tech industry that was like for sale for like let's say 250,000. Well, it's probably more like they're gonna probably sell it for like $1 million. But if you get that fund up there with proper investments and stuff like that, you can buy it and then you can give stock to the investors. So it's like a way for them to earn some dividends back on what they invested.
Yeah,
but
it's a little bit more it's a little bit more simpler than that. Like if you ever been to the continent of Africa, you'll notice that you'll notice that there you have a lot of what's called microfinance companies.
Yeah,
like that's the principle that they pretty much operate on. You know, where they're
peer-to-peer lending. You talking about peer-to-peer lending?
No, they're microfinance. And basically, it depends. You have the Susu model where everybody pitches in a little bit, and then when one person wants to make a venture, okay, you loan that money to that person pays you back, and then it goes down the list. Hispanics and Asians do it a lot with housing. Okay, they're like Edward was saying, they'll buy a house.
And Indians, And
Indians, they'll buy a house. Like 4 or 5 families will buy a house. They would start paying the mortgage. With the credit of that mortgage, they'll go out buy another house, and so on until down the line, everybody has a house.
Right. Yeah.
But one house gives you It's not just the payments; it gives you leverage and credit to buy another house and another house and another house.
Oh, okay.
So,
That happened right. My neighbor right in front of me. He just actually had a fire in his house, but at one point they had like 8 rooms in a 4-bedroom house.
Yeah.
And then now what you see is, and they're Indian, so like you see them, walk around with the hijabs and all that other stuff, or whatever they call it. Yeah. And but they live 2 blocks apart from each other in like each direction. Mm-hmm. So from now to that house, like probably they own like 4 different houses in the neighborhood now, and it's kind of crazy.
Yeah. In 10 years, really they'll probably had a whole block.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, black people.
If everybody sold.
Yeah, black people don't trust each other. That's the problem.
Right.
See, that's why I asked the brother as far as his model being applied to realism, because that basically requires a monolith of thought.
Yeah.
Which we never had.
Let him flesh out his idea.
Well, actually, I was just asking questions.
Ask him the question so he can flesh out his idea.
Yeah, I was just saying, does he really expect like all the black people participate in that, or is like a certain sector of participants?
You're never going to get all.
Let him speak for himself. Go ahead, Cerulean.
Well, politically, the way I look at it is this. This is what you're dealing with in America. Okay. You have the American government, or rather the corporations that have arrested control of the government, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why they are so effective at keeping you from obtaining or arresting political power, and then they use the black feminist autocrats to consolidate their political power so that they can basically use them as whores whenever they want something. And the black people that they use the shoulders to step on to get it, they don't give any recompense to that. You see, and the reason they do that is because they are a monolith while they're teaching everyone else to think like an individual. Mm-hmm. You see, that's what made the Black Panther Party era so effective, and the reason why there was such a vigorous effort to shut down the Black Panther Party. Why? Because that model was undermining the whole of white capitalism.
Mm-hmm. And after school programs where they were feeding the community.
And that's why right now with America, the idea is to prevent another monolith from rising. You see, and when we're talking about black people, do I really expect? Well, if you want to survive these next 20 years, you're gonna have to jump on board with it. You're gonna have to literally choose a side. And that goes for black women, black men. This whole gender war. You can see the gender war is already phasing out. And now you're going to need social, political, and economic protection. If you don't do any of that, you're going to be as scarce as the white buffalo. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So you're just really just targeting a certain sector.
No, I'm saying we have to raise the mental framework, the level of the mental framework in the black community, where you have to convince people that this effort is the way that we are going to survive these coming years.
You're talking political education, pretty much, like political re-education and so on.
The re-education of the Negro.
No. What I'm saying is, are you expecting, like, what size of the black population?
What percentage of the black population do you actually think is going to actually go for your idea and actually actively participate?
Yeah.
I got a friend in Colorado named Sam Cypher. He's running a version of this Speech and Hills, and he has about a 15% of participation from black people right now, and he hasn't procured the amount of capital needed to buy the land that's required, but he has about a 15% rate participation right now known as Speech and Hills.
Okay. So
when you say,
well, I just want to say, going with your colleague's model, where does he want to apply the quantity to correct the issue of buying the land? Does he want more people, or do you want more money out of the people you already have?
Well, he'll probably need more people.
it requires more people. You know, in the political process, the only real currency or the only real resource that you have is people. So the more people that you have, the less they actually have to invest in order to get more out of the situation. You actually end up getting more with more people than you do with less people that are contributing more money.
Yeah, because the more people you have, the less they'd have to invest. Because, like, say if you have 100 people and you get them all to invest $100, like you got to look at it like that, like a model. So if you have 10,000 people and they all invest $100, you see how that can actually double and triple. So it's like I could see what he's talking about with his model there, and what he's talking about with the political awareness. Like with these corporations, what they do, the reason why wages and stuff like that been stagnated is because instead of them paying their workers what they're worth, they actually pay lobbyists to go lobby for laws. So like they basically can still do whatever they want.
No, that's actually not true on the black sector. You know, and I talked about this earlier with the black feminist autocrats. Whenever black people go to the government and say, "Hey, we want higher wages," what happens is you have like BGS was just talking about. You have the gynocrats and turn it into a gynocratic partisanship, where they say, "Well, we got to make this all about black women." You see. And then black women wrest control of that political power, where they're getting all of the opportunities, they're getting all the money, they're getting all the higher wages, and then they're running with their ball and leaving the black man out in the cold. And I'm saying with black men specifically, this is a model that can actually work.
Yeah, but what I'm just saying is like how the corporations, like they'll pay lobbyists in order to change certain laws into the favor for them. So like say if
let him finish, Shirley.
Like, so say, like, not even bringing wages into the picture. Let's say, like, you know how they got the environmental agency and stuff like that. So instead of them actually having to follow the laws and guidelines, they'll actually try to make themselves exempt. So they're going to hire themselves a lobbyist and say, this certain business is exempt from this rule. So instead of them actually applying that money and actually investing in their resources or into their company, they're actually investing it into a lobbyist so they can actually pollute the planet more. I'm just using that as one example, but I'm just saying that's kind of what they hire lobbyists for, to basically change laws in their favor. Sort of like the banking cartel. The reason why, like they basically reversed what was that one that they just reversed where they had the what is that law?
Glass-Steagall.
Yeah,
Glass-Steagall.
They just reversed that. It's because of lobbyists. So now these people can act like investors. Like that law was basically to stop them from actually buying stock in certain sectors.
Yeah,
so now
the retail banks couldn't invest the public's money. Yeah, that's what they were.
Yeah, so now that law is reversed. So now they can play Russian roulette with the economy.
Yeah, and the second one, the replacement was a Dodd-Frank. Exactly right. Go ahead, Cerulean.
Yeah, it's like saying like none of that is really going to matter. That's why I say if you look at the way that the financial, economic landscape is about to change, none of that's going to matter. Because if you look at the legislation that Trump just put down, right, for immigrants just the other day, he said where immigrants are not going to be able to gain any kind of welfare benefits for 5 years. Why? Is because they're onto that model that other ethnic groups have basically been using for the last 50 years.
Yeah, basically what you're talking about is group economics, and I mean with nearly 1.5 trillion dollars worth of cumulative wealth, if we even had, I think it was a female entrepreneur that she passed, she said if we could even just get 10% of that wealth to be reaccumulated, recycled within the black community, we could change things overnight.
Yeah, recycling black dollars has been around for 30 years. They've been saying the same thing for 30 years. Yeah. It's the psychology of black people.
But my thing is though is like giving the brother presented, why not work with a few people who are already on board? Like go ahead and get the land, purchase it, right? And you treat it kind of like how the model I'm using is my limited knowledge of stock markets. So it's like $100 a share now, but later on you can like split the stocks, make more of a quantity. It drops the price, and then you can start selling off shares of that land to other people at a more affordable rate, and then kind of That's where you start building in people. My thing is, why does it always got to be quantity first when it comes to these economic plans? Why is it always we got to get a large amount of people involved?
I'll explain why there has to be quantity. In politics and in anything, I view everything that you do in society as politics, and everything that you do, there must be quantity. And if you look at the data on the racial wealth gap, you'll understand why there has to be quantity, right? When it comes to quantity, whites have 90% of all the accumulated wealth, with like 26 white people at the top that control like 50% of all of the wealth. Okay. And then you have even the bottom half of white America, is in control of like 26% of all the accumulated wealth in America. You need people, you need quantity in people in order to jumpstart to catapult you into a position to where you can build the infrastructure that you'll use to actually build wealth. You don't actually have any wealth right now. That's why you need people, because you're working from a position of disadvantage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you're not working from a position of disadvantage, and you're working from a well-to-do state, like say you're Byron Allen and you got billions of dollars, yeah, you can go ahead and buy up the land. You don't need quantity of people. You can actually produce it already, and then bring the idea to the people as a consumer product that they buy into later.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying right there.
In retrospect, I basically like looked at how do white people rule and what kind of main tenets, and I mentioned this on a comment. Basically, out of three things that pretty much rule, and what a lot of black people don't collectively do in this country. One is logic. I mean, they mainly use intense formulations of different logics to do certain things. Then the second and the most powerful, really you could say is number one, is unity. They have unified organizations, whether it be from the UN down to national governments and different organizations.
Hedge funds.
And then third is warfare, economic warfare, military warfare, science, technological warfare, chemical, biological. So it's like, with what he's saying, it's like, yeah, I mean, black people are kind of maybe what you were saying with the gynocentric autocrats have this taught us to have this warped individualist mindset, to where we don't really practice group economics, and we just basically do our own thing, which is to our own detriment.
But the key word there you're using is group, not race economics.
Yeah.
Because like BGS was trying to convey to Cover Man about the coal miners. They're not benefiting from this unity that's going on with whites, with the white elites and everything. The trailer park, the white people in the trailer parks, they're not benefiting from the unity. All this extra power that's going on, even among white people. The people who have the wealth are a minority in white people.
Yeah.
So so when people when I hear brothers talking about distributing wealth across a wide spectrum of black people, it makes me wonder, how is that viable when that's not actually working now in any respectable economic structure.
You talking about distributing wealth or distributing the
saying
of the cost?
Like having, because what he's talking about having a valuable equity spread across a large sector of black people, right? Because he has
that's basically it's like a stock program. In other words, if you can't get one big investor, you get a lot of small investors. That's what we're saying. In other words, you spread the.
It helps mitigate loss.
You spread the burden and you spread the risk. And you may, in other words, if a lot of people can't give you $1,000, but they can give you $5.
It's sort of like insurance. It's like insurance.
It's almost like insurance. In other words, your risk is spread out over a whole bunch of people, and they've been doing that forever. In other words, that's what he's talking about. It's easier. It's a lot harder to get, say, 10 people to risk, say, like a $10 million rather than get 10 million people to risk $1.
Right.
So
I
you can
understand.
convince people to spread out the risk. That's what he's talking about. It's not spreading out
Yeah.
the wealth.
Right.
If the wealth increases, you spread it. But the thing is, I always tell my my guys when they want to come together and start a group, right? I start a venture. I said they all holding in their little bit of circle, right? I said it's better to have 10% of something than 100% of nothing, and that's what he's trying to say. In other words, you got to start the venture. It's better to have $1,000 of something rather than holding your dollar and have your dollar go to nothing. That's what he's saying.
Right, and also it's also risk prevention and I think it's like risk prevention, loss mitigation is what you're doing, because like on the venture that I'm working on, we're looking at probably about like 145,000 at the end of everything. You know, and it's just like, you know, can you really do that by yourself, and could you actually get that type of money in a reasonable amount of time? And people will be like, well, Mike, you know, a person even posed that question to me. It's like, hey, Mike, why are you doing this with other people? Can't you just do it yourself, so on and so forth? And I was like, bro, I couldn't do it in a year or 2 years. You know, it would take me X amount of time to do this, and I would have to go through a crap load of work just to get it done. Now, I can get this done faster if I do it with more people. And the loss, like for instance, even if I defaulted on all of this, my loss would be my third of that 145, which is manageable in comparison to 145.
See, and that's the difference between like white people in business and black people in business. White people will say, if I want to do this, we're going to start an LLC or a corporation. A lot of black people will be like, I'm going to start a sole proprietor. But they don't understand what the risk is by being a sole proprietor, which means if you file bankruptcy, or if you commit, say if you do something wrong and you're liable and you get sued, they can take your house. If you have a corporation, they can't do that.
I think we need.
I mean, and there's.
I think we need harsh penalties for people that socially stand people up, that financially stand people up. Because say in the Jewish community or Indian community, if you leave somebody hanging financially, you're basically your reputation.
Your word is dirt
for the rest of your life. Because black people are okay. He ripped somebody off for $45,000. Oh well, you know that was years ago.
You wouldn't do that to me, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, well, I know they would not to you.
Right.
See, I get the model as it's presented, but then when you apply it to black folk, because he just said that we're a compromised group because we have the feminism and everything, right? And to me, one of the side effects of that is that we have an anti-intellectual culture. So that kind of sets you back from the group. So
anti-group as well.
And what I think what's holding us back is not intellectuality; it's accountability. It's trust and accountability. In other words, other cultures, your word has to be your bond. Otherwise, you're going to pay a severe penalty. It's not.
Yeah, that's true. That's so true.
It's not as much in the black community. So if you go into business with somebody, you know, can I trust that person to hold up his end?
Yeah, but you look at American greed, right? You got all these countless examples of white people basically screwing over other white people and others, right? But it's constantly other white people that are reinvesting, that are investing their money with other white people that are promising a return. That, you know, they might be on some shady stuff and be on the next American greed, but they're constantly trusting their money to people to invest. Yeah. Whereas black people, they are some, and I will say this, I myself, that I've looked at the black people that are wealthy in this country. They are in an investment side of as far as business, and that's where I think that I need to be, and that's where I think I should focus on, because
if just take Mike's situation for instance, right? Okay, he lays out the business plan, he lays out the spreadsheet, right? He gets everything, the ball rolling. Now in the white community, if you said you looked at the spreadsheet and you're in. Okay, there's a lot of social. Is
there a leader?
No, let me finish. No, there's a lot of social pressure that you have to keep your word. In other words, you don't get a chance to say, I'm into the business, not put up your money. Either you have it or you don't. Now, Mike took them on their word, and now it's coming up to time to do the do. Okay, I don't really want to do this. That's
I
how
agree.
the black community
I agree with the guy that said that, how white people do big. Cause I look at like as far as a corporation or LLC, it's a leader, right? It's a CEO or a CFO, and they make that decision. Then it's a board or whatever. And they have a vote.
Well, that's true that on a large scale, but on a person-to-person scale before the business even gets started, right? Okay, it's very difficult to get, say if you're a software engineer, right? And you say, we're going to make this platform, but I need you guys to dedicate writing code for 12, 13 hours a day, and we're all going to live in this one house, and we're going to write this code until it's done for the next year and a half. Now, black people might do it for 30, 90 days, even though they stay on board. White people stay in until the end because they're keeping their word.
Can I jump in?
And that's what stops black people from working with each other, because I can't trust your word.
We got baby mamas and Big Booty Brenda to go to.
I got something on that.
And a lot.
I just want to speak on Mike.
What I see a lot sometimes is that what I see a lot sometimes is just that people, and the person I'm talking about, my business partner, he's Hispanic. But even my black business partners in my IT consulting company, when I'm talking with them about certain things, it's they got this with their wife, they got this and that, and they got their kids, and I understand that. But sometimes you have to look at it from a different aspect and different point, and you almost want to say, yeah, white people do this and they're willing to take risks, but there's a certain mindset, not that just only white people have, but certain people in business have, where they're like, I understand my family could go through something, but there's something on the other side of it, which is kind of what you were talking about, BGS, with the house and everything. And sometimes it's just people having an immature mindset, or not being open, or being scared. Because I've told this one business partner, he didn't get a loan at all. And I told him, I was like, hey, listen, just go ahead and get a credit card. Like, just go and get a credit card and get it done, And he's like, well, I don't want to get a credit card, but, I got to get this loan. And I'm like, if we don't get this loan, what's going to happen? Because we signed this lease. If you don't get the loan, are you going to do it? And he's like, well, yeah. And I was like, okay. All right.
Yeah, but that's...
And then, you just walk away from that shit, because... some people, and I'm sorry to cut you, I'm going long with you.
Let me get next after you, Mike.
But some people, like, they're not only do they not want to take the risk, but they're so scared in so many ways that it hinders them. And I don't know if that's socialization or something, but that's all I got.
BGS said that a long time ago. You said basically, if a black person goes into business, they lose 50,000, then they start drinking for like 20 years.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
you mentioned Mark Cuban lost 50 grand. And he just got with something else, and he's a billionaire.
Yeah, but it's a couple of things with that, but because that's something that I was really going at it with Angry Man about that, because he was, this is when he was really coming at Boyce Watkins, and this is when I was taking like Mike's position, and he didn't want to hear that shit, because I told Mike, I mean not Mike, but Angry Man, that like a lot of these Asians. First thing I'll say, let me double back for a second. The first thing I want to say is the difference with white people is white people have unspoken protocols on certain things. And this is what I was talking about when I said socialization. Yeah, so let me give you an example about what you, Mike and BGS was talking about in regarding to the social pressure for the dude to invest. That person may invest. Let's say it's like a car dealership or something like that, like a small scale one. That person might invest. But here's what happens. That person that invests knows that if we can get the business up to a certain state, and it doesn't have to be that high. Let me give you a perfect example. Let's say they don't get a loan, which is rare. It's rare they're not going to get a loan. Somebody's usually going to have good credit. But let's say they don't, and they all put up their actual money, or let's say they activate the equity in their house or whatever. They do something like that. What a lot of people don't keep in mind is all they have to do is get the business. They don't even got to really get the business to be profitable. They should, but all they got to do is get it to generate revenue and get it revenue neutral, meaning it may not have made money, but it didn't lose money. And then have assets to the business. So in a car dealership, it would be a car. So it would be cars. So at that point, a year later, because they have an LLC, which is not doesn't have to be a big corporation, just a legal document that says it's a business, a legal entity. And then they have the cars, and then they have the spreadsheet, as BG had said, was saying, look, we only made a couple of dollars, but we didn't lose money. And that bank will turn around and give them a loan, because at that point, they're basing it on the revenue generated and the fact that if the loan falls through, they can liquidate the loan because they can liquidate the cars. Does that make sense what I said?
Yeah, they have assets.
So at that point, when they get the loan from the bank, then they can go and say, okay, who the fuck wants to cash out? Because we got the loan to replace our actual money we put up at risk. So do you want to leave now? And they can make a decision on if they want to leave, or at that point, they have protocols to buy people out. You saw this with Uber. You saw this with Uber, and you saw it with Amazon when the CEO was fighting the investors. Because he said, you're not going to flip this company Mitt Romney style like that. Whole Foods is like better than that, but he didn't have like the kind of he didn't have the kind of stake in the company like Travis did at Uber. So in the Whole Foods situation, the investors still won out. They got the best of both worlds. They sold to Amazon, which is a company that's going to do right by Uber. And the CEO actually still stayed on because they liked what he was trying to do with the company. And then in the Uber situation, they couldn't push Travis out. He had to resign, but he's just on the board and they're moving in a different direction. He still getting his money, he's on the board. See, these are the protocols that you see on high scale and low scale that black people are just fucking retarded on at the average level. They just
they're also just scared as fuck.
Take a breath, Edward. Who's next?
That's what I'm saying, because how you going, like Mark, for example, Mark has financial projections and sheets and everything, right? But people look at the main problem you're going to have with widespread black people, they're not even going to look at the sheet and still make a decision. That's my point. You have to get
and the information is there.
That's an effeminate mindset.
Yeah. Right.
And the information is there. You know, like I do these projections and modeling. I do these projections and exactly, and it's emotional. So it's just like, yo, listen, you really do have to be pragmatic about it. And I showed them the numbers, and I said, hey, listen, we're looking at achieving, double ROI in 5 years of doing this, and that's on the kind of low mid end or something like that. We can actually go higher than that if we're lucky enough and we do certain things right, such as advertising, so on and so forth, and it actually works and hits the right people. But some people just don't look at that, and you're showing it to them. And a lot of people are like, spiritual and everything like that. And I'm like, when my business partners talk that shit, I really cut it down.
And they don't respect people like you. They don't respect that. They actually see you as, you a fucking lame, rather than another race.
Yeah, my business partners don't.
Black dude.
Yeah, my business partners don't, but like other people in society would. But and I'll give you a little bit of my personal life. My background is, my culture is Jamaican. So I'm, even at 30, 31, going on 32, I still live with my mother. But what that has allowed me to do is grow my IT consulting business. I'm paying my little rent at the home, but I'm able to take money. Like, for instance, when we started the IT consulting business, I would spend like $1,000, buy about 20 computers, and resell those each for like $100 a piece after we've refurbished them and everything. And my customers to this day are coming back from it.
I did the same thing.
I'm glad you said that.
What a time. Solar and then Jimmy.
Yeah, I did the same thing when I had my store. I was living with my mother. I was paying the rent, and I was able to buy equipment and everything.
Right.
And
oh my God.
Yeah. Because it allows you to free up your money and do something with it.
Okay, Edward, Jamie's, Isaac's next.
Because that's the thing about other races that's a little bit different than black race. For some reason, they assume when you hit 18, you're supposed to go out there and get an apartment. But most of these other races, they stay at home till they're at least 35, save up resources, and then they go buy a home because they know renting because they know renting is not actually good, because every year your rent's going to increase. And why are you making some other family rich and paying their kid and helping them pay for their kids' college?
Right, and it's not like I didn't do anything stupid while I did that. I did some very impractical, stupid shit, but at the same time, it has allowed me to do things for my family and for those around me to give us a better life. Like my nephew actually staying with us, and then I can actually help him and cultivate his mind a little bit, or mold his mind a little bit and stuff like that, and even help my mother out too.
Okay, Isaac, did you want to get in, or we're gonna let everyone?
Yeah, I just want to say, man, we're reinforcing what I was saying about the whole anti-intellectual thing. So that's why I always get kind of confused how we make the leap from where brothers are intellectually emotional and they think like women to now all of a sudden the majority of black people are going to be making these investments and have equity in the game and all this other stuff.
Two things. I can actually answer that question. Two things. One, this single motherhood is a big problem because that's why these chicks are kicking people out because they're tired. But the second thing is, on the woman's channel, it was amazing how, like, when I was talking to Ms. J, like, see, this is what we were talking about when we say white women are more capable of catching brothers that are coming up. And another thing, how many of y'all that started these businesses are college educated?
I am.
I mean, I did my 2 years and for my football scholarship, but honestly, like, I think
So you didn't finish?
You are college educated, yeah.
Yeah, I took some classes,
but it wasn't my goal.
Okay, so well, the reason why I'm saying that is because when we were talking about the college educated argument, what I was trying to tell her, because she was like, ain't nobody, she could not divorce a degree from a lot of money. And I'm like, Mike, you tell me, correct me if I'm wrong, like what you have right now, is it based on what you got in your degree, or is it based on your certifications or whatever? What?
Based on my certifications and my drive. Just a little bit about my story. My dad asked, what are you doing? And I said, Pops, I don't want to go to school anymore. I just want to get these certifications, and that's what I did.
So it's not really based on your degree?
Not at all, actually.
Okay, the guy that started this, did the store, is that based on your degree or based on something else?
Based on my own personal exploits.
My internet marketing specialty is not based on, I kind of went to school for marketing, but I didn't finish. So it's based on my own thing. So my point is, this is the type of stuff that black women will look at you unless they already saw the result. And I remember, Mike, you said something about what car you have, like a Toyota. I forget, somebody said they had another car or something. If they see you in a car that's not like a flashy car with all the stuff, guess what? That's all the bullshit you got to buy to attract the bitches. You know, because if you in just a Toyota Corolla, because that could be my daily driver car. But if you see me in that, you looking at me like I'm stupid. See, this is the shit that the women reinforce. And I'm not trying to blame the women.
Can I weigh in on this?
Sexual access is a driver in the community, and that's a problem.
You take a breath, Edward. Go ahead, Cerulean.
You get your money up.
My battery got to go dead. So,
you're in the car, man. You're supposed to have it plugged in.
Right. It's interesting because whenever I talk about feminism, a lot of brothers think I'm just talking about some, some 50s old world sex. And what I'm actually talking about is this all-encompassing system that has isolated the political power of the black community. Right?
Yeah.
And they're the ones they're the ones that are driving the ideas that are setting your environment the way that it is now. Okay. Like I remember when I was in college. See, I heard you BGS say that you were in the swirling capital of the world. I would beg to differ. Because
Los Angeles is fairly well mixed as far.
Have you been to Minnesota, BGS?
I live in Minnesota.
But the thing is, Minnesota compared to Southern California, we're talking about 30 million people.
But I'll say this, the brother was talking about, white women are more are able to catch black men more. Here's the thing.
Black woman when it chose LeVar Ball.
See, when I
Real talk. You see how he is.
Real
That's what Miss
talk.
J said about me.
Yeah.
Right. He's
No,
too strong and aggressive.
I'll keep it. I'll keep it honest with you, right?
Yeah, keep it 100. Yeah.
All right. Back when I was in the Navy, man. Like, what actually convinced me to join the Navy, man? Like my people were military men. You know what I'm saying? And I really felt like this was something I had to do to prove myself to my father. It wasn't about, but what kind of like threw me over the as say, yeah, I'm gonna sign up for the Navy. The Navy recruiter. Whenever he came there, and he sat there, he got me isolated from pops. So before a ride, it was like, look, you're gonna travel the world, you're gonna see things you've never seen before, you're gonna fuck bitches, you're gonna get paid money, and you're gonna fucking have a trade whenever you're done with it all. I was like, nigga, where's the paper at?
I mean, yeah, because and I don't know why more soldiers, more black soldiers don't talk about that.
Let him finish that.
And I'm gonna keep it so 100, right? Because all throughout school, and I'm originally from Alabama. I grew up like half my life. I finished high school in Minnesota, and even in high school, it's and what I've seen is that white women, white girls, they make themselves more available than black women. That's the reality. And whenever I got to college, actually when I got to the Navy, like sisters in the Navy are kind of a rarity depending on what boat you go to. But there's tons of black men, so you see a fine, nice looking black girl, brother's gonna kind of try to jump on that. You see, but they go through so much. I mean, they get ran through, they get ran up, and they don't even really.
I was in the Navy,
and even in the Navy, the black chicks they're not really checking for the brothers, man. They're not really checking for the brothers like that. But the white girls, and you get certain certifications. Like whenever I got my master's of mechanical and structural engineering, next thing you know, I had a flood of these white girls trying to come at me.
Yeah.
You know what I think it is too.
And the other reason why that was is because a lot of those white females, they just generally make themselves more available. Like they get interested in the stuff that you get interested in.
Yeah.
Like,
if you a father, you do not want your daughter to join the Navy. Trust me.
But you know what I think. You know what I think it is though.
One at a time.
Yeah, like I just gotta say this real quick. What I think it is with some of these white women, they actually grew up in a family where they can see what it's like before they actually get to the money and see what you have to do. So they see the steps. So if they see you taking the steps that's gonna basically put you into that bracket, they're like, oh, he's doing what my dad used to do. So if he makes as much as my dad, I'll be chilling. A lot of these black women didn't grow up with a father in the house, so they don't actually know what it takes to actually get to that bracket. They just see the drug dealer or whatever and go, oh, look, he got money, so I'm gonna date him.
And again, that's why I keep saying single motherhood is a cultural disease. You can't get around that. I'm sorry. When we talk, I've been listening offline, hearing you all talk all this business shit. You can't talk to no black woman about that shit. And they ain't got no father. They don't know nothing about that shit. They really don't. That's why they call it lame.
And you know how many? And I guarantee. Mike, how many black women be trying to call you a mama's boy because you live at home with your mom trying to stack that bread?
Depends on whether he's in the Beamer or not.
But the Beamer or the truck,
that 7 Series will change your fucking mind, especially when you got the LI on it.
But that's the thing. They don't want to build. They don't look. Black women in America are the worst women when it comes to building. I'm sorry. You got to get you a woman from another country.
I will tell you this. And we were talking about this in the chat a second ago with I was saying it with back and forth with Tur Battle. Even with all of this, like even if you say there's a chick at the bus stop, you were saying, you can roll by and she'll still act like she's you could say better than you, right? Or like above you, or no, not you. And like you can even see a chick in a 3 Series and act like it's better. And I'm like, if you do the math. 4 times better than you, I guess. I don't know. It's just like, but it's like the delusion is so deep, and I call it the sickness. It's so
Same
deep.
person could be a white guy. White guy, same car. Like not a 3 Series, totally the first car.
Yeah, it'd be totally different reaction, if anything. I mean, well, at least in some cases. You know, but it's just kind of crazy how all that works. Or
and then they wonder why, and then they wonder why we don't choose them when we get to the level we trying to reach.
I mean, you should have heard that female channel, that bullshit they were talking. I wanted to
honestly, like,
you know, to play it back. But go ahead, Cerulean, jump in.
I got something at the end.
You know, I'll keep it real with you, man. Like, unless they were born before, I would say 1958. Or unless they were the age of 18 to 25 in 1958, there's really nothing that, you know, a lot of this generation's women can really do about their situations. We're talking about single motherhood. Let's go back to the history. If single motherhood was a disease, right? The single motherhood argument is really just a politicized thing. It's something that the white feminists use to browbeat black feminists back into their places. Okay. That's what that argument is really meant for. You think it's a conservative argument, but it's really a white feminist argument to browbeat black feminism whenever it starts getting too uppity, okay? That's what it's for.
Yeah, because a lot of feminists don't have a lot of children.
Well, so, I mean, I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say. So you're saying it's not a valid argument?
It is a valid argument.
No, it is it's a valid argument. I said the way that we argue, we have to really be careful because when we're talking about trying to, you are going to need these women.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but here's the thing: not talking about a burning building. I'm gonna say it straight up like this: I don't care about what the white bitches say and the reason why they use it. That doesn't mean that. I'm not saying you're saying it's valid, and I understand about being careful. Black people need to be careful about all the language we use because we overuse a lot of different language. But at the same time, like everything we talked about, it comes back to it. I'm not saying that because I want it to be a problem. Like BGS said, if single mothers were not doing if they were, you know, sending people to school and doing all this stuff that they're supposed to do as mothers, then granted, I wouldn't be saying nothing. But the reality is they're not because the system reinforces it. So the same white feminists that will beat them down, the same white feminists that help them pass the laws that's necessary to keep them in that situation. I'm not saying that single motherhood is a problem because I don't like black women. I'm not saying you're saying that, but because a lot of black women will say that. I'm saying it because of everything. Oh God,
what's the matter?
He ran out of air.
Battery.
No, but
I would say that. I would say
everything in society.
Let Mike go first. And then
no. All right. I appreciate it. I would say that a lot of it is socialization, and again, like I have made my mistakes. I will not lie. The car purchase was an impulsive buy, a practice in impatience. Mm-hmm. But you know, I even looked at it. It was something that I looked at and I said, okay, yeah, I can afford this. It's only 10% of my monthly what's it called, income. So it was affordable. Some people are not looking at it that way, and they're not socialized to look at it that way, and it's really sad. Single motherhood is the result of something, right? You know, result of some of the things that BGS has shown us, but it's also the result of this whole individualistic nature of like, you should have your own, you should do this, and it's like people have bought into that. Mm-hmm. So I have friends that are paying thousands of dollars or $1,000 a month for an apartment just because she says on her profile or she says in a phone conversation, you got to have your own, baby. Mm-hmm. And it's just like, if the person would only move out when they actually had somebody to move out with and actually start a family, they'd be in a much better position. I mean, even if you look at, say, Ben Shapiro, when he talks, he says what the 3 things that keep you out of poverty is a high school education, not having kids out of wedlock, and I think something else. I forgot the third one. But things like this, these are very simple things, that people just freaking fail at all the time. And I'm not saying I'm doing it right. I'm just saying this is what happened to me.
Yeah, but that's the advantage of not fucking up, as Aaron Clary says.
Yeah,
Right.
look, I'm pretty
Just
sure.
don't knock up Big Booty Brenda.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all have single mothers on your Facebook and see how they be crying, talking about, oh, I wish I had money, and it'd be like, why? How comes I can't have money like the rest of the people? And then in your mind, you're thinking it's because you're a single mother.
And you got
Right.
kids. Yeah. So really, go ahead.
Yeah. You got too much pride. You don't want to stay at home with your mom, and you're paying X amount of money, and you're a single mother, and you're deadbeat.
Look who the fuck is in the building, man.
Valdez.
Yeah.
I see
Look what you really
brick wall.
Because Anchorman's gonna take the mic and he's gonna run with it. So go get your points in.
Yeah, what I was saying is, we have to be careful. You know, when we're talking about the wedlock, out of wedlock births and all of that. Anybody that's really looking at the social atmosphere the way that it is right now knows that basically the institution of marriage is going to be illegitimized anyway. So, so that argument is going to be null and void. So now you have to have a new political level of awareness. So if you're trying to build the idea, especially with the atmosphere we're living in now, is to close ranks, and either you're going to do that, or you're going to fall by the wayside. You're going to perish.
Well, the thing is, it's not the single mother statistics. It's a single mother mindset that black women actually have. What they're actually doing with the money and how they raise their children, and that because there are single mothers that have been married or not been married and raised 2 kids and sent their kids off to get PhDs and stuff like that. Well,
and been very successful.
That's not the majority of them. The thing is, it's not the single mother situation. It's the mindset that goes behind it. Basically women, your girls having children just to get out of mama's house, or children to get a check, or children
exactly.
They let your little head make all the decisions.
That child tax credit is real. Some of these Jones get back, like depending on how many kids they get back, they can get back $7,500 to like $9,000 a year.
Yeah, I got a question to ask y'all. How do y'all feel about polygamy?
Polygamy, if polygamy, if you can afford it and you can get women to cooperate, it's fine. But the thing is, in this environment, can polygamy be pulled off where you can actually keep these chicks in line?
I believe in polygamy if the other person's okay with it. I'm the type of person where I feel that cheating should be met with bullets. Like, you should be fucking shot. But I'm a Scorpio though, so I'm emotional.
He said nobody getting a cookie besides me.
No, I shoot that shit the fuck up. Like, be real with me. But I believe in polygamy, yes, if you can afford it, but also just straight up, like, if you have to, I think everybody has to be on board.
Plus you don't have a society that supports it.
No,
like the polygamy in Africa, you get caught cheating, it's serious. They will take a cane to your ass. Okay, who's next?
Yo, let me chime in real quick.
No, go ahead. Take the mic, Ross.
Ring the fucking bell.
What's going on, y'all? Like, I'm listening, and I'm gonna play devil's advocate and defend the single mothers.
Now that's a switch.
Go for it.
How dare you?
Like, you gotta realize, like, just like BGS was saying, it's not the fact that they're single mothers, it's the mind state. Like, the sad part is they've been programmed. Like, if you're part of my generation, which is really the start of the real start of single motherhood as far as it becoming a trend, that's because they grew up on television shows that kind of encouraged it, and certain behaviors that was encouraged by welfare programs and shit like that. But the problem is, brothers are programmed too. So, like, if you listen to the conversation, you guys were having, one of you was saying, well, you got a friend that went out and rented a apartment for $1,000 because women say, oh, well, you got to have this or you got to have that. That's what part of the problem is too. Because it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter if they're programmed to do whatever. If you as a man don't accept certain shit, they don't have no choice but to follow it.
Yep.
Like we got too many, like there's too many simps that's bending over backwards to try to do shit just because they want some pussy.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the worst part about it, because you can still get it and still get quality women that'll be okay and be on board with it, which I've had, and they've understood what I stood for and everything that I did, which is kind of crazy. So just had to add that.
Oh, yeah, of course, because women follow trends.
Yeah, plus it's a shit test. You know.
Yeah.
You should want me for me or follow me through hell. If you don't, guess what? You know. That's why I use the toilet seat. You keep the toilet seat up, put it down, or you don't need a man. But go ahead, Valdez.
Yep. Like you look at Jerry Seinfeld. He said something very interesting, which is why he's so obsessed with cars and shoes. He said you could tell a lot about a man by 3 things: the shoes he wear, the car he picks, and the woman he picks to be his wife. And a lot of dudes, like, let's be honest. I'm gonna be honest about this shit. A lot of dudes is not picking chicks because they want a wife. They picking chicks because they see something they want to smash. Like the same way these women are out here with their agenda. Dudes have their agenda too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like we not picking. You know what I'm saying? We're not trying to pick somebody that's like, okay, I'm gonna pick this chick because she's gonna be a good wife because she cooks and cleans and, you know, she seems to be nice to kids. And like, if you give women those tests, like you will realize real quick how small the picking, you know, the pecking order is when it comes to like picking women who are gonna be wives.
Yeah.
You know, because most chicks are not nice to kids. Most chicks are not barely even cook nowadays. Like, you know, it's easy if you actually have standards. There's a lot of dudes that don't got no standards, man.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
I felt real bad today. You know what I look back on, and I mean, it hit me like a ton of bricks.
Old Playboy magazines.
I've been for the last like 10 years. I've been beta macking online. I started to think about all the chicks. I started to think about all the chicks that I met and I slept with and all that, including my wife. I met online. I mean, like, I didn't meet them in person. It's like only a few chicks that I met in person. Like, I'm like, damn, I was that bad. I was just all in the internet, just tagging,
grabbing low hanging.
It's too easy.
Grabbing low hanging fruit. That's what that is.
Easy. I copy and paste.
Instead of snatching the damn apples hanging on the tree, you just picking up the ones on the ground.
Man, I Black Planet, Match.com, Black People Meet, BlackSingles.com, POF.com, shit. Oh, damn.
God damn, I only use one site.
MySpace.
Well, see, you gotta think. You gotta think. Well, maybe not nowadays because it's become a trend to do that. But when it first started, when the whole dating online,
he's still going.
That's damn, bro.
When the online dating coach, man.
Look, when the whole dating thing started online, you got to ask yourself. That's just like you got women on there trying to get dudes, and it's like if you bout your shit as a woman, that's the easiest thing in the world. Is to get a dude. That's not difficult. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, you think a lot of guys will go online and do the dating online because it's easier, where you don't have to deal with the approach anxiety and all of those different things. You could just sit on the computer and just shoot messages or whatever. But you gotta think, if it's easier for you to do that and that's your whole motivation, you gotta think, is that her motivation? And if that's her motivation, what the hell kind of issues does she got?
Yep.
Right. Like, You telling me you look good, and then you have to go online to meet people? Like you just as fucked up as me, but you're trying to act like you're not.
Yeah.
It's a crazy
and
shit.
The crazy thing is when you look at some of their profiles and shit, and
Oh,
they have
God.
profiles like the moment that you read the profile, the first thing she's talking about is what the fuck she don't want.
Yeah.
Right.
But first
Or
of all,
proud
I'm an
mother of
independent
7.
woman, and I got this amount of kids, and if you want to be with me, you got to accept my kids, and you got to.
Oh,
Matter of fact, oh my God, I seen something on the internet that a MGTOW had posted. It was a radio show, and on the radio show, there was a guy who called in. He had went on a date with a chick that had kids, and the chick ordered like $100 and some worth of food.
Oh yeah.
And he went on the radio show because he wanted the radio host to call the girl because he wanted to ask her on the air to reimburse him for the money. And they was like, well, why do you want her to reimburse you? Like, what was she doing? As it turns out, she was ordering extra food. They went to a Greek restaurant. She was ordering extra food to take home to her kids.
Oh my God.
And she was like, you know, he was telling them about it. So they called up the chick. And oh my God, y'all gotta hear this. I'm gonna find the link and I'm gonna post it on my channel.
Yes.
Like this bitch, when she called in, and it was a white chick too. She was like, they was like, yeah, is this such and such? She's like, yeah, who is this? Like she already had an attitude. It was like, yeah, this guy, he wants you, you know, this guy such and such. She's like, yeah, I know him. Like, what's wrong? Did he die or something? They're like, no, he wants you to reimburse him for the food that you got. And she's like, are you serious? She's like, you really want to take food out of children's mouths?
Using that child shield again.
Yeah, they call those. They call those. What do they call those?
Dinner
whores.
Yeah.
Dinner whores. Yeah, but she took it to a whole nother level. Like she told the cat that he was a loser. You know, and if he goes out on a date with her, then of course he would have to expect to feed her children too, because her children are a part of her. Like, yo, man, if you watch this, you cannot watch it without clenched fists.
That sounds like
the worst part
Tom
is
Leykis show.
When the women get in like a group by themselves or a group of themselves. I was at a customer site, and it's a woman. She's a very prominent realtor, and one of her sub realtors or workers, she's like, oh yeah, you're going on another date with this guy, so on and so forth. And they're like, oh man, you're getting so fat, they're feeding you too well. And I'm like, and I'm the dude in the room, they just don't fucking care. But I'm just like in my head, like, holy shit, you go on dates for fucking food.
Yeah. Oh, I know a girl like that. She'll like basically let the dude sweet talk her, let him take her out to dinner, use that nigga for a dinner, and never talk to him again.
Yeah.
Right.
They do that on Tinder.
That's bigger than people think.
They do that on Tinder all the time.
That's why Black Ram, he say like he take the coffee first, like, and then he cook him some food at his house. Like,
man, bring that chick a 20-piece from McDonald's.
Yeah.
Or just buy it. Then just pay
I
for
didn't even do that when I was dating. This was my shit test. In the first conversation, I'd be like, so when you gonna take me out to dinner?
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I would say, so when you gonna cook me dinner? And their reaction determined whether I spoke to him again.
Damn. Yeah, you know what I mean. To be honest, you gotta
man, my battery went dead before I could ask about that.
Yeah, they gotta earn. You know what I'm saying? Your attention and your time and your resources.
Yeah.
Not the other way around.
But
yeah, because with social media, what these chicks be doing, they'll basically set themselves up to have 5 side dudes or 10 side dudes on the side, just basically just raping them for their resources. So that's why you got to be on point.
Yeah, I met a chick. I mean, I didn't meet her, but I talked to this chick that was, she was dealing with a dude like in some polygamous, polyamorous relationship. She was married at the same time, and she was trying to talk to me. I'm like, what the fuck? And then she had the nerve to say, I don't want to talk nothing about anything sexual.
Uh,
What the
okay.
fuck?
Right, right, because you have to
here's
respect them.
but see, here's the thing about that. This is why, I said you have to find with that. And this is why Mr. Research, straight up. A lot of dudes, you gotta separate spending time with a chick versus if you just want some ass. And if you just want some ass, you might as well put yourself in a position where there's a financial way that you can control that shit. Because that's why I say pay for it a lot of times. Because a lot of dudes are sitting there wasting a lot of time and energy.
Yep.
A lot of time. How much energy do you waste when you take a chick out when they got intentions like that? How much economic energy? How much time that you never gonna get back? Because you can make more money, but you can never get time
I
back.
got something for that.
And then you got dudes out here that they think it's a religion. Game is a religion for them. You pay for it. Thou shalt not pay for it, because that's a simp. 100%. And they get retarded. They get retarded.
Well, a lot of times,
you know the saying. You don't pay him to stay, you pay him to leave.
A hard no.
well, a lot of times,
That's jab.
But here's the thing with that, Edward. What you're talking about is no different. It's part of that whole culture of women expecting things out of men. Like
well,
she's
what I
not
think
paying,
it is,
she's not paying you. She's not paying you for dick.
That's that. Okay. They hey, BGS. Jab
What's
said
that?
the same thing.
What's that? What'd he say?
Oh, this is another term. Is my dick is not more valuable than her vagina. That's basically.
Here's the thing. I didn't say that in our culture, of course, vagina is more valuable than dick. But however, on an individual level, you don't have to accept that shit.
Yeah.
Like
I'm not saying you do.
You look at the overall scope. That dick is worth a lot more.
I'm not saying, and again, I'm a nuanced person. I'm a nuanced person. I'm not saying that that's the only way you interact with women. But like Obsidian says, I need to bust a nut so I can get clear. When you are dealing with a woman, if you know you got a go-to, say, look, I got this situation I can go to. When you are talking to other females and you don't have that thirst in you, because I can just do the check back and get the thirst taken care of. This is why white men will go to an Asian massage parlor. This is why Indian men and Asian men do this. Black men are the only ones that are like this. Other races of men
That's not necessarily
one at a time. Go ahead, Valdez.
That's not necessarily true, because black men will jack off sometimes instead of having to deal with certain bullshit, or they do it sometimes before they go on a date.
Yeah,
that clarity.
I've done that before.
An old player, man. Back when I was in my teenager, an old womanizer told me the same thing, man. He told me, don't never go to the grocery store hungry. You gotta get clear. You gotta get rid of the thirst first.
Well, I mean, that's an option, but all of us understand that option, but at some point somebody's going to want to deal with a chick. And they're not going, otherwise I would just say, get you whatever porn subscription you want to get and call it a day.
Her pussy is not valuable. Her womb is valuable. People mistake that. When in the old days, when you had to have children to work your farm, like Valdez said, his grandfather had a 150-acre farm, had 15 kids. Okay, his wife's womb was valuable, not her pussy, because she had.
Here's the thing though. Like, because when you look at our society, you equate the value, just like everybody equates value of pussy and the value of dick. That conversation, it's a misnomer, just like BGS said, because it's the womb that's valuable with the woman, but with the man, the time is valuable.
Yes.
But you're not making this woman. The moment this woman starts interacting with you, the clock has started. Right. Yeah. And she's getting time for free.
Yeah.
So what's more important? Okay, so Angry Man, what's more important, your money or your time? Depends on the black man. If you a broke nigga, you got all the time in the world.
Oh shit, your time is always more important, because you can't get it back.
Why?
I gotta get something on it.
Explain to me why these dudes can't understand that. When I make the time argument, that they don't understand that though.
Because they don't think it's valuable. Who's next?
Me. Let me. I gotta raise my hand. I've been chomping at the bit for this, but like, people really don't value their time, and that's like one of the biggest problems. And it's like, if you like, my nephew sees me go in and out. He's like, "Yo, you just got here," and I was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Yeah, I got stuff to do." And he's like, "But you just got like, but your time is so damn valuable that it's not even funny." But men don't understand that, or a good amount of men don't understand that, and they're willing to do so much. And BGS said it so well. It's 10 hours out of bed just for 1 hour in bed.
Yeah,
and it's just like too much fucking time.
I noticed how valuable my non-sexual attention was when you say you're talking to a woman for 20 minutes, right? And you got her so enwrapped in your non-sexual attention that you said, "Okay, I gotta leave," and she's pulling you by the arm trying to get you to come back.
Right.
Yeah, and a problem with that is that imprint that you were talking about, that male imprint. A lot of dudes will psychologically male imprint themselves on a type of chick.
Yeah.
And then what happens is they give their time to that chick. This is pretty much the thing with social media, but you also see it in real life too. And black men, just like how women don't know about the imprint, black men have no idea about their time. And Oprah said it one time, there is a form of female abuse to deny time from a woman. She actually said that.
Yeah, and you know what? But you know what? I tell you what's even worse. What's more abusive is giving her the time, but being a complete asshole while you're giving her the time.
Actually, that's not true. Because I'm gonna tell you something. I got a rebuttal for that. Women value negative attention more than no attention. So if a woman, we talked about this before, if a woman's getting her ass beat,
that is true.
If a woman is getting her head, if a woman's getting her head bounced off the wall, that woman's gonna make a calculation. Is this chick better than me not having no man? And a lot of women stay in abusive relationships because they make the calculation and being in that relationship is more valuable.
But that's the imprint. That's the imprint.
Let Valdez get his rebuttal. Go ahead.
See, here's the thing. I'm not talking about negative attention. I'm talking about psychological attention. Trust and believe. Any chick that ever dealt with me and got my time, they paid for it. It cost them. Trust and believe.
Well, I mean, with psychological abuse, yeah, women stay inside because if it's physical abuse, the psychological abuse usually comes before the physical abuse.
I'm not talking about abuse. I'm just talking about psychological. Like it's difficult to explain. Like it's not no. See, here's the thing: when you're dealing with a woman, they're gonna, especially if you're just just out in the dating market, women expect things to go a certain way, and when they don't go that way, it's a very frustrating thing. It's a fine art to it. It's not just saying just being a straight up asshole. It's a very fine art to the shit. But trust and believe, it's making them work for your time and attention.
Right.
I understand.
I mean, I've seen it where
I need to mass produce something. See, when people talk about game, you can't really mass produce game. A lot of people either got it or they don't. That's the problem, and that's the thing I was trying to tell Jeff too.
One at a time. You can develop your non-sexual attention if you really want to.
You can, but you can't do that at a mass level.
Yes, you can. It's just
it hasn't happened
because people are lazy fucks. That's why it hasn't happened.
Yeah, that's true.
It has nothing to do
Can
with
we get Jap on one of these hangouts? Like that would be cool.
Jap be in the club, man.
Jap
he was actually headed to the club.
Jap is clubbing right now. It's like, here's the thing.
I love his content.
I get what you're saying, Edwin. I get what you're saying. But one thing I learned when I was younger, the reason why people can't do certain things on a mass level, it has nothing to do with them not being able to do it or not wanting to do it. It just has to do with the fact that they're lazy motherfuckers.
I agree. A person like
I think it's Will. They don't want.
If I'm looking at this from a manufacturer's perspective, the problem is I need to make widgets. Angry Man, you and Jap are too specialized. You all may be more valuable, but I can't make you all at a mass production level. I don't have the resources to do that given the confines. That's how I'm looking at it. So I hear what you're saying, and you're right. People are lazy fucks. That's the story of a lot of black men. But if we need to change the situation and we need a collective effort, we can't go with stuff that we can't create like that. That's my thing. That's why
better yet. I get what you're saying, but better yet, I'll put it this way. Black men are lazy when it comes to the entire premise of hunting pussy.
Yes, that's true.
That's why our standards as a group is very low. I agree with that.
Jackals, man.
But I also think that black men sexually validate themselves only with pussy. That's a problem. And that's why they get
sexually
so
or just validate themselves, period. Because I've seen it where they just validate themselves.
That's
period.
nature. That's nature.
Can I weigh in on this real quick? Because see, the idea is this, right? That was funny. The mass production line. I'm still kind of cracking up at that. But no, the idea. See, we're talking about dick and pussy and all of that. See, what we fail to realize is that a man's non-sexual time, that's social capital.
Yeah.
See, this is why you see other groups of women. When you go any other country, any other community other than the black community, what are the women taught how to do? Women are taught how to conduct business. They understand that everything from relationships, sex, and marriage is all a business.
Mm-hmm.
And in every business, you must have capital. So a man's non-sexual attention is so important because that is a part of the social capital that is going to really either nurture the relationship or break the relationship.
They have websites that you could buy a friend.
Now with women,
2 hours, no shit.
Now with women it's a little different. A lot of especially a lot of black women, because of this feminism, they are lacking in the social capital, which is the gender roles of the cooking, the cleaning, how to keep up a household.
Mm-hmm.
You see, they don't have that social capital.
Yeah.
Can I respond to him when he's done?
Let him finish. Yeah. You're next.
You know, in the black community, what that has done is it has dropped the hunting down. It's like the ability to hunt. It's kind of like, instead of being able to go out and literally, track down your doe.
Yeah.
You can go and buy the meat in the grocery store.
Yeah, because real quick before Edward jumps on, what has happened is that what women have done is basically use their vaginas as a shortcut to intimacy, right? Instead of developing myself, developing my non-sexual skills, I'm gonna go cut right to the chase and give him what he wants, and that will bond him to me, so I don't have to do any really hard and develop my personality, my looks, my domestic skills. I'm just gonna give him some pussy. He'll be happy, and I can get my intimacy shortcut it. So
that's why
making the women lazy.
And that's why men get into these relationships with these women with no social capital.
Yeah.
Well, that's a big reason why you got the Amber Roses of the world. But let me let you finish with social capital.
Well, no, it's your turn. He's finished. You just rebutting me.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Edward.
So I agree with what you said. But here's the thing: we live in a world of moves and counter moves, chess. Here's the thing: we could talk about in theory what the ideal situation is going to be. We don't have the environmental controls to do that. What we can do is we can take the attention off the table. And if we take the attention off the table, they won't value it until it's no longer there. So how do you take the attention off the table? You have to provide men with an ulterior option. Let's be clear. Every dude ain't gonna just take a oath of celibacy and just start doing subscriptions to whatever porn site there are. We know when men need physical contact. So you need to mass produce a situation in which men can say, unless this chick is like Nibby. We all know who Nibby Speaks is?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, unless it's unless it's a chick like that, then fuck this bitch. I'm not wasting my time.
There's no.
Go ahead.
So this is why I've always said, and I don't believe in just going overseas to do sex tourism. I'm not saying that, but this is why brothers really need to get their passport game on, because it's not financially really sustainable to do that in the United States because of the way the stuff is here. But that's why you have to do that. All of y'all are trying to talk about ways to shortcut taking attention away. It don't matter how much game you have. Guess what? You still have to give that woman attention, and she still has the right to say yes or no to you.
That's not realistic.
Yeah.
That's not realistic.
But it's more realistic.
Did you just say?
Edward.
Did you just say? Did you literally just say that it doesn't matter? Did you literally just say it doesn't matter how much game you have?
I said that at the end of it, it's just like driving a car. I don't care if I'm Jeff Earnhardt. I still need gas to get to one situation to the other. Gas is attention. So we, unless you're in like the top 5% of men, which everybody ain't gonna be, the reality is there's a lot of dudes that this is what the simps are for, and the friend zone
But you
dudes
can
are for.
choose. But with discipline and planning, you can choose to put your gasoline in a Mercedes Benz instead of a fucking Pacer.
You might as well be telling me that we need to make everybody a black belt.
Well,
That's what you.
No, because you know what?
Yeah.
You're saying the same thing.
You might as well be telling me we're gonna put everybody in the special forces.
You're saying okay, but you're saying the same thing because you're saying that there's an echo like a mother.
I think that's coming from Young Grizzly. Mute yourself for a second, Young
Grizzly. Hold on. Yeah, sorry then.
It might be you. Yeah, go ahead. Now try it.
Yeah, it's still doing.
It's still there.
Somebody else.
Just
But
work with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to work with it. But it's what you're saying is basically the same thing, because the same way you can't mass produce brothers getting game, you can't make a mass productive initiative for brothers to get passports.
There's about 425,000 African American males that are non-continental Africans, non-Afro-Latinos, non-African Caribbeans, 14%. People in the military, that should mirror itself as far as veterans. If you multiply the rest to get black, I think we need to get black men to about, I say 25%, because that would hit the top 20% of black men. Multiply that times $100, 25% would be, whatever number that is, 20% of black men.
This fact is not. It doesn't boil down to how much it costs.
One at a time. It would let him rebut.
It doesn't boil down to how much it costs, because there's factors you're not playing it. Like, do you think it's the policy of the United States government to take away somebody's right to get a passport if they're a felon or if they owe child support just because they think they're degenerates? You think that's the only reason they're doing that?
And then you filter felonies and child support, because obviously, and then you work with plans to get people under the 2,500 as far as child support. I understand that they don't want everybody having a passport, but you never run into that problem until you do it.
The reason that they want to, especially child support folks, and not to grab their passports, because they don't want basically financial refugees.
Yeah, because you will go and be gone.
Yeah,
and see that's my point. The very demographic, the demographic that Edward is targeting are people that's more likely to be victims of that situation.
Yep.
Victims of what situation?
Child support.
But that's just one strategy.
Messing with the wrong woman.
Yeah, even if you.
When you talk about the financial refugee.
In other words, if you owe say you owe $100,000 in child support, you can't make that up. You're gonna skip the country. A lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So you.
Yeah, isn't that Capital Flight BGS?
I'm okay. I get that, but I'm not saying I'm not being distracted, because I understand how dudes are with child support, and I'm not in that situation. So I respect that situation. But for the initiative I'm trying to do, you filter for that situation. If you got people that's like $4,000 or less, I'm not talking about them. I mean, will you work with a plan with like League of Dads to deal with that if they have within certain situations? But I'm talking about now to the future. Because number one, a big reason why a lot of brothers are in that situation is because usually they fucking for now and not fucking for the future. Because they don't think about what child support can do to them later on, because the stuff is not real to them. I'm not saying that's on them.
Nah.
I'm just saying that's a failure of the community.
It's because going raw feels better than putting a condom on.
That's true. But I'm saying the reason that most guys don't have the reason that most black men do not have passports is because they're afraid of traveling in the first place.
Yeah, and that's just that's an information level. That's just a matter of an information type of thing. And I get that.
And see, that's the point. Like you're arguing the same point. The same way you want to educate people on why they need to get their passport is no different than somebody educating them on game.
That's true.
Yeah.
I got. Hold on, no, I got you with that. Let me tell you how.
He has claimed his winnings.
Very smart man. In fact, a very smart man. In fact, a white man told me that I learned a lot of stuff from. Told me there is a difference between strategy and a concept. Strategy is a lot more linear.
White man? I can't take
that. Yeah, I learned from. Oh yeah, I learned from everybody. You're not pro black. No. That's why Mr. Black. That's why Mr. Black.
Finish it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I know you were joking, but okay. So my point is, strategy is a lot more linear. It's do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. It's kind of like training. I can tell a black man, this is what it is. This is what you need to do, step by step by step. A concept is a lot more harder to get. Game is a concept, and a lot of things you can't mass produce concepts like that because a lot of times people either get it or don't. That's why it's valued in having one-on-one interaction when it comes to coaching and stuff like that. Versus what I'm talking about is a lot more linear.
One at a time.
Edward, a simp in the United States is a simp in Brazil.
That's true.
No different.
Game is not a concept. Game is a concept to you because you don't want to deal with it. Game is a strategy.
It's both.
I could tell people, I could tell somebody, like if a dude is in a certain situation, I can literally tell a dude through email, do this, this, and this. And if he goes and actually does this, this, and this, he'll get a result.
Mm-hmm.
That's a strategy.
Come on, man. Women. Look. I did outbound calls. I did outbound calls for a living.
Wait till Edward finishes and then Truth.
I did outbound calls for a living. Yeah, there's certain parameters that you can set, but the reality is, I'm gonna tell you. Oh, I'm about to go here. I'm about to go here.
Okay, cut it short, though, Edward.
Game is a lot like network marketing.
It is.
Everybody talk about the concept can be taught. Yeah, everybody talks shit about the fact they can't do it because at the end of the day, motherfuckers can't sell, and that's exactly the type of situation.
But they can't be better at it. Go ahead, Truth.
Right, exactly. And you see what people say about network marketing.
Like they said, go ahead, Truth. And everybody can't have coffee. But I kind of jumped in. I just jumped in to hang out, and it sounds like it's been a kick-ass hangout tonight.
Yeah, so far.
And so I'm listening to Edward, and then I hear Angry Man's rebuttal, and to me, you guys are both right. I'm hearing like more brothers need to have game, and we need to have less simps so we can put these sisters in check. And then at the same time, we do need brothers that have upward mobility and money and cash flow so they can go overseas and get the woman that they want. So really, I think that it's a different strategy for different people. And so to me, you guys are.
I agree that dual strategy can work. This is a strategy you can mix.
Multi-strategy.
I'm gonna let y'all finish so I can checkmate Edward's ass. I'm about to check.
He's on the board.
Mike first, and then Valdez is gonna come in and give his counter move.
I didn't have anything, but I'm gonna make something up now. I do agree with both of you as well, and I think it's very important to actually have both, to have the strategy, and then and to also just like say fuck the strategy, you're not gonna play the game, and that could be a whole nother strategy, if you will. But having that strategy allows you to make better decisions. Yeah. Better moves on the board, because I find that I'm making better decisions and moves on the board because of the simple fact that I said, hey, listen, this is fucking stupid. Why are you doing this, Mike? And then, you move yourself out of the friendship position, so on and so forth. So I think it's very important to have that strategy, but also to have like a different attitude approaching it as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear what Angry Man's saying.
Angry Man, go ahead and give your counter move, Valdez.
All right, so I hear what you're saying, Edward, about everybody can't sell. Like, you worked at ACS, I worked at ACS. I also sold Kirby's door to door. Did I become the best salesman on the planet? No.
Cutco.
You did.
Them knives. Got 30,000.
All right, but check this out. You don't have to be the best salesman to learn something from selling door to door or from selling over the phone.
I completely agree.
So when you said, yo, you're trying to get everybody to be a black belt, you don't got to be a black belt to kick somebody's ass or defend yourself.
No.
You just have to learn certain skills. Like there are certain things that dudes that are oblivious to dudes when it comes to women, because we kind of grow up in the blind. You understand? And then on top of that, a lot of us have mothers telling us, oh, well, this is how you interact with a woman, and it's ass backwards. You see what I'm saying? So we're almost programmed. We're almost programmed to not have game or to have anti-game.
Yeah, your mother. Yeah, you know what, Valdez? Your mother. There's a good point that you just said. Your mother is not going to give you game that's going to make her pussy wet. All right, she's going to tell you how to maximize your non-sexual companionship, because that's what's valuable to her.
And here's the thing, I'm not making this an either or type of situation. You know, special forces are trained differently than the regular armed services for a reason. And I'm not saying you have to be one or the other. Like, and there's a lot to what you're saying as far as you can raise the collective consciousness of men. But what I'm saying, and this is one thing that nobody has talked about. I didn't come up with this. This was something that whatever. I didn't come up with this. I'll say that. You have to feed people. You have to feed people to lead people. So my thing is, when you're talking about investing in business,
feed people to lead people.
Oh yeah. Well, Jesus Christ came up with that 2,500 years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, my point to this is, when you're investing with black men, when you got dudes that are investing in business, you got to put money in their pockets now and show them something that's going to be useful, whatever that is. As far as this women thing, go ahead.
Yeah, and like you just said, special forces is trained different than regular armed service. The average fucking dude out here is let loose on the world to talk to women. They don't even have basic training.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? They don't even have basic training. And
I don't know what you're saying. I want to ask a question about that. What does that mean exactly? Like what? Like a simp? Somebody who don't have basic training? Like, how are dudes fucking the game up? Like, what are dudes doing that's fucking the game up? Because I don't know exactly what they do. What do they do?
I'll tell you the first thing. I'll tell you the first thing a dude is doing. Let's say a dude is in high school.
I'm going to Waffle House.
And he gets a girl's phone number. Right?
Yeah.
He gets a girl's phone number, he goes home, he calls her. He's so happy that he got her phone number, he'll sit on that phone for hours at a time talking to her. And he doesn't realize he's giving her everything that she wants. He's like, all of his negotiating ability is he's just laid it out all on the table. It's like somebody going to the negotiating table to buy a house and saying, yeah, I'll give you exactly what you asking.
Yeah.
The negotiation is over.
Yeah, because
in fact, I'll give you more.
Women call that a phone slut. In other words, they'll stay on the phone with you for 10 hours because they're getting their needs met. That's what they call a phone slut. They're not gonna give you sex, but
and just like I was telling Edward, dudes do that because they just don't know no better.
Yeah.
But if they have somebody, let's say they got a father that learned game and told his son, yo, don't be on the phone forever with that girl like that. In fact, one day just get mad at her for no reason and hang up.
Like, just didn't know it. Especially when you take that red pill after the fact and you're like, what the fuck was I doing?
I understand that, but what about like a 27-year-old man, a dude who's like 30 who's fucking the game up? What do they do?
Well, I mean, what it ultimately, I want to answer this real quick. What it ultimately comes down to is dudes are when you got to look at time, and you got to get attention like energy. Look at attention like I wouldn't say oxygen, but I'd say like water. Oh, how long can you go without water? They say like 3 days, right?
3 days, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's how attention is to women. The problem is social media is attention, but it's not enough attention. That's why women keep doing more and more retarded shit on it. But if they couldn't get physical attention, kind of like the sunlight for a flower, that flower is gonna die. That's how women are with their psychoses. Their psychoses is gonna fuck up if all the dudes start not. That's why hitting the wall is so fucked up for women. The more narcissistic they are, the more harder that crash is. That's what dudes are fucking up, even at their older level. They're giving
their students.
See that's where the problem comes in at right there. That's where the problem comes in at right there. Like the reason why it's difficult for brothers to learn game is because there's too much focus on what women are doing and not what men are doing.
Yeah.
Right.
What he just asked about a 27-year-old dude. A 27-year-old dude at one point was 17. And if he's fucking up at 17, by the time he reaches 27, if nobody's pulled him to the side to give him proper game, his fuck ups have expanded exponentially.
Right. Yeah.
So he's all the way, he's all the way in on fucking up. And women know it because women are getting game at 13.
Yeah.
They're getting game on not only from they mama, if they mama schooling them, but they just getting game from the ability that a girl is in high school, she's the equivalent of a superstar if she's bad.
Yeah.
She's the equivalent of a movie star if she's pretty. And even if she's not pretty, if she's average, she's still going to get a certain amount of attention.
Yeah. Yeah, they start learning game. They start learning game at 12 years old because they're out there in the field.
It's on job training. It's on job training.
Yep.
But the fellas is different. You know what I'm saying? See, you have another thing. There was a book. I forgot what the name of the book was. I think it was Why Men Are the Way We Are or something like that. And the guy was explaining, I think he wrote this back in the 70s. He was explaining how in high school, men get the attention of women based on their sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're a football star, you're on the field playing football, they got the pretty girls cheering for you. So as long as you're out there doing that and you're useful and you're doing something that gets their attention, they're cheering you. You get hurt and they take you off the field, they ain't cheering you no more. They take you off the field. The cheerleaders are staying on the field to cheer the dudes that's still performing. So at an early age, you're being taught to be a simp, not only by your mother telling you stuff that's only going to benefit you once the woman is older, but also by the experiences you see.
Damn.
You see what I'm saying?
So I feel bad that I didn't play football in freshman year in high school.
Did you guys see that video with Ron Willis and then what's his name? Who's the guy with Mode 1? The Mode 1 dude. And
Roger Allen Curry.
Yeah, Roger Allen Curry. And they had these two videos, and I was watching them, and they were saying how they I understand. Like Ron said this, and I felt that. I was like, I feel this. He goes, a lot of these brothers, they got this anger, like this MGTOW anger with women. He goes, I understand where the anger is coming from, but I don't have that anger. And that's kind of how I feel like.
The red pill rage.
The red pill rage, because, I never, I was like a street kid. Like I was raised on the streets and I had to learn game. I had to learn how to sell drugs and I had to learn how to fight. So I came up with a kind of a rough background, but I still don't, you can't trust women. But so when I hear guys that are younger than me and I'm hearing these conversations on YouTube with you, and what fucks me up is this black man. I'm like, what kind of nigga is this? Y'all have problems with this with women?
Because you if you had a mother that sold you the illusion and you grew up with it, and you get to the point where you find out that's not true, that's where the red pill rage comes in. If you never went through that process and never bought into the matrix, you weren't not going to have it. You don't have to take the red pill because you were never born in the matrix.
Damn, I just never. I don't know anybody who went through that though.
Hell, most people. If you're a normal guy, you go through it.
Yeah, but see that
even with
that anger is there's nothing wrong with that anger. It's a genuine anger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's a genuine anger, and it's an anger that it's part of that state. It's a stage of your development.
Right.
The problem comes in when you get stuck in it.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You have to have it and then move on from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't be shell shocked from it.
What gets me
with me
that,
personally,
One at a time.
Well,
Mike first and then Truth.
with me personally, the red pill rage. I mean, even with the anger, it subsided once I started understanding a little bit more about it, and it wasn't me so much.
It made you feel
and it wasn't me so much being mad at women. It was being mad at myself that I was fooled, or like that you would do this to me, you hurt me, stuff like that, and then whoever that you is, not so much just a woman, but just society, so on and so forth. But yeah, the problem does go off, like you turn into the black pill, especially when you go red too long or rage too long.
Of a realization.
You will turn into a black pill, MGTOW. In fact, that's what we're talking about. I have to do a video on the black pill.
Hey, can you tell Angry Man? Can you tell Angry Man that we figured out in the Dark Knight the Joker was black pill, MGTOW?
Yes, black. Oh yeah. The
Joker, I gotta hear this.
Yeah. In other words, me and MGTOW Universe was saying that if you look into when you get to know women and get to know the situation that you're in as far as how society treats men and whatnot, get to the point where you get to that moment of despair, you look into the abyss, right? And the thing is, do you take the black pill or don't you take the black pill? Because if you take the black pill and you swallow it, you become like suicidal. I said the only people who can take the black pill and survive were sociopaths, right? And that would be the Joker. The Joker is a sociopath. He's the only one who can take the black pill, know what society is like, and not kill himself. He said, but I'm going to do something else. He was the he's the ultimate black pillar, MGTOW.
Yeah, well, in that case, I'm definitely black pill, because like basically all you doing, like the Joker explained why he is the way he is. Like not even in the Dark Knight, but in the comic The Killing Joke, where he said that throughout all of the things he's been through, and he prefers for it to be multiple choice because he has like 3 origin stories.
Yeah.
And he said that when you feel like there's nothing left to do and you feel like you're about to go crazy, no, he says you're in despair and you feel like you're about to kill yourself or you feel like you just can't handle it anymore.
Yeah.
All you gotta do, he said, if you found yourself on a uncomfortable train of thought, all you gotta do is hit the emergency exit. And that's basically what he does. He just hits the emergency exit and he just steps outside of the situation, and then it doesn't bother me. But that's very difficult to do. A lot of people can't do that.
Yeah. So a lot of MGTOWs back off from taking the black pill. I know I have.
That's a sociopath.
Yeah, well, I'm not a sociopath. Well, they embrace the black pill, a sociopath. Like the Joker embraced swallowing the black pill. But a lot of like me, after taking the black pill, I do this. This is my outlet.
Yeah. So, I mean, to me, when I understand people that got the red pill rage, but me, I didn't really get the red pill rage. I more got the red pill realization as everything started to make sense. And I'm the type of person that if I find truth, that actually makes me happy when I find things that are clear.
Yeah. But you grew up. Your mother trained you under extraordinary circumstances. You lost faith in your mother at an early age, so you were never part of the matrix.
Yeah, like even myself, like the way I just explained black pill, or the way I understand it is, you're looking into the abyss, and once you start to see yourself, you're black pill. Like once you really start to see that reflection, and it's clear, and you see yourself in it, it's just like, oh, okay, you're black pill. But if the water's murky, then you're not so much black pill because you don't understand it. It's unclear to you.
The thing is, you look at you have the black pill in your hand. That's the realization. Do you take it and embrace the black pill?
Right.
Damn. I'm gonna have to call my pops. I'm gonna have to call my pops and give him some thanks today.
Oh, okay. You never didn't have red pill rage, huh?
I'm lost in this conversation.
Hey man, then you gotta think about how many boys are raised in single motherhood too, man. You gotta think about that too. So that's
Yeah, going
obviously
through this right now.
like
more.
that's something like when it comes to that, I'm on the outside looking in because
I used to hang with the jokers,
especially if you ain't got no uncles.
I mean, basically.
no, I'm
somebody.
I'm on the outside looking in when it comes to that because I wasn't like first time I met my mother, I was 18 years old. I was already grown.
Yeah.
Yeah. My father got my grandmother raised me, but my father was in the military, and my mother, they were together, but they were having their little problems or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one point where they was just on they were fighting over physical custody.
Okay.
And he ended up with me because he basically got on a plane and flew back to Las Vegas. And because he was in the military, you know what I'm saying, he had a little, like, his commanding officer was just like, well, just come back out here. And he went to court in Las Vegas and got custody of me.
Okay.
So I never really had to deal, which I'm glad, because when I look at certain behavior, I could tell what I would have ended up being.
Yeah, I could tell by your demeanor, man. You were raised by your father. You can almost tell.
Yeah.
You can hear you and you know, whether you like him or not. You and Obsidian have a similar, or you could tell they have a similar vibe about them.
They do.
They're basically raised by their fathers.
You all are like two different assault rifles. Obsidian's a Tommy gun. You're more like, I don't know my guns well enough.
AK-47, huh?
Yeah, probably with a silencer that could go loud on your ass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because like basically my, because like basically
automatic.
One at a time. Go ahead.
Like basically, my grandmother, she basically like watched me, but my grandmother is not, like I was explaining to BGS one time, like that part of my family is not matriarchal.
Okay.
So, you know, like, even though my grandmother was raising me, like, I didn't have, like, my grandmother didn't dominate me.
Okay.
You understand? She allowed me to flourish and be a man. Like, the majority of the time, if my father wasn't around, my uncles was around, and one of my uncles is like, oh my God, he's like a patriarch to the 10th power.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So I understand the difference. Like, so a lot of times when I see dudes go through certain things that I know is like single mother motivated, like I try to understand it, but I can't understand it from the experience, you know?
Then you end up cussing them out.
Oh yeah. I because like, because I can't, like, I can't process it.
I'm telling y'all, look, man, look at that part 1 and part 2 reasons. Dang, Angry Man, you should have got on that. Reasons why not to simp. Look at how Nibby speaks, interpret what everybody's saying, and then look at how the rest of the women do it.
Who's it? O'Shea,
and then that tells you all you need to.
Is that O'Shea?
O'Shea. Yo, Angry Man. Everybody gave them that work. Sansa Ray ended up running away from the building. The other chick was wilding out, man. Every day, man, it was great. But anyway, listen to how she sees it, interprets the information, and listen to how the other women do it. And that's all you need to know about African American women.
Yeah. See, we would try to be sucking on Sansa Ray's titties, and we would ignore the shit, right?
Sansa Ray has HIV as far as I'm concerned. She's a cultural.
We wouldn't look at it like that. We got a rubber in the motherfucking.
No, you mean
we got a rubber in the wallet, and we gonna hit that pussy, and we gonna suck on the titties.
I've said no to plenty of chicks with big asses. You short, small dick motherfucker.
And then she gonna take them big dick sucking lips and polish us off.
Yeah. That's how you know they hurt. When they call you gay, that's how you know they hurt, when you reject them. You short, light-skinned gay motherfucker.
Yeah. Like, see, you know what? See, that's the thing. Like,
you wouldn't even know what to do with this pussy.
I've never been
mesmerized by that. And I said, you'll never know.
Good and well, you've been fucking for a minute.
And then the other chick had big titties that was defiant too. The other chick had big titties.
Come on, Jimmy.
Jimmy, yeah.
Jimmy's all right.
Nice
He's
knocker.
savable. She might be able to save
you
him.
gotta keep that
One at a time.
See, here's the thing. That's what pisses me off about those hangouts. I can't. Like, everybody start focusing on the chicks' looks and shit, and like, I want to give them the work. I want them to answer the questions.
Hold on, Angry Man.
Shay's not gonna let you answer the.
Angry Man. I'm telling you, no. Regardless what the other dude just said, they gave them that work. Santeray got so emotional, she popped off. She couldn't deal with it no more. She spat. That ended up popping up. It was this one dude that I don't know if he's a cop. I don't know what it is, but that dude was calling him all sorts. He wasn't calling them bitches, but he's like, see the way these bitches are, and da da da. And then Jack was trying to be good, but he was like, if he's saying it, then Jack like, I can keep it real because he. Because Jack was trying not to do that. What do they say?
Big titty bitches talk a lot of shit.
Yeah, he wasn't talking directly to them, but he was saying in general.
Big titty bitches do talk a lot of shit. Yes, they do.
Santeray did not get no fucking, she looked good. Because Santeray had like an avatar anyway, so I don't give a fuck about what you talk about. That's why she ended up leaving and got mad.
Santeray is an average looking bitch, man.
Now she is. She was a booty model, though. She was all right back then.
And I don't like it.
She's post-war now. Yeah.
BGS, I saw them older pictures. I wouldn't have wanted it then.
Man, hey, $60. $60 for an hour.
Hey, I got a question for you guys.
Sir.
I got a question for
BGS.
My money.
That's a one-time fee. No, I'm talking about that's all I'd offer. That's a one-time fee.
BGS, back in the day, you remember back in the 80s? This happened a lot. Angry Man, I know you probably heard this too. A lot of black women used to say this. I'd be a kid, right? I remember being a kid, and I see older women saying this to grown men, and then like younger women would say this shit to me, and I think I see it in The Color Purple too. I think I seen this in The Color Purple if I remember right.
Oh, shit.
And black women would say, I know you. I know who you are. Like if you just met a black woman and you would go up and talk to her, she would kind of try to check you as if she knew you and like size you up, check you down, and knows you're running game.
Or here's another thing: they'll start asking and I know this is kind of the opposite side of that coin. They'll try to ask you these psychological questions, like they all have degrees in like psychology. Like, who's your girlfriend? Where was your father? I'm like, bitch, I know you come out of a single mother household. Who the fuck are you? Like, what? You come from 3 generations of single motherhood. You trying to ask me fucking questions?
I don't come out.
That's a group shit test.
I doubled that back on them, man. They started asking me those kind of questions. I just doubled it back on them, and then wind up answering my questions.
A bitch tried to tell me that because I didn't have kids and I was 28 years old. I'm like, I don't have kids because I'm about some shit. Bitch. Yeah, I went to HR. Then I got sent to HR, but thank God the HR was a black dude. So
that's called a group shit test, Edward.
He said, "Man, you can't do that, man. Damn, man, you can't do that, man."
Well, let me ask you a question then, because if that worked for women for so well, they were running game from coast to coast and trying to like psychoanalyze and put us in check like that. Like from what I'm hearing on YouTube, it sounds like we could do the exact same thing.
Well, I mean, it don't work. That's why they end up like Deborah Cooper. It don't work. Or they end up like Santeray. It doesn't work. It works short term, but not long term.
Like I said, like the Jedi mind trick. It works on weak minds.
Yeah, right.
That's why old dude was talking about, well, maybe we shouldn't talk about single motherhood so much.
Yep.
And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, you off code.
Who said that?
You know who said it. It was before I got cut off, man. The phone died because I was answering.
Who said it?
That wasn't in the chat. That wasn't in the hangout.
He talking about the
thing. Women are not going to change.
Cerulean was Cerulean.
Yeah, I was still here. No, it had nothing to do with me talking about single mothers. I'm talking about from a political strategy aspect.
Oh yeah.
You know. These are if you're trying to build with that model that I was talking about, these are the women that you're actually going to be pandering to for their dollars.
No, I believe you should. Pandering to for. See, that's the problem. Okay. Oh, I'm glad you took that. Okay. I believe that we should say fuck their dollars and we should create economic models that don't depend on them. So, for instance, LeVar Ball, LeVar Ball, black women can't say shit to him because guess what? He's selling shit.
You will be under the business
because he's not selling. He's selling because basketball is. He recognizes basketball is a global market.
Well, that's a perfect example. Yeah. Okay, that's one example. I got others.
And if his son builds his brand like he's supposed to with the Lakers, he's already done part one. He's with an elite team, which is LA, which is the Lakers, has a global brand already. If he balls out, then those $500 shoes will seem cheap because
the black.
Edward, I don't want to say an elite team.
The black mothers are like the fucking queens of the fucking neighborhood. You have
that.
Like,
hold on. Okay,
just like that. Just like that movie Hoodlum.
I look at them just like I look at white supremacy. Their economy is their power. And if you black women, it's just like attention. If you don't need their money, what they say don't mean shit. This is why every black man has got anything that tries to do something in the community can't get past this in the United States. And they ended up going somewhere else and doing something somewhere else because the women know they can just close their purses. I get that it's not 110%. It's going to be very hard to completely isolate women, like as far as the money. I get that. But every economic business model that a black man comes up with, whether it's a group or whatever, have to take in consideration, like Mr. Research says, they will go left.
The best
so that
thing you
money
can do
is like turbo money.
The best thing,
always be
the best thing you could do is stick some dick in them.
Oh, okay.
That's the best.
Come on, man. Really?
Hold on a second. Give Cerulean a chance to rebut. He just.
You know what I find in political re-education. I was telling you about my friend Sam Cypher, who's running a type of the model in Colorado, known as Feast Anthills, and he's got like a 15% of his neighborhood, the black people in his neighborhood, down with this cause. You know, it's a slow build, but probably about 80% of his patrons are women, black women.
Yeah. Until they find out he's with a white woman, and then that's going to go to
one thing to realize is that if you are building something of worth, you don't need, once you fix your thinking, everything else will fall in place. You see? And
all right, so if you got the magic bullet to fix black women's thinking, then I'm ready to hear it.
It's not necessarily fixing black women's thinking. You have to fix your thinking yourself. You have to have a focus, a purpose. You understand?
That's in the 48 laws of power. What you talking about?
And what happens? Hold on. I'm gonna ask you a question. Let's put him in the chair for a second. We're gonna analyze his thought process.
Thank God. Yes.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, in other words, you gotta sit in the chair, buddy.
How is it?
It begins.
Okay. So how is it that we're gonna? What kind of thinking do we have to change? Number one, ourselves. Let's start with that. How do we change our thinking?
Well, one, we're participating in a situation that is similar to the way that we're changing our thinking now, where we have to change the thinking of the male mind, the Negro male mind.
Okay, how's that? Step one.
Step one in any prolonged, protracted campaign is identifying your weakest links.
Okay, those are.
We know who the weakest links are. We know the weakest links are the simps, the dudes that are out here, hotep pussy, being these chicks inbox, hey queen, and then bringing down the value, undermining the ideological authority of black men that are actually doing something that are actually worth something.
Well, let me ask you a question about that real quick, because you say simps are the weakest link, but I think I want to ask, is that really true? Because if we had like a really healthy black community, wouldn't a simp qualities, wouldn't that actually be a positive? But because she's fucked up, it's wrong.
It would be. The thing is, how do you refer?
The fags is the weakest.
I know that you said simp and not
a simp 20, 30 years ago was just an average family man.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
My uncles.
So what about the thugs?
No, I'm talking about this generation. I'm talking about this generation of simps that are sexually irresponsible.
The model don't work.
In other words, they're basically.
Hold on, time out.
Okay,
simps ain't getting pussy like that.
Simps are getting pussy like
the bastard baby factories.
No, simps are the jackal of black society right now. They are the scavengers, man.
Scavengers, yeah.
Well, then who's the baby
they
daddy?
are
Okay, so what about the other side of the equation?
One at a time. One at a time. Truth, go ahead.
Well, what about all these baby? Okay, if we took the majority of the baby daddies that are having children with single moms, are they simps? Are they thugs? Or players? Like who? How would you
Thugs are
stereotype
simps too.
All of
Thugs are the biggest simps.
But if you had to stereotype them, who would they be?
I know what Jack would say. He'd be like the dirty Dick Rodney.
I would say most of these dads are simps.
I got you.
Yeah,
He'd
go
be
ahead.
like the dirty Dick Rodney.
Cerilli is in the chair, so he's been asked
the simp. I would say is like the catfish, man. That's why the catfish is the fattest.
Did you ever see that movie Norbit?
Give us an example of your example of a simp that you're talking about.
Sexually irresponsible. One of the attributes of a simp of this new generation.
I mean,
is that,
give us like a give him a name and say what kind of approaches he does and what kind of habits does he have.
I feel like he's lumping everything in the basket, so I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah,
they're the cleanup men. Say for instance, right? It's like the analogy I gave you at the grocery store, right? The hunter spirit that men once had. Well, we have to go out and hunt the doe. We have to track the doe. Even when you shot it, ran off, you have to track that blood trail to find that doe. Pick it up, take it home, skin it, and eat it.
So basically, the simp is like the jackal, okay, or the what is it? The buzzard. In other words,
the vulture.
The vulture. So in other words, he'll get the 30-year-old baby mama that's got 3 or 4 kids and weighs 300 pounds, right? That's the cleanup man or the jackal, right?
Yeah, he's that guy, right? But he has a special attribute to be able to engage a woman's emotions. Like he's the most emotionally invested, especially with his time, because he hasn't developed his non-sexual, social capital.
Okay. What's step? Okay. What's step 2? What's the next step?
Well, the next step is really raising awareness. Like what we're doing here is giving the other brothers the game. So and then lock down on it, so that there is no safe place for niggas to simp. Because if it's frowned upon, you see, you take away this element that a lot of these women are using as a kind of go-to.
So go ahead, Jamie.
So basically, we should shame men the same way women try to shame us into taking care of them. How they be like a real nigga take care of a kid that ain't his.
Yeah, we already do that.
Yeah,
we laugh at niggas.
What he said, we should expand the program. He said,
yeah.
So when you see that dude basically taking on that woman that hit the wall, taking care of them kids, you got to go up to him and be like, nigga, you know your worth, because that's what women would do. They would walk right up to that girl and be like, why you with him? Know your worth. You with a broke nigga. Know your worth.
Okay.
So we basically got to do the same thing.
Absolutely. In the black community, there should be no safe place for the simp.
And this is what happened in Colorado.
What do you mean?
These steps. This is how you got the single mothers, the 80%, because they got to be single mothers if they're 80%. But they all can't be married.
We're getting to that.
Okay.
And it's interesting that you asked me that, because this is actually a part of my political re-education program here in Minnesota, where we bring in the young brothers and we teach them about their worth, so that they're just not falling into these social traps that the black feminist autocracy. Yeah.
Okay. Third step.
Third step has to come from a movement by the brothers, by the individual black men that group up as a unit themselves. Okay. And this means pooling your resources, pooling your money. You see, what happens is it takes those brothers out of circulation. If you want to know why these women, especially social media, has made it easier for women to have their needs met as far as attention goes, is because they know that the veil has already come down. This veil of that's been protecting their They're a delusion. It's like you know, a child with the that thinks there's a boogeyman in the closet. He hides up under the blanket. You know, these simps have been the security blanket for these females.
Okay, and well, along with the state, yeah.
And with now the veil's coming down, you know, they understand, okay, the boogeyman's going to come out of the closet, and we're going to pull these covers off of them all together, and then we're going to bring them in, politically re-educate them, and socialize them, and bring them into the brotherhood to where they can start being a benefit, one, to specifically the black male leadership, and to establish that pecking order, black male leadership. And then everything else will fall in place, because now the females will have to compete for those same men now that they've been taken out of circulation. You know, it's kind of like what the Jews did in Germany. They were isolating the dollars in the communities in Germany, which would have gone to stimulate the economy, which is why they had to artificially inflate the currency to print out all these new bills. You see, and that's what we basically would be doing with the black man in America.
Okay.
Is we'll be taking them out of circulation, bring it back into our communities where they have the mindset to where now they're not just jumping in bed, they're not just being sexually irresponsible with, you know, a woman who's brought down her worth with a clapping set of ass cheeks.
Well, I'm sure Edward would agree with that point. Take them out of circulation. Go ahead, Truth. You want to jump in?
Well, I actually have a question. It's not really germane to the topic per se, but you brought up that you were from Minnesota. And I read an article recently, and it talked about African-American dating in Minnesota. And I know like Solo 84, Solo TV, he talks about dating in Minnesota and how like there's not that many black women. And so this article is very interesting because it said that in Minnesota was one of 3 places in the country where there's actually more college educated and professional black men than there is women. It was Minnesota, Portland, and then some other third city, which was really small. And I was wondering, like, what are you seeing out there? Does that seem like that the statistics hold true out there in Minnesota for you?
It absolutely does hold true. The organization that I'm down with is an organization known as Down for the Cause, and we are a group focused on bringing these brothers in, and we have connections with you know, our black business owners sector, and they contribute money to Down for the Cause to build the village. The village is a building that we use to politically re-educate our brothers.
I want to know the profile.
There's an institute in my hometown in Portland, Oregon. You might want to look at this. It's a website. It's go to Self Enhancement Institute, and they've got one in Portland, in Northeast Portland. And they've got one in the Pork and Beans district in Miami, which is one of the most like wildest, you know, neighborhoods in the country. And what they do is they literally like take the worst kids that you have in your community, like the ones that are having the most problems, and they bring them in and they give them they get all this corporate money. It's crazy what they do. And they start them at first grade. You come in at first grade, and they follow you until you're like 25. And they get you in the elementary school, middle school, high school. They get you into college. They don't just help the kids, but they help out families. They're giving out money, clothes, trips around the country, vacations. Like what they're doing is really is the model for black success in the country. And so, you know, they got 2, one in Florida, one in Oregon, but they need them around the country. But that sounds like something you should look at. Self-Enhancement Institute.
Yeah, that's a similar thing that we're trying to do here, but we're non-501c3, and so we depend on the donations from our black business sector.
I want to know the profile of this 80% of women. Did you get all this money for?
He said somebody else was doing
it.
I'm
dead serious. Oh yeah, I know. Cause are they married? Are they single mothers?
My friend's saying Cypher. He's in Colorado, and a lot of the women that had basically gave the seed money for him to start the program are in like the legal marijuana business. And,
so they got a lot of money.
And it's kind of crazy because you'll see a lot of black women having like little weed shops down there, or little weed outlets, and you know black men have been almost but locked out of that industry.
Is it
Yeah,
because of the
because they're
felony
scared.
situation?
No, it's because they
No, is it
scared.
because?
But
Well, I mean,
yeah, his demographic ranges from black single mothers, black business women, the black college sector.
here's my thing though, and I get
But
what you're
his
saying. It
largest
sounds good,
contributors are actually men, though.
but
Oh, okay.
okay, because I was about to say if the female. Okay, so I see what you said. Oh, come on, man. So basically, you saying as far as the number, it's more women, but as far as the biggest donations, is like the
Yeah,
numerical. How much more money is coming from? Is it coming from the
and that
women
goes,
or the men?
You know what? You know
It
what?
goes back to what I was. It goes back to what I was saying. If we as the men fix our thinking, what we teach at the village through Down for the Cause is what we teach the young men is that you must first be a benefit to yourself.
No, yeah, that's true. We teach here. Yeah.
You must first,
Okay, well, we were talking about that earlier with Mike and stuff when we were talking about individualism, like your
and
individualism to serve the group.
when we actually instill these ideals into these black men, okay, we see the immediate change. I mean, within 6 months, like we had a brother that
What ages are the black men? Age ranges?
ages from 14 to 30.
Okay.
We just had a brother that was 21 years old. He'll be going to Ghana.
Okay.
In the next couple of months. He was a high school dropout. Went back. We paid for him to get his GED. And now he is studying electrical engineering, and he'll be going to Ghana here in the winter.
Okay. Angry Man want to get in. Go ahead.
So basically, you have an organization that's basically giving young brothers game.
Yeah, precisely.
Bingo.
I just wanted to prove the point.
Oh, I knew. Whoa, you know what? Whatever. Here's the thing. I'm not saying if you want. Here's the thing, and this is what we gotta understand. This is the same thing with Boyce Watkins that I say with Angry Man. You can, you can do your track, and if it works, it works, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And then I can do my track, and if it works, it works. If you're wrong, you're wrong. And it's not. We all have the same destination that we're trying to get to. I understand what you're talking about, and if you can put it together and execute it in chapters and stuff like that, I'm not gonna be this nigga like, oh, that ain't my idea, then fuck that. I'm like, it is what it is. I'll contribute if I can see that I see it, then I'll push it forward my damn self.
And by the way, that kid that I was just talking about, he's from a single mother, and what she did was basically she saw the changes immediately in her son. She started gathering around her friends, and they started, giving us money.
I mean, all single mothers ain't fucked up, but most of them are. So I mean, yeah, that's how a lot of women are. That is true. But at the same, you say what you can. That's my thing.
And now we actually work with single mothers who are like, yeah, we want you to do the same thing to our son. That type of stuff. So.
Here's the thing. I actually, with some stuff I do, I actually do work with single mothers.
Those pocketbooks do come open. I'm telling you, and it comes from the change that we make as men. It's not going to come. It's going to be directly from us.
Here's a couple of things I wanted to point out. Like the whole reason I talk about the stuff I talk about on my channel is to point out shit that a lot of brothers don't really pay attention to. It is basically to give them game to look out for certain shit and avoid certain shit. Because at the end of the day, that's the only thing, in my opinion, that's going to change anything.
Well, if we're talking about game, we got to really, look at the difference between game. When some people say game, they talking about how to approach women, all of that. And then some people, it sounds like y'all are talking about general common sense knowledge that a lot of dudes don't have because of where they came from. Like game, like if I give somebody, I'll give you a perfect example. If I tell somebody when it comes to real estate that you can up to 5 different incomes can be put on a single mortgage loan, that's game. You know, like, or if I tell somebody that you black people need to get good at cohabitating, kind of like what Mike did in order to preserve resources, you don't got to be with your mom, but you don't need to be like where we are in North Carolina, where the cost of living is not as high as in New York, and then be like, well, because I got the money, I don't need to, you know, I can get my own apartment. Well, why don't you roommate with somebody anyway so you can put that money away? That's game. So if we're talking about
So
that, then yes, I'm on board.
let me give the definition.
But to get the gap,
let me give the definition.
Edward, take a breath. Go ahead, Valdez.
Let me give the definition. Let me give you my definition of game. See, the biggest problem with our culture as black people is we always doing shit in segments. And the reason why we do that is because we're taught in a way in school that's not conducive to the way we learn as black people. We're taught subjects individually. So we sit back and we're like, well, I'm good at math, but I'm not good at English. I'm good at English, but I'm not good at history. Game is being well-rounded. Game is teaching somebody how to be a man, point blank, period, and every single facet of that. So part of it is going to be pick up so that you know how to pull a woman. Part of it is going to be once you have the woman, what you do when you have the woman. Part of it is what you do if you decide to be in a long-term relationship. Part of it is, nigga, is your credit straight? This is how you do this. This is how you, like, we literally have a problem in this day and age where boys are being pushed out into the world and they're not taught nothing. We're winging it. The majority of us are winging it.
That credit and mortgage game and school loan thing, like, I try to teach my student athletes when I'm talking to them, like, and I was so glad when I'm at regionals and one of my shot put throws, she's like, Coach, why is it so important to get a scholarship? I said, come with me, my child. I shall teach you.
Yeah.
Like, it was very important. Like, and people, nobody's talking about it.
It's all inclusive because what I can tell you this right now, you could be a natural at pulling women. You could be a natural at pulling women. And you can even go and get some game on pulling women. And you could go out here and you could find the baddest chick that you could ever get. And then you decide to get in a long-term relationship with her, and guess what? Now you having problems because even though your game is tight, as far as your pickup game is tight, your fucking credit game ain't tight, and your income game ain't tight. So now you're gonna have all sorts of problems in your relationship because of the money issue. You know what I'm saying? It didn't matter if you was a dude that could pull a bad chick. It doesn't even matter if you can dick her down good. If you got a fucked up mentality when it comes to your fucking money, you're gonna have problems in that relationship.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And you start pulling these women, you start to see that you're pulling liabilities.
Yeah, they are
liabilities. Yeah, you can't lead a woman unless you can financially lead her.
Well, you gotta
maybe for a second, but not full time.
Actually, I have a solution for that too. Like a test I developed as a social scientist, and I used to go around and do these blind studies, and I would ask women what type of father would they rather have. Would they rather have the stern, strict father with that holds you to standard, or would you rather have the carefree, easygoing, laid back fun dad who took you everywhere with them? If and we tell the guys if they say the fun women, you can smash her, but she's a pass. So,
You know what? That's bro. You know something? I'm glad. I wish I would have knew that when I was young, because I was trying to figure out a question that's a non-invasive question.
Yeah, that's a good one. Like, that's a good one.
That's a good one because they can't figure out what you're trying to. Like, that's the issue.
They can't gauge what the outcome of the answer is going to be.
Exactly. Yeah. That's genius. That is genius
that's one of the questions I developed, when I was being an understudy for sociology before I dropped out of school, because I was saying when I just actually first time in the chat room with BGS Edmore for the last week, bruh. I've been looking at your material, and I'm like, man, I'm thoroughly impressed. I haven't met this level of black intelligence since I dropped out, since I left the Navy. You know what I'm saying?
He was over there doing a deep dive.
No, I'm humbled, man. Yeah.
No, really. In the black stratosphere, like, you do not see this level, not even in politics. Like people with PhDs you know, Boyce Watkins level education.
Yeah.
And I remember when I was in school, and we had a debate class.
Yeah.
And there was a brother named Jackson Mann, and we would always debate. And he was a dropout who the school thought was such a brilliant mind. They would always bring him back to debate their understudy students, right? And he was always debunking them. And I was like, next time they call me, I'm going to debunk them. And every single time, I was always getting debased.
Okay.
And I was like, damn, I want to be like that guy. This fucking school is bullshit. I want to be like that guy. I want to be like that guy because, you know, I came to a fork in the road where I'm like, do I really want this degree or do I really want the intellectual prowess? You know?
Hey, Seralian, I got a question for you.
That's why. My bad, yo.
Go ahead, Truth, and then Valdez.
Yeah.
I like your ideas and I like these concepts that you're sharing with us. And one of the big problems we have in the Black community, it's the number one problem is the single parent home rate, is out of wedlock birth rate. And how would you address that specifically, like the details on that? Because I mean, there's no question that Black people have strong DNA. If we were at like an 80% two-parent home rate in the Black community, we'd be spitting out PhDs and lawyers and dentists.
You actually used to spit out Black genius at a higher level back before integration. This is where you get. This is where you get your Black feminist sector coming in and basically hijacking all of your political power and prevented you from basically doing that.
Claude Anderson said it. T. Hassan Johnson, he says it. A lot of your PhD elites that actually will come down and tell you the truth. They will tell you exactly the same thing that your feminists and the feminist agenda did hijack a lot of Black power through the Black woman, and they actually dumped the Black woman. That's how come in the 80s the Black women came up with the word womanist rather than feminist, because they realized that the feminists had hijacked their agenda and dumped the Black man, have them dump the Black man and then dump them. So now they're pissed. But go ahead, bro. But you're exactly right.
Yeah.
You're not
and if you look at it, one of the things that and you see what's happening in politics now, right? With not only conservatives but the Democrats, they are I always call it trimming the fat. They say draining the swamp, but they've been trimming the fat from the budget, and this is a ongoing thing. Like, is it any wonder after 20 years into integration, they start defunding education, right? And these are provisions that were supposed to go to us because we had been a defeated people. We need to be re-educated coming through Reconstruction, and you're producing the most Black geniuses, the most Black inventions. You're developing the arts. You were developing all of what is known now as American culture.
Yeah, you know what? Back then, when we were segregated, right? That's where the notion of the talent and tenth came from, right? What happened is that because the communities were small and we had a large extended family, right? Say a person like you, they would recognize that this particular boy has a gift, right? And it wouldn't just be the family, it'd be the whole community would come together and send that boy to college and send that boy to postgraduate school, because they depended on that particular guy to come back to the community and give back. So we said we can't do it for 100, but we can do it for 1, and that's how come you would get your geniuses. So this boy has a gift. Yeah, go ahead, Valdez.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him. You said that the dude that dropped out of high school, you said you tried to
out of college.
Or dropped out of college.
Yeah.
Was it college?
Yes, he said college.
It was college, yeah.
You said you was trying to debunk him. Was you able to?
Eventually, after I dropped out of school, yeah.
You know what I've heard, because I've talked to a lot of professors, PhDs, and whatnot, and I said the same thing to Hassan Johnson, is that there's very few professors who will tell you in the classroom what they will tell you behind in closed doors. In other words, in a private conversation.
And and I've heard that from a lot of guys that, you know, because back in the Black Study, you know, the conscious movement, because it's basically a Black study group, right? So the professors that wrote books would travel from town to town and group to group, right? Because that's how they made their money, right? And we were able to talk to them and question them. You hear a lot of stuff from that professor that wasn't in the book, and they would never say in public, and they would definitely never say in the classroom. So I said, you know, when I came on YouTube, I would say all the things that professors would not tell you in public. They didn't dare never tell you to public. I'm sure my brother can kind of identify with that, because a lot of stuff that goes on in academia that they know the truth that goes on behind the scenes, but they can't come out in front in public and say and tell you because they'll lose their job.
And see, I never had. Better yet, I'll put it this way, because that'll be sugarcoating. I had a contempt for PhDs and titles, and that's why I never even wanted to go to college, because I didn't respect, like, to me, I respect the intellectual. I don't respect the title or the degree. Like, if I was to bump into a bum on the street, and he started dropping science, like, I'd have more respect. I have more respect for that dude than I do the guy that has, like, I have more respect for him than the Boyce Watkins.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But
Like,
the thing is with the PA, with the letters behind your name, whether it's a MS or basically a doctor. Okay, your doctor. Well, if you write a book, if you go on tour, if you give a lecture, it gives you more cachet that you have been approved to actually know what you're talking about. In other words, you don't have to write several books and get a reputation and whatnot. It's kind of a shortcut way to get approved so that you can make a living and basically giving your knowledge back to somebody. So basically, that's why you have the PhD. But go ahead, Valdez. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean that you're smarter than anybody else. It means that you've been certified. Yeah.
Yeah, but what the brother just said a second ago was book smart. See, that's a misconception right there. That's a huge misconception that the person who ends up with the degree is the one with the book smarts.
No, it's probably the opposite.
It's the opposite.
You probably read more books. You probably read more books without the degree than you will with a degree.
That's true.
No, isn't the book smart just like a simple term though? Like just saying like you know. So how would you define it though? I think that's like, I guess that's where the disconnect or the difference is. Like, how would you define
a book smart means that you've read a lot of things, you have a lot of intellectual knowledge, but no practical knowledge. There's a difference.
No application, right?
No application. Well, you know that, Mike, because there's a difference between somebody that can pass the test and somebody that can actually program or troubleshoot.
Right. Yeah. Somebody can pass the test, or the person that can really fix the problem. Like, customers ask me all the time. He's like, well, you know, how did you learn this? And I'm like, usually on the job, and I'm self-taught. And like, I'm more of I do it myself. So when I say book smart, I usually mean those that have read the CCNA handbook, but they've never configured a switch or a router, or set up VLANs or router on a stick, blah blah blah.
Yeah. But the go ahead, Cerulean, and then back to Valdez.
But yeah, you know, it wasn't, you know, talking about book smart. You know, when you're in college, your books, even though you have access to all these books, like, you're really only focused in a few at a time.
Yeah.
Like, I really didn't expand my book reading list until I dropped out, because, you know, after realizing what was really happening, I was realizing that actually I was further behind intellectually, wasting my time in college, going for all these degrees.
Yeah.
You know what? When I hear stuff like that, it is so fucking satisfying to know that I was 100% right when that. Because, like, don't get it twisted. Like, I was questioning whether or not I was right because I never experienced college. The only type of college I experienced was, you know, I attended the Art Institute, but I didn't experience like the you know, the college life, like the whole college experience. And when I was like 16, like I literally did not want to go to college. Like I didn't. I genuinely felt like it was a waste of time.
It depends on the track. I mean, if you do make it and you do get a PhD, and you hustle enough, basically your PhD is your license to hustle. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's a benefit. It's a benefit. But see, here's the thing: it's a benefit when it comes to that. When it comes to that whole thing, but my whole, like, you got to think. I was 16 years old. I wasn't thinking about long-term income and things of that nature. I was thinking about, you know, I was debating individuals and you know, devouring books. Like my whole thing was I wanted to be respected intellectually, like, you know, some people's champ type shit. Like I didn't care about the
I'll tell you what.
If what I know and I had a PhD behind my name, I might not be fucking with you guys. You hear me?
Yeah.
I'd have a license to hustle, but since I don't, go ahead, Cerulean.
Yeah, but you know, that's interesting that you brought that up, because, you know, just because you have a PhD doesn't mean that your intellectual prowess will be respected. I mean, you look at how many of you guys watch the Bill Maher thing with Michael Dyson?
Yeah.
Did you see the level of subtleties and disrespect that Bill Maher was just doing? I mean, just like subtle disrespect.
Yeah, he doesn't like He doesn't like him. He doesn't like Michael Dyson.
Yeah. And see, that's my thing. Like,
but he does have a license to hustle, especially with women, because he has a doctor behind his name, in front of his name.
Yeah. So the show ends up really becoming about him promoting his book when you talk about that license to hustle.
Oh yeah, the license.
Yeah, and see, that's my thing. Like I always wanted to be that dude where if I ever get the opportunity to be on a show like that or an intellectual thing where we're discussing something, and then I say something that somebody considers profound or something, and they want to, like, wow, like who educated them?
I get that all the time.
And they're like nobody.
Yeah,
I remember that. To me, that's.
I remember I was sitting in my sister's master's class, right? Because she was had a master's. She was had a master's class on public policy, right? So she wanted me to sit in on her class, right? And so I sat on the class, and he asked me a question. I started running it down to him and said, "Where's your degree?" You know, in other words, who were you educated by?
You know, it's funny because when I hear a lot of these black females say, "Oh, I'm educated and I got degrees," look, my mother died.
And they're still making stupid ass decisions.
My mother died when I was 6 years old. She was an Auburn grad. Before she died, you know, when they were first bringing women's studies to Auburn, she was one of the women that stood up and rejected it. You know what I'm saying? And it's kind of funny, like when I hear these black women say, "Oh, I got a degree in this, I got a degree," and I always tell them, you know, there's 360 degrees in a circle. So if you only got one, that means you're not very well rounded. You know?
That's motherfucker. You don't know shit. That's probably what they say.
Yo, but you know what? I will tell you this, brother. That question, and I don't really give too many compliments like that, but that question was pure genius. Like
don't make that a video.
The only question that I had that was like non-invasive that I could ask was, do you eat ketchup do you put ketchup on your eggs?
No, Did you also check if like her wrist was a certain size too? Like,
you know, it's funny because when I was developing studies or these blind studies, right, and I had the hardest time trying to figure out a question that was non-invasive that would just basically give away the study. You're like, how many kids do you have? Or, you know, it's like, have you ever been married? You know, that type of stuff is just like so kind of played out, like because a woman, she'll answer the question based on what she thinks you want to hear.
Yeah.
So you ask her, if you had a choice, right, to pick the kind of father you wanted, Are you going to pick the stern, upright, hardworking, man that gives you standards, that holds you to a higher standard, or are you going, or would you rather have the dad that is fun, easygoing, and gives you a pony for your birthday?
Did you do a racial breakdown when you actually did the
Oh man,
questionnaire?
the racial breakdown. Oh my goodness, this is why I say in every other community, everywhere around the world, except for the black community, you'll find that especially foreign nationals and white women, they will choose the stern man that is like their father.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to tell the black women on the hangout last night.
They'll choose the stern man as like their father. You'll find a couple, not very many. I mean, maybe about around 5 to 7% will say they would want the stern father because that would let me know that they were raised with a father. That would let me know that that's good soil to plant a seed in.
But that goes back to that whole program, and that's what I was trying to say earlier. I didn't go into detail about it, but that goes back to the programming of the 80s. And a lot of people don't really pay attention to the 80s. Like if you look at 80s, the programming for white people was entirely different than the programming for black people. If you look at the 80s, you'll have black shows that didn't have fathers, and if they did have fathers, the fathers weren't really respected to the utmost. So, even though like a lot of people say, well, we had the Cosby Show, we had Family Matters, we like in them shows, the fathers was kind of henpecked. Nobody pays attention to that. And the other shows that, you had shows like Good Times where they weren't even going to have James on the show. The original idea was to not even have James on in the first place. But then when you look at the flip side of that, if you look at all of the white shows from the 80s that were popular, there were no mothers in the household. Nobody pays attention to that. You look at Full House, all men. The mother died. You look at Blossom. It was the father. What was the other one? 2 men and what was it? 2 men, My Two Dads.
Different strokes. Yeah, different strokes.
Different strokes.
All of 2 men and a baby, right?
All of the white shows did not have mothers.
Yeah.
In the 80s.
Why?
Nobody pays attention to that.
Well, they were showing you how they wanted to social
psychological.
Yeah. They wanted to show you how they wanted to social engineer you for the next phase. It's like I was saying, you go back. Dorothy Pittman Hughes is a black woman. She co-founded Miss Magazine with Gloria Steinem. And you go back to the first edition of that, and Gloria Steinem has an interview in that magazine that is trying to teach women how to raise their children and gender roles. It goes through how to survive in the social dynamic with the strong mother. It's just littered with all of that shit.
Because look, here's the bugged out thing. Like, so when you look at the dynamic of black women and how they just seem to reject strong male figures, and then you look at white people, you look at the white boys and the white girls, and they seem to only want the strong male figure. It gets so bad that if you come to present day, like nowadays, you'll see shows that have both the white father and the white mother. If you look at a show like Breaking Bad, on Breaking Bad, you had Walter White and you had Skyler White. Now, Skyler White behaves kind of similar to the way black women behave on television shows, and they hated Skyler White.
Yeah, they did.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they despised her. But if you put that same scenario, if Walter White was a black guy and Skyler White was a black woman, that would be normal.
Yeah.
But
It drove him to the life of crime because he was henpecked.
Right. Yeah. And the interesting thing about Walter White is that he got a lot of sympathy. Like, oh, he's diagnosed with cancer. He was driven to selling drugs.
Yeah.
You see, so it kind of reinforces the up-down politics of what we have now, where they're not going to really be looking for the white guy selling drugs or making meth or heroin.
Normalize it.
No, in other words, you got to give him an excuse. He was driven to sell drugs.
He was driven to sell drugs.
Whereas on The Wire, they weren't. They just did it to make money. Yeah, they were just born to sell drugs.
Yeah, it was done because they were immoral and selfish, monetary desires.
I got a story about that because I went out with a girl from Yale. She was this light-skinned mixed chick from Yale, right? And she
now you're just
bragging. And we go out and we go to this bar just to meet for a drink. And she ordered like tea and I think like a piece of bread or something. I was like, "You ordered some tea and some bread?" Like, okay, this is weird. No matter where you're from. So we're talking, and she's like, "This is like 6 years after The Wire had finished." And she's telling me she just watched The Wire and she loved it. You know, for me, I said, I've seen The Wire. It's like a great entertainment show, but it really is. To me, it was like a white perspective on dope dealing.
No, that was real.
Oh no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
It was real.
No,
go ahead. Finish your story. It was real.
But this is what I mean from a white perspective.
Okay.
It's like the white gaze. Like the role, the leader, the star of the show was the white cop. It was like this. It's like a white perspective on the black community, and it's not like it's not authentic. You know, I've been to Baltimore. I got family out there. It's not that it's not authentic and real, but it didn't like necessarily do the 180. Like you could tell, like a black guy didn't write it, and kind of like what you were saying, like with The Wire, where they don't say. Where they make everybody kind of look like they're just selling dope, but then in Breaking Bad they give you like a great reason. So I'm out with this woman, and she, she tells me at the end of the day, I go, and this is one thing I always did with women. I just tell them what I'd want, and that I thought that was the best thing to say. And I'd say, well, what I'm looking for is I want a woman who wants to get married, and we have some kids, and we raise a doctor or a lawyer, some professional kids, make some money, and have a great life. I said, well, what do you want? She goes, well, to be honest, I want a guy like. What's his name from The Daily Show? I want a guy like Jonathan Stewart. I want a Jewish guy, like a white Jewish guy. I'm like, well, goddamn, girl, what you go with me for? Shit, I look like closer to Wesley Snipes.
Because you're the smash guy.
And what you should have did, the moment that she said that's what she wanted. The moment she said that's what she wanted, you should have put some money on the table, got up, and walked out of that.
You should have said, "Well, let's go get a room, and I'll send you on your way." Because she's with him to get some dick. She's not taking him seriously. Because she never went out with him.
You should have pulled the panties off to the side like Jaheim on that one.
You're supposed to be the fetish.
And that's
if you would have asked her that question, and John, saying she wanted.
I think I was the first black guy she ever went out with. That's what I
she wanted to try a black guy.
Well, why? But hold on, let me ask.
Should embrace his booty call status.
Let me ask the question because I gotta ask this shit, and maybe this is why I think differently. Why would you fuck that bitch?
Because you can. That's why you climb up.
Because it's available. Yeah,
it's available.
Hell no.
Well, come on.
No, I would never. She said that. I was like,
look. If she do land a guy like that, you'll be seeing her 10 years down the road, and you'll be saying to yourself, she can't unsuck this dick. That's at the end of the day.
You have to embrace your Alan Roger Curry at that particular moment.
I'm with you.
First of all, if I know for a fact, like if me and a chick are having, if I was going out on a date with a chick and at that moment I find out that I'm not what she wants, like, you know what I'm saying? Like my mind is gonna go into a whole nother area. So it's like I'm not rewarding that bitch by giving her some dick. Like fuck her. I'm gonna pay for my part of the dinner. I'm gonna pay for my part of the dinner. And I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna walk the fuck out. Literally.
But see, I look at it like this. It's kind of an investment, right? It's kind of an investment that one of those get backs that she won't be able to get back. Like the ultimate gloating position to maneuver yourself. Like, yeah, you're gonna hit that because at the end of the day, she's gonna get what she wants, and you'll always be able to be that guy.
Say, yeah, I didn't realize. I just now. It wasn't until this moment that I realized how the shape that we're in.
It
wasn't until this exact fucking moment that I realized how bad it is and why these chicks are winning. That's rewarding her.
Right.
Y'all got to get out of the mind state that you're getting something from her. She's getting something from you too. And not only that, she planned it. She planned to do that.
Yeah.
This is where the arrogance comes in. The arrogance comes in where she feels like, just put the shoe on the other foot. Could you sit there? Could you go out on a date with this chick? Sit there and describe, and she asks you, what type of woman are you looking for? And you describe a woman that's the complete opposite of her, and she still give you some pussy.
Yep. Done it many times.
No.
That's what she's there for.
Okay. All right.
No, I don't believe that at all.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that, brother. I'm glad there's a brother in the back bearing witness.
Come on, man. This is what it is too. Because when she said that to me, I understood why she got that tea and that bread. Because she had no. It was just like seeing an animal in the zoo. She probably never went out with a black man before. She just watched The Wire. Like I said, The Wire was like 6 years old. She just watched The Wire, so she was getting in touch with her black roots that she had never been in touch with.
And guess what? I wouldn't have been the social experiment for her.
Well, I didn't know.
She wouldn't have. Check this out. She wouldn't. The moment I realized that shit, like I don't know. I guess I'm just a different type of animal.
You already know that,
the moment that I realized, and it don't even gotta be a realization. It could just be some shit that pisses me off. Like I'm gonna be like, what the fuck I'm gonna be like, what did you just say? All right.
But in all honesty,
because the next question was, why did you go out with me? That's what the question. This question was, because I'm obviously not that.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to say. That's the second thing I would say. Okay, I'm not a Jewish, and nor am I white. So why did you pick me?
Yo, there have been times that I've gotten up and walked out on a situation, and I found out later that the person was like, they thought I was joking. This is how comfortable they are doing certain things. They thought I was joking, and they was like, wow. I was thinking, like, is he coming back? Nope. I'm not.
That's interesting.
Everybody can't be Angry Man, though.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's through my experience. I kind of have these moments where I just turn it on and off. Where sometimes I take the hardline approach, like Angry Man. Or but if I want the ultimate get back, like back in the day when I was a young boy, I'm gonna get the ultimate revenge.
But see that
I'm gonna scoot it and boot it.
But see, that supposes that women in this day and age. Now, I'll give you this: if this was the 50s or the 60s. And you smashed the chick and she sucked your dick and all of that shit, you'd be able to hold that over her head. But see, in this day and age, you got to understand, women rationalize that shit away.
Oh, yeah. It's like culture.
They rationalize that shit. Like, don't think for 1 second that she can't. She could do the most erotic, fucking disgraceful thing with you. And then the next day convince herself that she still has her dignity.
They always have. I've seen them do it. Yeah. They always have.
Women always do it on a nightly basis.
Women are always lying to themselves that way
every day.
But it's interesting. He said, have I ever went on a date with a woman, and have you ever asked that question and you've been honest and told her exactly what you look for, and it's the complete opposite. What I find is when I have done that and just been openly honest with women. That way, they have this thing that they do where they try to cater themselves to the type of woman that you're looking for. You know what I'm saying?
Because if a woman asked you that and you told her the exact opposite of what she was, her next question is, why did you go out with me? Which is the exact same question I would ask her, and then you would tell her. You got a big ass and you're cute, and I want to smash.
Because you're
See,
easy.
here's the thing. Here's the thing about that.
Yeah.
BGS.
Yeah.
If he was out on a date with a woman and she asked him that question and he said that, you're right. She's gonna say, well, why did you go out with me?
Yeah.
Regardless of what he says after that, it doesn't really matter, because just the fact that she's entertaining the fact that you're on a date with her and you want a different type of woman, that means that she wanted some dick in the first place. That means that means that she doesn't have any intention of no sort of long-term, like you're basically her version of a booty call.
Yeah. Which I have no problem with booty calls, personally.
Well, the reason I asked you that question too is because
I have no problem with booty calls.
This is not fair right now. And I'm gonna tell you why it's not fair. I'm gonna break down why it's not fair.
Okay, go ahead.
Y'all are sitting there listening to what BGS is saying, but you gotta understand, BGS is at that point. He's at that age in his life where it's like, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
See, I'm trying to educate the younger brothers that's trying to.
What I'm saying is,
I think what it is though is that BGS may not he just doesn't take it serious. I don't know if I'm right in saying that.
What I'm saying is there's a difference between once you know that she is not seriously invested in you as a long-term partner. Okay, then you go down to the next level. Okay, now what? Now you know this is a booty call, a one-night stand. We're gonna hit it and quit it. I'm gonna kiss you on the forehead till next time if I'm available, and I'm gonna go see another chick that's actually. Hold on, but if your intention is a long-term partner from that chick, even before you even take her out, and you contact her, first thing that says, okay, I saw you there on a dating profile, whatever it was. Okay, what made you interested in me? This first question you should have asked long before you even get there. You should never ask why when you're on a date, coffee date, at a bar, whatever. Okay, you ask that second. If once you establish that, because he didn't know what he wanted from her because he's getting to know her, right?
My thing is, I have an agenda.
Okay, everybody's not the angry man, but go ahead.
I have an agenda. So my whole thing is, I guess the disconnect is coming where I'm looking at it from the standpoint of trying to school brothers on how to get a quality woman and not waste their time. You see what I'm saying? That's how I'm looking at it.
Okay, the first, I always say pipeline. Okay, even if you're online, you never face-to-face a chick without calling her on the phone at least for a week and figuring out whether you actually like her or not. You should know whether you like her or not before you even sit down face-to-face. All face-to-face is seeing if the chemistry works when you're in the same room with her. Whether in other words, you don't get on the court or you don't get into a fight, a sparring match in front of people before you actually practice. So you actually have to work all that shit out before you even meet her. I always say, never, any woman I would ever see online, if I haven't texted her for at least a few days and haven't talked to her at least a couple of times on the phone, we're not even going out. Because you said, well, let's hurry up and meet in person. No, I'm gonna talk to you on the phone. I want to know if I like you first or not.
Well,
Go ahead.
Well, here's the thing, BGS. Like you're telling dudes, you're on here telling dudes stuff that's the equivalent of doing a freaking triple axel on a high dive or some shit. I'm just trying to teach him. I'm just trying to teach him how to tread water. I'm trying to get him there.
I feel you. But 90% of those dudes are gonna say, okay, since we're here, let's go ahead and go horizontal.
Yeah, but see, my thing is, I don't
jerk
want
a quick one off on her titties or something like that. Yeah. Keep it moving.
Since you're here, yeah.
Well, see, with you, that's the reason why I said you're at a different stage in your life. See, you're in a stage in your life where
everything's a booty call.
Yeah, because but see, at your age, like you already know and understand your value. Mm-hmm. So it's not a situation where you can end up selling yourself short. Yeah. Where you have these younger brothers who, they can get a psychological thing about that shit. where they're basically selling themselves short, you know what I'm saying? Like, and get to the point where they just keep degenerating lower and lower and lower and lower. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. All right. I feel you.
Yeah, especially if they listen to these women, because some of these women would be like, "Oh, nigga, you ain't shit." So if you actually take her words and be like, you know what, she's right, then you're gonna start to get into that beta bag.
Well, you asking what qualifies what qualifies you to say that I'm not shit? Tell me about yourself.
Exactly, and most of them, only thing they bring to the table is some other niggas' kids.
All they bring to the table is worn out pussy. Okay.
And see that's the thing. Like if in that same scenario, if BGS was out with that chick and then it ended up just being that booty call, and let's say, you know, she switch up, because women are fickle like that. She switches up and contacts BGS back and say, yeah, I wanted to go do this again, and BGS hits her with the, well, no, that was just a one-time thing because of the conversation. Yeah. And if she tries to hit him with that crazy shit, BGS knows exactly what to say to her. Whereas a younger brother, whereas a younger brother who's 21 or 22, you know, she can start playing mind games with him. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's my thing.
Yeah, she puts him in that trick bag to where now he's vying for her affection.
Yeah, exactly, and reverses it. And now all of a sudden he's trying to convince a woman who's already told him that he's not her type, that he should be her type. And that's a dangerous road to go down. Cause like I don't give a damn how much money you make. I don't give a damn how much dick you slang. I don't care how many kids you give her or how many kids you take care of. You're never gonna be a Jewish white man.
No.
It's like, you know what I'm saying?
But yeah, I take that hardline approach now. But I'm saying, like, 10 years ago, that's what it is.
Smash.
Yeah. He
was thinking like the Hulk. He said Hulk smash.
Hulk's gonna smash. Yeah. Bruce is gonna have to take a back seat because Hulk is gonna smash.
Now let me ask you this though. For all you brothers, hold on. For all you brothers that's saying you would just take the booty call, let me ask you this. After so you leave the place, you leave the restaurant, you go get a room or whatever, and you get the booty. When do you leave?
Oh, it's right as soon as you bust the nut.
Depends who's driving.
No.
Nigga, I used to text myself. I used to text myself and be like, yo, I gotta go pick my boy up. I gotta leave.
No, who's driving? It depends one is who's driving and who goes to sleep first. If you smash first, if you smashed it and she has her own car, right, and you put her to sleep 5 a.m.
He's leaving when she's sleeping. He said I'm leaving when she's sleeping.
Yeah, you gotta remember, she just acted against her better interest, even entertaining the fuck, right? So she's already mentally traumatized. So you gotta let her down easy. You gotta sit there and cut her up a little bit and leave about 3-4 in the morning.
At 5 a.m. with a note.
Hold on, I'm glad BGS said that because it reinforces my point. Nobody else in here thought about that. Like, who's driving?
See, it's because I've been driving since I was 16, so most likely it would have been me driving.
I would leave at checkout, because if I'm paying for the room, I'm paying for the whole night. I'm getting that whole fucking night.
Let me tell you something.
He said getting that continental breakfast, ain't?
Hell yeah.
Let me tell you something.
Pick up that cold ass fucking croissant shit.
Go ahead, Valdez.
Let me tell you something. See, I told y'all a story the last time I was on here.
Yeah.
And because of that story, keep in mind, that's before I started really driving.
Somebody in the chat room said I was a smash brother.
So, like, I've always made sure that I was driving every time.
Oh,
fuck that.
Yeah, you better. Yeah. You better.
Oh my God, you don't want to be asked out.
You don't want to be asked out, man. Get a pissed off female, man. You stranded, shit. Or you don't lay that pipe right, man. You know, you happen to be on an off night and you wake up, man. You stuck.
Thank God for Uber nowadays. That is not a problem.
Yeah, oh my God, they will never know the struggle. They will never know the struggle. Like these fucking kids nowadays, they'll never know the struggle.
No, not at all. He stuck 40 miles from home, man. He tried to kill
Oh shit! God damn.
I got a story for you guys too. It's similar to that. This is kind of a wild story. I was probably about 25, and I was at the house, and I had this girlfriend. I broke up with her, and she was like, she always had a friend who I thought was real cute, and her friend was bisexual, and like we had talked about having threesomes.
That's bad news, man.
So we were at the house, and she was like, "Yo, why don't you come over? You know, what's your name's over here, and like we want to have some fun. Why don't you come over?" I go, "And you know, I got a suspended license. Like, if I drive over there, man, the police is gonna come after me because I already pulled me over already. Shit." He's like, "Well, just come through. Just try to sneak over." I'm like, "Damn, right?"
Yeah,
So I got on my clothes real quick. I take a shower. I get on my clothes. I had a Chevy Celebrity too, you know.
Oh God! All right, yeah, all right. Go ahead.
Celebrity, hopped in the Celebrity, right? And I'm trying to like take this out, like kind of like a trucker road, you know, in the city. I'm going about, and I hit this corner too because I was trying to get to the pussy. I hit the corner so quick, and I almost hit this cop.
Oh my God!
People right? I was like, "Oh hell no!" I was too excited. And the cop pulled me over, you know, and he goes, "What are you doing, man? You almost ran me over off the road." I was like, "Look, man," you know, I said, "Look, that girl, her friends over there, they want to hang out with me together." And so, you know, and I want to get out there. And he goes, "Well, you know, let me run your license or whatever." He ran my license, and he came back with with a suspended. He looks at me. He comes back to the car, and he looks at me, and he goes, "You know it's suspended, right?" I go, "I know. I normally wouldn't drive." I said, "Officer, but you know what's going on." They just handed me the license, and I kept driving on out there.
He's a lucky
so he was showing love. He said, "I'm not gonna get it." He said, "I'm not gonna get away with that."
You know what? I didn't think of taking a cab.
You had a witness, huh?
I didn't even think of taking a cab. I don't even know why. I could have paid like $40, $50 for a cab or something there and back. That wasn't even on my mind.
Because you wasn't thinking. No,
I wasn't thinking. No.
Yeah.
His dick was yearning.
His dick was thinking.
Thinking with the wrong head.
Thinking with the wrong head. What I say? Thinking with your wine.
All
right.
I'll tell you one thing though. If you can muster enough discipline when you in certain situations, just make a little pit stop and stroke it out real quick. I guarantee you'll be disgusted with yourself in most situations.
Yeah, that's that post-nut clarity, as they call it.
Yeah.
You look in the mirror, just had that look like, damn it, what the hell is wrong with you?
Go, now take your ass to the bathroom and go wash your hands.
Take your ass back to bed.
Oh my God. Like
all right,
the funniest thing.
I'm gonna go out.
All right, Mike.
Thank you as usual.
Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Oh yeah, definitely always.
But yeah, if you would have asked that girl that question, that it would have let you know right away, whether or not she was a smash or pass or or a keeper.
Yep.
It would tell you everything. It would tell you everything.
Somebody. Oh my God, that shit is funny. Somebody in the chat room said "Angry Man be stroking." Look, I don't know. Have y'all ever seen? I know y'all seen. Yeah, that's Clarence Carter, ain't it?
Clarence Carter, yeah.
Yeah,
stroking. That's what I be doing.
But look, y'all remember the 40-year-old virgin when his buddy, like his coworker, brought over the box of porn, and he was like, "Oh my God, you do that?" He's like, "You don't?" He said, "Man, I've jacked it." He's like, "I've jacked it twice since I've been in here." Oh my God, that should have said, "Yo." A lot of guys joke about that shit, but That should have saved you a lot of heartache and pain, my friend.
He's singing that's in my life.
Yeah.
I've seen heartache and pain.
Walking around with a loaded gun. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why so many niggas do get in trouble. They can't control their wand. They be in situations. They be like, damn, yo, only if I would have been thinking straight.
Yeah.
Only I would have jacked off.
Especially with a crazy chick, boy. You know she crazy, but you know that pussy good.
Man, the crazy chicks are the ones with the best pussy.
Oh man. Whew.
Man.
Oh yeah.
It's sort of like that movie, Don't Be a Menace to South Central while drinking your juice. Them bitches turn into dashiki.
You know what's funny? What's funny is when I was younger, I used to like Belle Biv DeVoe. And I remember we used to dance to that song Poison.
Oh yeah.
And I never
Them lyrics is real. Them lyrics is real.
Yo, I never paid attention to the lyrics until I got grown. I was like, yo, they was trying to teach niggas.
Yeah, they was trying to put niggas up on when they said don't trust no bitch with a big butt and a smile.
Hey, Valdez, that was my baby's mama, man. That was her, big butt and a smile. That was her, pretty heifer, boy, pretty chocolate head with a big ass, man. And she hated that song because I always say never trust a big butt and a smile. Boy, she ready to cuss me out.
and then the funny part is in that era that then we had Aaron Hall. I think it was Aaron Hall singing that "I Miss You" shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Talking about Gloria Velez and shit.
Yeah.
But you know what? The most hypocritical shit. And I just noticed it the other day. You remember when Naughty by Nature came out with OPP?
Yeah.
All right. So this is around the same time that, if you remember, Queen Latifah was on some, respect women, ladies first, all that shit. She was right up in that video talking about. She was right up in that fucking video when they was like, "You down with OPP?" She was like, "Yeah, you know me." Like, wait a minute. Like, hold up.
You were just talking UNITY.
Exactly. Is she talking about other? Because OPP stood for other. Somebody said other people's property. It stood for other people's pussy and other people's penis.
A question on
That's
the
what it
board
stood
is:
for.
has anybody been set up by a chick, man, that come on over to and then been halfway set up by a chick?
No.
To get robbed?
To get robbed, yeah, that's what he's saying. Nope.
I know.
I haven't, but I know dudes that have.
Yeah,
I know niggas that died because of that shit.
Yeah, I never got. I was always suspicious. So
me too.
Yeah,
me too. I was like
hood instincts. Yeah,
like I had those freaking like I had those experiences that I had them experiences that I almost didn't make it out of. So I already was like I was real skittish. I was like a damn deer.
Yeah.
Like if I saw some shit I ain't like, I just took off. I'm out.
Oh
Peace.
yeah. Better to stay alive than leave that piece there right where it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's too real. That's how come on women that are too friendly, black women are too friendly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we always turn it down. At least for the first day. I'll talk to you the next day, but not today.
Yeah, I gotta say, and I gotta say, and it be like a friend of many is a friend of no one. Yeah. I say you can't be extra friendly for no reason. A lot of these chicks want everybody to like them, so it's like they be chilling with no niggas that hate you. It's like, nah, you can't fuck with her.
Yeah,
yeah. When they're super friendly, and the whole situation just goes down a little too easy.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. I'm like something ain't right.
Yeah, because I used to listen to Nas with like that one song when he was like when him and AZ was sitting in the whip waiting, he was like, man, it's taking too long for these chicks to buck them. What's going on?
Yeah.
So like it's like them songs right there put you hip to the game.
Yep. You get that your spidey sense starts tingling.
Mm-hmm.
I've left some chicks, man, that pull up to a house and she taking too long. She said, okay. And looking at the watch, the gut says, time to leave. And she's running out the door. Where you going? She took.
I gotta know
that's a good. Yo, that's a good.
I was just taking the shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's a good ass. That would be a good ass video. The signs that you're getting ready to get set up.
Mm-hmm.
I got a story. It wasn't really a setup, but my homeboy, he met some white girls down in Salem, which is the capital of Oregon, right? And he was like, "Yeah, we're gonna go down there. There's, this white girl gonna have a party in Salem. Let's go down there and kick it." And I was probably about 22 years old, and I was like, "Yeah, let's go, let's do it." So it was probably it was like 8 of us. So we're like two carloads deep. So I had a Caprice Classic. My buddy rolled. He had like a Regal. We rolled down to Salem, and we go to this like the suburban house party, bunch of white folks, college, like we're all in college age kids, and we're down there party. And I was playing ping pong, and I was whooping some dude's ass in ping pong or whatever. And it was only like a couple brothers in there, and this young brother was next to me, and I got a beer in my hand, and I'm playing ping pong, and he kept running into me, right? And or maybe I was hitting him, and I'm playing ping pong, and he looked at me like, "Man, well, excuse me." And I said, "Dude, I'm playing ping pong over here, man. Why are you tripping?" And and he's like, "Well, man, tried to check me," and I'm like, "Whatever, man." So like all my homeboys was all like 6'4". They're like built like football players, like big ass, like, and they're goonish, like half of them is in gangs. One of my boys is in prison right now. 2 of them are dead. Like they were goons, and so it was like a rough crowd. So I think it kind of intimidated them because they must have gotten a horn or something with some dudes. And so I ended up like sitting down on the couch, and I'm sitting down on the couch. I don't know if you guys know what a triple fat goose code is, but that's all.
we know.
Yeah, the triple fat goose on. And this dude walks up to me and he goes, "Oh, I heard there's some Portland niggas in here that thought they was hard," right? And I'm looking at it, I'm like, "Who?" Who? And this big dude was like 6'4", 6'5", 230 pounds. And I was probably 5'8", 185 pounds. But I was strong though, like football strong. And he was like, "Yeah, nigga, I heard it was you. I heard you thought you was hard." I was like, "What?" And I'm thinking like, this must be the ping pong motherfucker just tried to, talk some shit. And he called his homeboy down here. And so I was like, "What?" No. And I stood up, and the dude like yanked my hood over my head, and then he tried to jack me up with uppercuts, right? I started laughing because like I could really fight. And I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna put this motherfucker in a chokehold," right? So he starts trying to jack me up, but I was blocking his punches, and we get on the ground. And he was a little bit stronger on me, and he grabs this bottle that's on the ground, right? Now, it seemed like it was like 75 people in the basement. And I'm on top of him. No, he's on top of me. He's trying to grab this bottle. I grab his wrist, and like he goes to pick up this bottle because he's going to bust me in the head with it. My homeboy like kicked the bottle out of his hand. And I'm like, "Motherfucker, you supposed to jump in this?" Like, it's one. And so then I get on top of him, and like I start wrestling, and I put my arms under his neck, and I almost had him in a sleeper hold. I was getting ready to choke him out, and he bit me on the arm, and I'm like, "Damn, you bite me like a little bitch," right? And like I was getting ready to jack his ass up, and his homeboy goes, "I'm going upstairs to go get the strap. I'm gonna kill this nigga." Okay. And everybody left the basement, right? So everybody walked out, and it was me, him, like 2 of his friends, and only one of my friends was down there. That's the dude who he died like. He went to prison like 2 years ago. He got in a fight, like selling drugs with his brother. So when they come back down, it was like four of them, like 3 of his friends. I'm fighting his friend. I had my one homeboy there Wilson was looking out for me. And so we start fighting, and like I was about to whoop his ass, and his homeboys broke it up, right? He was like, "No, this is over with," right? And I was like, "Yeah," because I was about to fuck his ass up. And I'm like drunk and talking shit. Once I get going, it's like I can't really turn it off. So we're going upstairs because I really wanted to knock this motherfucker out. So we're walking upstairs, and he's big. He was bigger than me, and I just tried to sucker punch him. Boom! I must have been drunk or something. I don't know how I missed, or he was quick, and I missed his ass. So I think I barely grazed him. Right? He goes, "Look, if you don't cut this shit out, I'm gonna kill your motherfucking ass." Right? And I was like, "Damn!" He did say he was gonna get the gun. Right? So it was like maybe like 2 or 3 people in the house, and so I walk out, and there's like 100 people outside, and they go, "What? You're alive? I thought they were gonna kill you. Oh my God, you made it out alive. Nothing's wrong." And I'm looking at them like, "You thought I was gonna die, and you just left me in this motherfucker?" Yo, and then one of my homeboys comes up to me, and he goes, "Yo, the truth. You want a gun, man? I got the 9. You can smoke his ass with the Beretta." I go, Do I want the 9? No, I don't want the 9. I want to go home, man. What's this bullshit? What's wrong with you motherfuckers? And I mean, the police came and they pulled my car over, put guns to my head and shit. And they were like, they didn't want to, they were like, just go back to Portland. We don't want to fuck with you. But I was like, damn, like, you get around the company of girls, you got to be careful, because even if it ain't a setup, you don't know who they might have coming over some bullshit.
But you know what? You know what he was doing right when he was bumping into you.
Oh yeah, testing you. Yeah.
He was testing you. He was trying to get his courage up to approach you, like, and I tell you something else too, man. Don't never get in a fight when you drunk. I can almost guarantee you that he's not quick. You swung and missed. That's what happened. You swung and missed. Like, don't never get into a fight drunk, man. Ever.
Yeah, and your chin ain't the same. When you drunk, your chin ain't the same as when you're sober.
No.
You'll be sleeping on that floor like, damn, how'd I get knocked out today?
Yeah.
That's true.
You get dropped quick. Because your perception, everything is off. Everything is thrown off,
I've been in fights drunk, and like, I hit the dude. I one time I got in a fight with this dude. I didn't even want to hurt him, so I was like, I'm gonna just hit him with my left hand, because if I hit him with the right hand, I'm gonna break his jaw. Yeah, I'm gonna fuck his ass up. So I just hit him with the left, and I hit him 5 times with the left. He fell down 5 times. Each time I hit him, I fell down too.
Yo, I used to wait. Like, I would go to parties and stuff, and everybody would be drinking, and I wouldn't drink. Like, the only time I drink is like if I'm at home. Like, I won't drink like out in public and shit, because, like, especially depending on what the company is. Like, if cats is getting drunk, I just sit back and chill. Because then if somebody get to fighting, or somebody try to start a fight, especially if I know you're drunk, I'm a one-hitter quitter you quick. Like, if I know a dude is drunk, I'm just gonna rock him like one good time. Like, because it's easy as fuck when they drunk as hell. But when you don't get drunk around a bunch of people.
No.
Hell no.
Especially the ones you don't know.
No, but that's coming from a cat that's been in the hood for a minute and been around the hood for a minute. Because
yeah, man,
you get hurt if you get drunk, and like the story he just said, man. I never taken a drink, being that far away from home, and unfamiliar surroundings.
Yo,
we was in a damn house party, and this shit was in the middle of the fucking woods. And when I say it was in the middle of the woods, like, it was in VA, so deep in the woods, there wasn't no street lights. That's how deep it was. And I went with my cousin, and everybody in there was like, I go in there, and first I'm thrown off by it, first of all, because I go in there, and like, it's kids in there that's done got older that I knew when they was younger. But you know how when somebody get older, they start to look different. So all of these dudes is coming up to me, hey, what's going on, man? Like, I don't know who they are. I do, but I don't. Because I'm like, I haven't seen them in forever, whatever. And we all, having a good time, whatever. And we're sitting there, and like, it's one of those environments where, like, you ever be in a party and just everywhere you look, there's tension. Everywhere you look, it look like somebody getting ready to get into a fight. And I told my cousin, I was like, man, I'm ready to get the hell up out of here. Like, this shit is crazy. He's like, yeah, we'll go in a minute. And my cousin, that particular cousin, he's one of them dudes, like, he sniffs out dumb shit. Like, he sniffs out drama. And, I don't know who was dumber, him for going there or me for going with him. But I'm sitting there, and there's one younger dude, he's sitting there, and this is a party. Like, music loud as shit, he dozing the fuck off. My homeboy hit him, he hit him on the leg like, yo, man, you better wake your ass up. Do you know where the hell you at? He started looking all crazy and shit, right? So I go out on the porch with my cousin or whatever, and one dude that we used to know back in the day, he dead now, but he comes outside, drink. He got like a damn. He had like a cup of bootleg, like moonshine liquor. So he comes out on the damn porch and he's just kills the whole thing. It was like one of them Dixie cups. He just kills the whole thing. As soon as he killed it, he's like, yeah. I said, yeah, it's time to go. It's time to leave. And look, I finally convinced my cousin to leave, right? And so we left, and he tried to play me off. Oh, you being a punk, you in there worried and shit. I said, nah, we in this motherfucker. We don't got no heat. We don't got nothing. And you know how these niggas are. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, well, he's like, man, won't nothing gonna happen or whatever. So I told him, I said, man, look, I don't know what you got going on. I don't know what you're going through right now, but that shit, that's not a good look. So about a week later, he hits me up talking about some, yo, man, I'm about to go back out to the party in the country or whatever. I'm like, yo, I'm not coming. Like, I'm not going out there. I don't think you should go out there. This nigga went out there anyway, right? Went out there anyway. So he went out there. Somebody got to fighting with an old head because it was somebody's house. And the family that owned the house, they always throwing parties. And it's a bunch of them in there. And it's all generations. So it's like young people, but it's older folks too. So somebody got to fighting with one of the older dudes that live in the house, one of them old heads. And you know how them old heads is. They either going to do one or two things if you young and you try to fight them. They're going to pull out a knife or they're going to pull out a pistol. One of the two. So the dude hit, the young dude hit the old head. The old head hit the ground, and when he came up, the nigga had a pistol.
Okay.
And he started shooting. So everybody runs out of the damn house. And, the little young dude had on a white T-shirt. My cousin had on a white T-shirt. So my cousin said he runs out of the house and he looks back and the dude is after him. He's like, so he runs and the dude is shooting at him. He's trying to kill him. Okay. And my cousin said he runs and he's ducking and shit. He's like, hey man, what you shooting at me for? And so the dude just kept shooting at him. So he finally got to the woods or whatever, and he was hiding behind a damn tree. And there was another dude hiding behind the tree. And he said, hey man, I think he got you. He looked at his shirt. He had shot him, hit him in the damn shoulder, in the damn collarbone and shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and he had to go to the damn hospital and shit. But he didn't know he was shot until the dude pointed it out. And when I seen the nigga, I said, I told you. I told you. I told you. Well, my spidey sense get the tingling. I don't play around. I don't care. Niggas can call me a punk, whatever.
Yeah.
When that shit get the tingling, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Yep.
Don't get me wrong. I'll battle if I don't got no choice. But that's if I don't got no choice. And it depends on the circumstances. Because, like, I'm a firm believer that a good escape is better than a bad stand any day.
He said, I ain't trying. He said, you learn from General Custer, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You homies.
That's funny you brought up General Custer because I was on Facebook and one of these groups had this meme up and asked if you were a single man, would you date a woman with kids if she had all her shit together? And my answer was, if you've ever heard of the General Custer story, then you have my answer.
But you know what?
You don't want to go into a losing battle,
Yeah, nope.
Nah. And you know what? I'll tell you something else too. If you're the guy, this is something that I've learned in, coming up. And BGS, you probably can bear witness to this. If you're the sensible guy in the group, you're usually the one that's gonna catch it the worst. You're the one. If you're the sensible dude in the group, the dude that's trying to keep everybody out of trouble or all of that shit, that's the nigga that usually get killed.
Yeah.
Every time. It's never the dudes that's looking for that shit. It's never the dudes that's running around looking for drama and looking for trouble. Because like every story that I've ever been a part of or heard of back in the day, it was always the dude that did not have it coming.
Yeah.
That fucked around and got shot or killed or some dumb shit.
Yeah.
It's never the one that deserved.
Yeah, because you're the one trying to break it up. So
like Ricky from Boys in the Hood.
Yep.
Yep, it's always an innocent bystander. And I told cats back in the day, I said, man, you ain't never gonna open the paper and see me in the paper talking about some, yeah, man, that's messed up how they did him. No. If anything, you'll see me in the paper for messing somebody up. Like, I'm not going, if I'm gonna be in a situation where I did something, trust and believe that person had it coming. It won't know by chance. They had it coming. They was looking for it. Like, I'm not gonna be
Like,
one of them damn
I was
dudes.
watching this video. It's funny. I was watching this video the other day. This guy comes home, catches his woman in the bed with this dude, and he's recording it, and the dude gets up and he starts popping off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that that guy with the camera, I'm thinking to myself, like, dude, just, General Custer.
Yeah, like, I'm not gonna stand, like, when niggas get to arguing and, like, yo, I left my sister at school because of that. Like, I left her. Like, just, like, at the time, like, I think I was like 17 or some shit like that. And, I had already dropped out of school. And I was just about to turn 18, and my mother tried to make me go back to school. So I went back for like a freaking year. Like, it wasn't even a whole year. But she was like, nah, you're going to go back to school. Like, I had started staying with her, and she made me go back, right? So one day, a couple dudes I know, they got into a fight out in front of the school and shit. And so my sister, she's not used to being around drama and all of that shit. So she want to stay and watch the shit. So I'm like, yo, I'm leaving. If you don't get your ass in the car, you gonna get left. Cause I'm not gonna stand around, and cause I know what, like, you stand around looking at niggas fighting, you never know what's gonna happen. Somebody could pull out a gun and just start shooting. I've seen niggas get hit, and when they hit the ground, they come up with a gun and just start shooting everywhere at everybody. Like, it's been numerous times I've seen crazy shit like this. I just got in the car and just fucking left her. She's like, oh my God, he left me at the school. You damn right I left your dumb ass. Like, I'm not going, like, no, I'm not going to be a part of that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I remember this time, man. It was like right around the time I first got out of the Navy, and my niece was going through some issues with her baby dad, and she couldn't get her brother, because I'm me and my nephews, we all close. We just tight. And we all, I used to teach them and hang around them, give them the game. And one day, she was going through some drama with her baby daddy, and she see that niggas wasn't just acting and jumping up on her behalf, right? Because at the end of the day, we're like, this is your baby daddy. You go back and fuck around with this nigga. Don't come around here, amping niggas up, and then you're gonna turn around and still fuck with this dude.
Yeah.
And,
like,
and then she goes say, and then she says, he pulled a gun on me. And it's like, oh shit, he pulled a gun out of you. It's time to load up. We go over to this guy's house. We get there, and when we get there, my oldest nephew is about to kick in the door, and he sees us coming up. He opens up the door, and my niece runs up, and she's more concerned about who the other female is in the house. So, and it just goes to show you, man, even some people in your own family, dog, they'll have your ass set up to, like, we could all, what if the police would have came there, we'd all got fucking popped off and arrested,
Yeah,
like all
I'm
our
gonna tell
brothers
you
would have been in
something.
jail.
Man, either your sister or one of your girl cousins, they'll call you up and have you on some, oh my God, I can't believe this. This is, it just like some old damsel in distress type shit. And you go around, and you might go by yourself, or you might go get a couple niggas, and you go over there and you go to whooping the dude's ass. I'm gonna tell you what will happen every time. Every time, not 9 times out of 10, but 10 times out of 10. The moment you commence to whooping his ass, she's gonna jump in it. Stop it! Why are you? Stop! Leave him alone! She go switch up on your ass. She gonna switch up on your ass. I'm telling you.
No, but it's deep. It's so much deeper than that. And like I know it's like why females be doing that shit because they have this thing that they do to retain control over their male mates, and they use other men in their family to kind of do that and cause inadvertent trauma onto this man they're dealing with. Like that's always over that man's head. Like you don't do what the fuck I say. I'll just call my brothers. I'll call my uncle over here and get you together.
They genuinely they underestimate men's propensity for violence.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. They think, see, in their mind, they think they're gonna scare somebody, and what really ends up happening is they put the person in a situation where they really put that person in danger. They don't even really fully comprehend that shit. You know
that's
what I'm
why.
saying?
That's why I started telling my nephews, like, next time one of your sisters do this, just treat it like the boy who cried wolf.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you have absolute evidence. Don't even entertain the shit.
Yep. Because that shit is, man. I done seen that shit play out the same way every damn time, man.
Yep.
And I've told my sister numerous times. I said, look, man, I don't want to hear about your problems. Cause see, I'm gonna tell you something. Like, women do some of the dumbest. Like, my sister, I've witnessed her get into an argument with her boyfriend, and I know she was dead wrong. Like, I know she was dead wrong, and I'm sitting there looking at her like, your ass is stupid. Like, if I'm sitting there and I'm watching her put him through the same shit that other women have put me through. You see what I'm saying? And I'm sitting there looking at her like, yo, are you fucking serious? Like, and I've told her numerous times, I said, look, man, I'm not gonna, like, it's one thing when your sister has a boyfriend that you don't like.
Yeah.
But I'm actually cool. I'm actually cool with him. He's a cool dude. Like, he's one of them type of dudes that don't really, he's one of them dudes that don't want to get into it with no female. He's the type of dude that would just try to ignore the shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I've told her numerous times, I say, yo, you're lucky you're talking to him. Like, you talk all that shit about him, but you're lucky because the type of shit you do to him, if I was in a relationship with you, I'd have put you through a wall by now. Like, literally. Because, like, she does, like, here's a prime example of some shit she did. And I don't care. She probably hear this. I don't care if she get mad or not because I'm pissed about it. One day I was at Spencer's and I bought a freaking Green Lantern hat. Now, this shit was a fucking fitted hat and it had like the Green Lantern symbol on the front of it, big as hell. And I went and I had Valdez embroidered on the back of it. And like, to this day, I can't find that hat nowhere. Like, it was like, I don't know if it was a limited edition or whatever, but they just don't make them no more. So I left it at their house. And so one day, I'm wondering where my hat is at. And I figured out, I said, you know what? I think I left it at my sister's house. So I go to my sister's house. I'm like, yo, have you seen my hat? I think I left it here. She's like, nah, I haven't seen it, So I'm still wondering. I'm like, I know I left it here. So one day, that same day I came over there and I'm talking about it. When I went outside with her boyfriend and we out there standing around talking, smoking a cigarette and shit. And I looked at the side of the house and the side of the house had like it looked like a burn mark, but it was going up the side of the house. And I'm like, so I asked him, I'm like, yo, what the fuck is that right there? Oh man, you don't even want to know. I'm like, what the fuck happened? Man, your sister with her crazy ass, we got into an argument and she took a bunch of my clothes and set them on fire. But she
hat was in it, huh?
But she, oh yeah, see, I'm putting it together as he's talking. I'm putting it together.
Okay.
So he's talking, and I'm sitting there looking at it. He's like, "Yeah, man, she took a bunch of my clothes, bunch of my hats and stuff, and her silly ass, she wanted to try to set it on fire, but she set it on fire right beside the house. So the side of the house caught on fire, right? So I'm like, hold on for a second, back up for a second. She set your clothes on fire, bro? Yeah. So I call my sister. I'm like, yo, come here for a second. I yell in the door. She comes outside. What? I was like, yo, you set this man's clothes on fire? Well, he shouldn't have. See, my sister, the moment I say something about something she's done wrong, she immediately goes into, well, he shouldn't have been doing whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I said, let me ask you a question. I said, was there a fitted hat? Did you burn a fitted hat that was like black and green? I don't know. I think so. I said, yo, I'd have strangled the life out of you. If you want to burn somebody's shit, make sure you burning their shit and not other people's shit. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, why would you even, like, number one, you burn the shit, y'all still together, which means you live in the same house. Your money goes to pay the same bills. So if he goes to buy more clothes, that money comes out of your pocket too. It comes out of your household too. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why, like, whenever they get into it, I tell her, I say, look, I'm not getting into a fight with your boyfriend so that we can be uncomfortable the next time I come to visit you. Because you're not going to break up with him. Like, you're not going to break up with him. If anything, he'll break up with you, but you ain't going to break up with him. You know what I'm saying? Because every time it's the same shit. It's the same scenario every time. Like, she'll be on some, like, my sister, I've told her this numerous times. I say, yo, man, you're like the case study for this type of behavior because it's bugged out. Like, she will get into arguments with him and she will sit there and literally act like she hate his guts. Mm-hmm. And then right after, like, when he finally gets to the point where he's just like, you know what, I can't do this no more. Because I've told him. I said, yo, I don't see how you put up with it. If I was you, I'd do this. You know what I'm saying? I told him. I said, if I was you, I'd bounce. For real. I wouldn't go through this shit. So he'll get to the point where he just be like, fuck this shit. And he'll hop on the fucking Chinese bus and go to New York. Because, like, most of his family is in New York, right? So I swear to God, it happens every time. A day. It don't even be a week. Like, right after that. Mm-hmm. My sister hit me up. She be like, I miss my baby. I'll be like, man, get the fuck off my phone. Get off my phone. Like, I don't even want to hear that dumb shit. Yep. Like, that shit is crazy. Yep. So I said, man, I've got on my damn soapbox so many times in her apartment. She says I'm a woman hater. My own sister says that.
Why? Because you don't ride with her bullshit?
Because I don't condone her bullshit. Yep. Because I don't condone it. Like, I don't condone it. I'm like, no, man, that shit is not fucking cool. This is the reason why we have so much fucking bullshit in the black community. This is very dumb shit right here.
If he only do what I said.
It's a way that they retain control over the men they're dealing with. Yep. It's going to cause some kind of financial damage. Now he's got to stick with her a little bit more so he can stack up his money so he can buy more clothes to replace the shit that she burned.
Mm-hmm. I'm showing you that I'm crazy.
Yeah.
In other words, I'm gonna bug out if you don't do what I ask you to do.
Yeah, that old dumb shit. I'm sitting there like, yo, man, and she's, and then this is another thing. How can I be on your side if you've included me in the shit that you doing to him? Like, there's been times where they've gotten into it. Like, I would go visit them, right? And I think at that time I went to visit them, they was in these apartments that's, it's not exactly the projects, but it's similar. Mm-hmm. And so I'm out there, and I'm out there hanging out with a bunch of dudes that, I know. And because I knew some cats that lived out there before she moved out there. And so I'm out there hanging out with them and shit. And my, her boyfriend and my sister, they're in the apartment or whatever. So I come back to the apartment. It's like late because I'm at this one dude's house chilling, talking and shit. And I come strolling back to the damn apartment, and he's sitting on the steps smoking a cigarette.
Oh shit.
And I'm just sitting there, I'm just looking, I'm just thinking I'm wondering why he's sitting on the steps smoking a cigarette, because he smokes inside his crib. So I'm sitting there like, oh, here we go. What the fuck is, I'm like, what's going on? It's like, man, I love your sister to death, man, but she be bugging, man. She be tripping. I was like, what the fuck she mad about now? And so I go up there calling myself trying to talk to her. So I open the door and I try, like, so the apartment, the way these apartments are, they got the little, just like any like project type apartments, they got the little metal screen door, and then it's got the regular door. So I open up the screen door and I try to go to open the regular door and I can't open it.
Okay.
So I'm like trying to open the door, like it's not like it's locked, because I can turn the doorknob. It's not opening, like something's in front of it.
Oh, she barricaded the door.
Yeah, so I pushed the door, and like I pushed the door open, and I'm like, yo, I'm calling my sister. I'm like, yo, and I look, and the couch is in front of the door, because I pushed it enough to where I can poke my head in. So I'm like, she done put the fucking couch in front of the damn door. But keep in mind, I'm there visiting, so I have to go in there too.
Yeah.
You feel me? So she's not only put him out, she basically put me out too. So I'm pushing the couch or whatever. Finally, I'll keep calling her, and she's not answering. I'm thinking she upstairs asleep. So I keep pushing it, and finally I get it pushed in enough to where I can kind of put my head and part of my torso in the door. I look in the door. This nigga is sitting on the couch smoking a damn cigarette. I said, yo, don't you hear me calling you? I heard you. Why you ain't open the fucking door? Because if I let you in, you're going to let him in. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like,
they never grow up, boy.
Never.
Never
Like, yo, are you fucking serious? Like, that shit. Oh my God, man. Them niggas, they go at it. It's the funniest shit in the world. Like, to see them arguing. It's the funniest shit in the world. Cause like,
one of these days.
Yo, but it's never legitimate things. It's never legitimate. It's always like frivolous, silly ass things. Like, and the funniest shit, I got another homeboy that lives near them, and he does construction. And like sometimes he drives the truck where he goes and picks up everybody to work or whatever. And sometimes he said he'll take a nap in the truck. So one day they're working on the road not too far from where my sister's apartment is at. And so he's like, yo, man, you'll never guess what I seen today. And I was like, what? He's like, oh my God, the funniest shit in the world. He's like, so we working on the road over on, I think the road is Piney Forest. He's like, we working over there. So I'm sitting in the truck. And so I decided to lay back in the truck to get me a little nap. Now, the way the construction truck was sitting, it's sitting like right on the side of the street or whatever. He said all of a sudden he heard somebody arguing and he recognized the voices, right? So he looks up. He said, I know those voices. He looks up. It's my sister and her boyfriend in the car. They're sitting at the red light with the windows down arguing. He does this impersonation of him. And I'm laughing my ass off because he's like, man, they was arguing. He said, I swear, it was something so frivolous. It was so frivolous, I couldn't even remember it. So it was like, so he was like, this is how the argument was going. And the moment he started talking, I knew he was telling the truth because of how the argument was going. He said, so the argument was like, yo, I swear to God, I had some bubble gum right here in the glove box. Did you eat my bubble gum? No, I didn't eat your damn bubble gum. Why are you always thinking I'm trying to get your stuff? I don't understand why. See, that's what the problem is. You don't respect me as a man. Yo, oh my God. I said, I told my sister, I said, look, I said, y'all's arguing and y'all's silliness is so ridiculous that everybody knows about it. Like everybody, like they even got you down packed to where they impersonating you. I said, yo, man, y'all gotta do something about that shit. Y'all need to go get some therapy or something. My sister be like, I'm not going to get no therapy. That's for white people. Like I'm telling you, like, yo, I swear to God, if I could do a reality show, if I could do a reality show and just record all of the people that I know and all of the shit that they do, niggas would be like, oh my, I understand now. I understand where all the material comes from. Where all of it comes from, man. Like, I watch black people do some of the most ignorant shit I've ever seen in my life. And I just be like, wow, did you really just do that? Did you really just say that?
You like the movie Friday, next Friday.
Yeah, it would. It would. Like, I swear to God, I seen this chick that live in the same apartment building. She already got like, let's see how many, 1, 2, I think she got like 4 kids. 4 kids, and she had just had like a newborn. She had just had a newborn, and it was a bunch of dudes outside, like chilling and drinking. You know how cats do.
Yeah.
Friday night, so they out there standing around chilling, drinking and shit. She just had this baby. I mean, just had this baby, and she's standing out there talking about some. Yeah, I'm thinking about going to Philly and doing this and doing that. And I'm sitting there looking at her the whole time she talking. And everybody just sitting there listening to her and shit. And see, everybody get a kick out of me because I'm the only one that's going to call these chicks on their bullshit. Everybody else is pretty much just, listens to it and just,
nods their head.
So I'm like, yeah, just nod their head and keep it moving. So she's sitting there talking and I'm just staring at her the whole time she's talking. And I said, fuck all of that. The better question is, did you get your tubes tied? Did you do that? Fuck you, Valdez. You always got some shit to say. You're always trying to talk some shit. Like, it's real.
Always trying to talk down. Always trying to disrespect.
Exactly. Like, yo, like, they'll be in my sister's house watching fucking Love and Basketball or some other, and they'll be sitting there talking shit, and like it'll be other dudes in there chilling, and they just be ignoring it, and I'll be like, yo, what the fuck? Like, I stand up, and you gotta keep in mind, like, niggas is hood as hell, so niggas is in there just pretty much just zoning out, just trying to ignore it, trying to cope with it. Because
I don't think they try to ignore it. What happens is like, hey, look, it's like see, it's normal to them. They perceive it as normal behavior.
Yep.
So it's something to ignore.
Tune it out. Yep.
You see what I'm saying? It's like a person. It's like a person that's got stank breath, right? Everybody knows that his breath stink, but him. You see, because he's got used to it. He's got used to his own stank breath.
Yep.
Yeah, so you know what I do? I pull out the soapbox, dust it off, stand on that bitch and start talking shit. And look, the funny thing is when I start talking shit, the chicks, like, they will defend it. Like, it's the craziest thing I've seen. Like, all of the chicks will sync up. The moment I start talking, they will sync up. And that's why I said in my video about ratchet theory, it does not matter what class level a black woman is in.
Yep.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
You know what I'm saying? They all do the same shit. Like, I've had this debate with women who are college educated all the way down to women who are just straight up hood rats. And the response is always the same. And the rationalizations are all the same. So, like, the moment I start talking shit, it's like, even if the chicks don't agree with each other, don't like each other, they could be in the apartment doing separate things. Like, two chicks could be watching the TV, 2 other chicks could be sitting over at the table, like, with a drink or some shit. And the moment I start talking shit, the reason why this is this, them motherfuckers sync up like Voltron. Immediately. Like, they because you now become the anomaly.
Yeah,
because everybody else to them is normal. It's normal behavior to them. So now you are the anomaly, even though you're able to see that this is some bullshit. But you become the anomaly.
And you know what?
But
you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? You're right, because here's the bugged out thing. Like if I go around my sister's crib, you know, and chill with her, there's women around there in that area. Like that particular apartment complex is like a single mother haven. Like there's a bunch of women around there. But I've become like, when I come around there, like I become the object of what's the word for it? Like the eligible, like the let me try him.
Okay.
He seems like he's not. He seems like he's not corruptible. Let me see if I can corrupt him.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So like they'll come at me left and right, and when I like push off their advances, it's like, what the fuck? Like it's like watching. It's the funniest shit in the world, because it's like watching somebody try to comprehend something that they never witnessed in their life before.
Yeah, because like competition is gonna get to you first. Huh?
Yeah, you're what's called an objectionable target.
Yeah,
they know that you object to their programming.
Yeah,
and so what they just kind of continue to try to press upon you their programming.
Yeah, because like
even though they know
like,
they're not going to get the desired response.
Yeah, because like if I don't go around there, you know, my sister's crib, and I ain't been around there in a while, but my sister, if I speak to her on the phone, she'll be like, yeah, everybody wonder why you ain't been around. Wait, like they don't need them asking about me. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Like, be asking about me. I'm good.
Yeah, whoever claims king of the mountain gets the prize. In other words, knocking off the target. Yeah.
Yeah, like, and I told, you know what? I told my sister that. I said, yo, man, I said that shit doesn't impress me. Cause like the moment that if I was to, you know, if I was a single dude and I was to mess with one of them chicks, the moment I mess with one of them, then that's when all of that shit disappears. Because they just wanted to prove it. They just wanted to prove that I would be just like the rest of the dudes. That's pretty much gonna smash anything.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? That's all it really boils down to.
Yep. And one of the first one that does it, like I said, gets all the status. Nobody else ever get the Valdez but her.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And the crazy, like, man, I'm gonna tell you right now, you could go, if you could go through that motherfucker and do a census questionnaire, man, you would have endless material for like, I'm telling you, man, like it's the craziest shit in the world, because that particular area of VA is, in my personal opinion, is kind of stuck in this time warp where, you know, it's not like black people there in that part of VA, they view white people a certain way. Like they view white people as if white people are superior.
Okay, but like back in the 50s.
Yeah, so it's still like it's a crazy thing, because when you sit there and you listen to like black folks talk, it bothers you. Like it'll bother you if you're educated. Like you'll sit there and you'll be like, what? Like, wait a minute. Hold on. You can't possibly believe that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's crazy.
Like when I used to go with my family down to Louisiana, Shreveport, Louisiana, and you get that. Yeah. Yeah, they'd have to retrain me because I'd be aggravating white people. You can't do that here.
Yeah.
Hey, look, brothers, it's been very fun. It's been very enlightening, interesting.
Yeah, I know. It's about that time.
My eyes have fucking magnets on the eyelids right now.
Yeah. Hey, welcome to the hangout, man. Valdez used to talk the same shit, but he hangs tough like everybody else now. You'll get used to it.
I'll be looking forward to interacting with you, brothers.
Thank you for your donation, brother.
Oh, no problem. I will put something in the till whenever we do this.
All right, I appreciate it.
And yeah, I actually support Angry Man.
You support Angry Man? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask you.
Cool, appreciate it,
Yeah,
bro.
actually, I was telling you, an old Navy buddy of mine. He's also subscribed to the Angry Man.
If you want to laugh, man, you gotta check out Jap. Jap will keep you laughing, man. I tell Jap I can't fuck with him no more because I fall out the chair every time I look at one of his videos.
So actually, I got a chance to watch this thing with O'Shea Duke Jackson and what's the guy brother Sanchez.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
And
oh yeah. About
the
flat Earth?
You know, he's talking about flat Earth and you know, and I'm like, you know, my thing is, we're not in a political position right now to where we can argue dimensions anyway. You know, that's my standpoint on that.
That's a Hotep hustler, man. That's back in the day, man. I ain't seen that in a long time.
Well, see, that whole flat Earth thing. That's a misconception that a lot of people don't understand. Like it's not, the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah.
But the terrain is really what they're talking about. The terrain is flat. Like if you was to take a basketball and hold it, you can feel the ridges on the basketball. But if you could shrink the Earth down to the size of a basketball and use to run your hand across it, it would be smooth. That's what they're trying to say. But people are taking that as, no, the Earth is flat. It's not a round sphere. Like, come on, man.
Yeah. I didn't want to. It was O'Shea's hangout, man. I didn't want to go in on him because I asked him about. He trying to say he made one fallacy, man. He said the North Star never moves. I said, have you ever heard of the great year in a 26,000 year cycle? He said, yeah, I heard it. I said, you know, you have 5 North Stars, right? He's like, no, I didn't know that. So I said, I'm not gonna go in on him. I'm gonna leave him alone.
Yeah, and that's the great year. That's basically how. Isn't that how they used to measure it in Kemet?
Yeah, the precession of the equinoxes. It was, I think it was the star Sothis would rise on. I think it was the spring equinox, right? March 21st, whatever constellation Sothis rose in, that's where you were in time. So they would mark that every year, and the constellations would, as your Earth wobbles, right, it would change position, and it would change positions of the constellation. So that's how they marked the great year.
Yeah, my thing is this: with all of the shit that we have to get involved in and get our hands dirty to fix in the Black community, we don't have any time to try to argue the dimensions of the Earth.
Well, see, that's bro, that's the fallacy. That's the fallacy of Black folks anyway. Black folks are always focused on the wrong shit.
Yeah,
my thing is this. Like, I don't give a fuck if it's flat or if it's a ball. Really, honestly,
yeah, true.
I do want know one thing, that our communities are fucked up. You know, that's my standpoint on it.
That's emotional entertainment, man. That
you know,
back in the day, we see a bunch of brothers like that and said, okay, brother, well, how come we can't go to the edge of the earth? Oh man, there's a conspiracy. There's a treaty that says they will not allow you to go to the end of the earth, and they won't take pictures like this. I said, okay, bro, we're done.
yeah, you know, it's interesting because coming out of Reconstruction, and I'll give you this hint because I don't really know. I don't really care. It's not a priority for me. But something that my dad had told me was that before they changed everything around, back, you know, unless you was going to school in the 50s, when everything changed from the Gleason projection to the Mercator, and then in the 60s, 70s, they changed it over to the Peters projection, which is what they commonly use in school today. You know, that was the general consist. So it's all a mapping thing. And my point is this. You know, if you remember these guys, they have a weird sense of priority. Like, there's always been this thing with, especially Black political movements. Like, go back to the Marcus Garvey era. They wanted to interrupt that, you know, and they used the black scholarship, you know, the black educated elites to kind of do that, you know, and then you come into around, I don't know, the Black Power movement or the Black Liberation movement, which turns into the civil rights era, and then they use all of these other things like feminism, integration.
Well, you always had the assimilationists or the integrationists versus the separatists. That's always been the case. Like Marcus Garvey was basically a separatist, right? Whereas what's his name was
Du Bois.
Du Bois was an integrationist because he's a mulatto, so he's an integrationist. He's a assimilationist, and they've been going back, and that's been. It's, in fact, they're still going back and forth.
It's going back and forth today.
Yeah, still today, because can you be Pan-African or can you be pro-black if you have a white spouse? You know, that kind of stuff. It's like there's still the separationist versus the assimilationist kind of stuff.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, you know, that's why. That's why my position was, you know, it was a lot of line with your position was that you have to look at the body of work. And even sometimes when you look at the body of work, you can't always accept all bodies of work. Like, you know, a lot of some people are gonna, you know, be angry at me about this, but you know, you look at the body of work of say a Malachi Z. York. You know, you're talking about going to Planet Risk and all of this other nonsense. You see. How did that help the community rise up out of, you know, this political slum we've been in?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot, like you said, Harry Belafonte, who married nothing but white women, but he was instrumental on the civil rights movement. Can you call him not pro-black? And he was,
but you know, also to be, you know, I'm not, you know, I like Harry Belafonte, but you know, Harry Belafonte back in the day, you know, they basically paid him in white bitches.
Yeah,
you know, they basically paid him the white bitch. That was nigga reparations in Harry Belafonte's day. So, actually, I had a funny joke about Harry Belafonte and Martin Luther King, because you know, every time you hear Harry Belafonte speak, this nigga always got a new story about Dr. King that no one else has heard. You know, like you know, so one day me and King. We were at the bus station and had to use the bathroom, and he sat in one stall, I sat in the other. And I looked down and I see these trifling bastards didn't put no toilet paper in the stall.
Yeah, he will say that kind of stuff. That's an old man. Yeah.
I said, Dr. King, you know, you mind passing me some of your toilet paper? And as I looked down, Dr. King was handing me the shirt off his back. It's like, what the fuck? Nigga. I'm like, nigga. It's like, man, so they always had this way of injecting, you know, they kind of like oversaturate the community with information that starts sending you know, our ideology in all these different directions, you know, like look at the Black Hebrew Israelites, more science fiction, Temple of America, you know. And flat Earth is just to me, the flat Earth argument is just another long line of that interruption to keep you from doing what the fuck they know that you should be doing, but they know that you're going to be entertained by this, you know.
It's just entertainment, man. Because I've been around them kind of cats, man, for a very long time. Because anytime you go to, like I said, during the what they call the book study groups, in other words, where the authors would come in and talk to you, and you discuss the authors and play that kind of stuff, right? You always get some of them brothers in the bunch, and after the meeting breaks up, you get there and socialize, and we take it to all these wild ideas and fantasies and stuff like.